Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All In channel host Sega Forever, going live for you guys tonight on this Friday, All In POPCAST. You guys know the deal. Every week or every other week, I do a POPCAST. We're going to talk about popular culture, um, talk about and discuss as basically is the winds of change happening. Sorry, let me correct that. I'm trying to make sure my feed is on. Looks like we're all good. But there's a lot of stuff going on in the news and a lot of it revolves around pop culture. We'll touch a little bit on gaming because there's something I kind of want to get off my chest. When it comes to Xbox, as you guys know, this is Xbox All In channel. I am a pro Xbox channel, one of the few on YouTube. Things Xbox. So lately, I've been a little bit negative on the brand specifically, but like I say all the time in my other videos or videos I've done recently, is that Xbox is absolutely killing it, and that has not changed. And that's kind of the thing I want to touch on. We'll do some housekeeping first. See if any of the guys will be able to join tonight. It is a Friday night for me. So it's a late Friday night for them already. So I hope the guys jump in, especially E-Rock. I was watching Unlimited's podcast. If you guys haven't seen Unlimited's podcast, I highly recommend you guys do Unlimited Productions. He's back. He's been really busy. I know a lot of you guys missed the podcast. I'm glad he brought it back. And congratulations to Unlimited Productions because he hit 2,000 subscribers. And well deserved, man. He puts together a great product. And I think one of the reasons why he's been able to have steady growth, not just because he rocks Xbox and the brand very well, but I mean, and he has good production value and stuff like that. But he's honest, man. He's a really honest dude. He shoots from the heart, dude. He's very opinionated, but one of the things I like about him is that he doesn't waver. You know, not like a lot of other people, especially in the Xbox community, man. I mean, I know if you guys have been keeping up with everything on social media. We had a lot of guys that are not a lot, but we had a couple guys, some stalwarts of the community, man, who kind of flip flopped and they started to go to the other side, which never makes any sense to me, right? So you guys know, like I said, I love Xbox. I'm a pro Xbox brand, even if Xbox does things that I don't agree with. I don't understand how you can like a brand, especially when it comes to video games, right? Because each company actually offers its own set of ideals of what, especially towards consumers, what their brand is, and then how the consumers will actually utilize their brand and the brand and the stuff that the brand has, right? So, for example, if you're an Xbox guy, probably you like shooters, you like a dependable online service, you like a lot of variety, you appreciate Game Pass. It's an amalgamation of variety and services, and they're untouchable, bar none, right? And if you're a PlayStation person, you probably like single player games, third person perspective. You like long drawn out kind of cutscenes. You like the movie kind of environment and atmosphere. Um, and then you like their exclusive titles, especially if it's made by their studios. Okay, very different from Xbox. And then you got Nintendo, who's in their own little part of the gaming community, and they have a certain way that they um, create their games, the type of systems that they have. I mean, they haven't really changed since I was younger and Nintendo was popular. They make games that are specifically made for their console. They make games that are specifically made for their audience. And regardless if you're third party or if you're a consumer from the outside looking in, like I am from the Xbox, they won't cater to you. They cater to their brand, and they cater to the audience that loves that brand. And they've been successful with it, right? I think they're a little bit niche, but it's worked out for them. You know, a lot of the stuff I see in the media about Nintendo, they kind of lay the gloves off, unless of course they're promoting Sony over Nintendo. But for the most part, they found their little niche in the gaming industry, and they're happy to occupy that area, and rightfully so, man. And look, I'm not taking it away anything away from them. They in a lot of ways they remind me of Disney. Um, they have an audience and they have a brand, and they stick with that messaging, which is something Disney should be doing. And we'll get back, and I'll get to Disney, because there's a great article I saw on the Russo brothers. I wanted to talk about it the other week, but the other week I was going to do the All In podcast for the Wrecking Crew podcast, right? So It's really weird because some of the stories that I see the week of, it tends to rotate, and I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Right? Because last week I actually wanted to really talk about a lot of pop culture stuff because of the stuff that I read, but the podcast wasn't to this week. So I know some of this news might be old for you guys, but we'll catch up really quickly. And especially, I want to give my opinion. So that's the exchange, right? It's not just about me talking about the news. It's actually giving my opinion about the news. And if the fellas show up, they can give their opinions as well. And as far as this podcast is concerned, guys, if I invite somebody over onto the podcast, um, it might not be a person I agree with 100% of the time, or even most of the time, right? But what I like to do is I like to give people, the ability to speak, even if I don't agree with them. Okay, that's kind of what the channel is. So hold on 1 second, guys. I see what's going on. I got to close a couple things because my connection has been spotty as of late, which has been pretty sucky because I've been getting back into Warhammer and my internet connection has just been really bad. No, I don't think it's on. It might be on their servers, man, because I see a lot of people playing Warhammer. And that's what's kind of weird about online games, especially on Xbox. You have times where Xbox gets a pretty good audience. That's why a lot of people with the service games and stuff like to come to the Xbox. People are more prone to play online type games on the Xbox, and so I find it hilarious because Warhammer Dark Tide, 40K Dark Tide, and I know they've got some bad, they've had some issues in the media as well, which I'll try and touch on that if I have time. But when it released, they released on PC first, PC Game Pass. So I waited for it to come to console. I think it was a year later, which is fine. We have so much stuff to play. I really wanted to play it, but I had no problems waiting because there's other stuff that can occupy my time, which is a good problem to have. And that's something that Xbox doesn't get enough credit for, and they should. And it's something that I definitely will give them credit for, right? Because they got so much stuff that you can play, right? Either if you want a new experience or it's a genre you like, or it's a genre you just dabble in. It doesn't matter, dude. They have everything at your fingertips. With Game Pass alone, dude, you can survive on that by itself. But then they also bring the games as well. So we're not wanting for anything here. But with 40K, I just waited because I wanted to play on console. That's how I wanted. That's how I play it. It kind of I consume those type of 4-player games because of the way they are. Like how I played Left 4 Dead back in the day, Left 4 Dead 2, Warhammer, Vermintide. Absolutely love that game. That's what really made me look forward to 40 Dark Tide, right? And so when it released, there was a pretty good clip of people. But there were times during the day, it depends on what time during the day, especially where I live, that sometimes it couldn't, the games would kind of fall off. I couldn't get into any games. And then, but lately, dude, it's been pretty steady, pretty balanced. I think one of the problems that like I said earlier, is with my connection, but that could be because there's a lot more people playing. So I've been playing for like about almost 2 weeks straight and testing it out as I go, playing at different times of the day. And every time I go on there, dude, I'm at least I get into a game, and I get into a game with at least 4 people. There's a couple times there's like 3 or 2 or 3 people, but as the game went along, then people jumped in. So that's great, man, because it's a fun game. I hope it does well, dude. It's definitely worthy if you like these type of games, which are 4-player co-op online, and you just mowing through waves of enemies and stuff like that. There's a difficulty level in there. I know they've been tweaking it. I do love the characters. I love the story. I like the backstory. I'm not the hugest World of Warhammer fan, but if you guys have been keeping up with the news and everything going on with Warhammer, especially with the guys who are making their games, kind of bit of a controversy. And in the beginning, I thought, okay, well, this is something that's just going to kind of be added as another log on the fire, right? Because everything going on with woke and DI and all this kind of stuff, and people changing. At its core, some of the things that make, in the case of Warhammer, why people like Warhammer, especially their hardcore fans. And this has been going on, right? I've covered this on my channel, right? This has been going on across the spectrum when it comes to pop culture. And to me, Warhammer 40K, it did surprise me that it was one of these games I was gonna dabble in it a little bit. get a little bit of woke, because to me, no matter any which way you cut it when it comes to Warhammer, it's not something to me that you could easily do that with, man. It's such a dark, gritty, um, very dystopian type world that anything adding anything that would be um, of a kind of woke nature just wouldn't fit. But they're gonna try. They're gonna try. Hey, what's up, Sega man?
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother? Hey, man. You know what? I'm almost done with your podcast. I was listening to it before I jumped on. I kind of wanted to jump on. I was thinking, E-Rock would jump on because I saw all you guys on Unlimited's podcast. And,
Yeah.
and I was gonna try and do it as soon as I got home, and then so that he could talk about the WWE, because I really wanted to talk about that with somebody.
Yeah.
And he said that in Unlimited's podcast. So I was like, dude, I'll try and put this up. Hopefully, see, I sent him an invitation. So that if he can jump in, then we can talk about that.
Yeah, we had it was a pretty good show, man.
It was an awesome show.
Yeah.
Unlimited show. Congratulations again to Unlimited, man. He hit that 2,000 subscriber mark. I personally think it's well deserved. Our brother puts out great content. And I think I think people, his words and his opinions resonate with a lot of people. He's never been fake as long as I've known him. One of the things that he did, which I thought was, really show the type of character he was, is when him and Hebot got into this disagreement about something. And then I guess months later, it turned out that Hebot was right.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Unlimited was like, hey, dude, I was wrong and stuff like that. And people appreciate it. Not that he was wrong, like he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's just, look, it's two different opinions that they have.
Yeah.
And Unlimited's always been that way, dude. So kudos to him, dude. I'm really proud of him. You know what I mean?
Unlimited has just reached his 2,000 mark.
Yeah.
And
awesome.
That's great. That's awesome. I've been on here. Me and you've been on here for so long, man. I'm lucky I got 6. I think I got 6 something. I mean 600. But you know what? I don't care. I do this because I of the love of gaming. Period.
Oh,
I don't care. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've said this before as well. Unlimited actually, does things on his channel.
Yeah,
will draw those viewers. When he does the articles and the clips and all that.
Of course.
Stuff.
Yeah. He does good stuff because he has great content.
Yeah, and the way he's able to present and just the way he's. Not only the way he presents it, but the way he speaks on it. A lot of people can appreciate that, especially guys on the Xbox side. You know what I mean? And plus, it helps that he's a gamer, I think.
Yeah.
Right? So that resonates with a lot of different people that will. Even if you're not hardcore, you can see where he's coming from.
And
I've never
Brother
known...
Sega.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Sorry.
Brother Sega Forever, I just want to tell you real quick. I was on the phone with Hebot, and he said, I think our brother Sega Forever started a podcast. See if he sent you a link. So I'm looking on the phone. I said, oh, yeah, he must have. I was in the Shire. He must have sent me a link. So I said, I'm going to go on. He said when he gets home, he's going to come on. He said he doesn't want to go in and out while he's driving. So when he gets home, he's going to join.
Oh, that's okay if he does that.
Yeah, he told me to tell you that.
Yeah, it's fine, dude. We know he's busy, but I mean, if he wants to jump in, he can. I don't care about the phone noise and all that stuff, dude. The only time it's like this, I'm really trying to hear what he's saying,
Yeah.
Because I mean, let's be honest, man. He brought pearls of wisdom. You know what I'm saying? He always dropping pearls of wisdom. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's why he's like the utmost respect for me. And again, dude, I've learned a lot from him too, man. I mean, he's been gaming for a long time, longer than me, I believe. But not just that, but the experiences he's had. You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
You know, brother Sega Forever. I think I told you this a long time ago. He must have been searching through videos to look at people that collect Sega Genesis or Sega or video game collecting, and he found me, and he listened. I guess if I remember correctly, he listened to a lot of my videos. This is when I was brand new into it. It was bad. Like the video was bad and like cheap video and stuff. I was just experimenting with YouTube. I was new to YouTube, and he liked my collection stuff. So he actually got a hold of me somehow. I can't remember. And he said, hey, I would like to interview you. I don't want you to think I'm weird or anything or some weird person, but you have a great collection. I'd like to interview you. Man, I was scared to death, dude, because I never did a live podcast where other people were watching and stuff like that. But he he made me come out of my shell. You know what I mean? He actually helped me come out of my shell because I never did nothing like that. But it was a nice little interview. He was just asking me about collecting and stuff like that. And then that's how I got started. And then, you know, the next thing you know, me and like my brother that just came in, E-Rock, you know, we started the Exile podcast, and it just went forward from there. Since we started the Exile podcast, it just went full force after that.
Who made you come out of your shell? P. Diddy? And how did you escape?
Oh no, man, not P. Diddy, man.
How did you escape, brother? Hey, what's going on, everybody?
What's going on, brother?
Oh man, I saw my man Sega Forever send out the bat signal. It's 12 o'clock. Man. It's 12 o'clock over here on the East Coast. So I said, man, let me try to get this man an hour and a half.
and you know what I want? I'm glad you're here, dude, because I heard what you said. And I've been looking for people to talk about, because I wanted to watch WrestleMania, bro, but I didn't have the chance. You know, something came up with my kids.
Oh, it's on Peacock.
Yeah. So I just haven't been able to get back to it. And so when you said that on Unlimited's podcast, I was like, yeah, shoot, let's roll, dude. Because I'll be honest with you, dude, I haven't been this excited about wrestling in a long time, dude.
Yeah, wrestling is actually good right now. It's actually hot. WWE is just on fire. AEW, they'll figure it out sooner or later. That's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story there.
I like Impact Wrestling.
Yeah, Impact is great. Yeah, or TNA. Impact is great. Yeah.
But they got my girl over there, so I love Mona. You know, I can't think of her name right now. Jeez.
Mercedes Moné.
Yeah, I love her. So
yeah, she's in AEW. Yeah, she that's a fine ass mulatto. God damn.
Well, you know what it is about it's a throwback for me, bro. Like back then, you had beautiful women that could actually wrestle.
Oh yeah,
they were the complete package, man. That's what I miss. And I'm not trying to down any of the girls now, but I'm saying, you know, we come from a different time.
But I will say this much. Back when I was coming up, back when I was watching wrestling in the 80s, the 90s, and even the 2000s. In the 80s, you had a few women here and there because Vince McMahon, the guy who used to run the World Wrestling Federation, he had women wrestlers, but it wasn't his priority. You know, we had like Wendy Richter and fucking Fabulous. And then in the 90s, we had this chick named Medusa, also known as Alundra Blaze, and Bull Nakano. Let me tell you something, man. What happened was in the mid 2000s, or I'll say really around 1989, this chick came named China. Stratus, and they opened the door. And then around 2013, when I wasn't watching wrestling because I was busy starting companies here in Philadelphia, and I had a girlfriend, so I missed the whole Paige. Her name is Saraya, but Paige and AJ Lee. I missed all of that shit. I missed them. They actually rejuvenated the shit and got it away from being that divas nonsense, because all Vince McMahon was about was tits and ass and getting divas out there. Yeah. These girls now can fucking go. And it's just not here, and it's just not in AEW. It's just not in WWE. It's global, because I watch wrestling globally. I watch a lot of Japanese wrestling, and there's this company over in Japan called Stardom. And them girls go, man. They're fucking violent over there. Yeah, so a lot of those girls that you like in WWE, like Asuka, Kairi Sane, Io Sky, they came from Japan. They came from Stardom. These girls now can go. They know how to work, because wrestling isn't a sport. It's about two people working together to put on a performance. I don't think most fans understand that still when they say shit like, oh, Goldberg couldn't wrestle, Hulk Hogan couldn't wrestle, Ultimate Warrior couldn't wrestle. Did they make money? Did they get over? Did the fans like them? Yeah, then they understood what wrestling was all about. There's a guy named Dean Malenko and Chris Benoit, two of the greatest technical wrestlers in the world. Yes. But they couldn't draw a fucking dime. They wish they were the Ultimate Warrior, because the Ultimate Warrior, wrestling is about creating a character, Sega Man, and selling tickets. That's it. It's about nothing else. It's about nothing.
That's what I did like about WWF, right back in the day. I mean, I think at some point in time, what they did there was this moment, or not WWF, WCW, and then I know a lot of people gave them flack because you got all the old wrestlers there. But if you
WCW was WCW was on fire from 1995 to 90. I was there. I remember that shit. Yeah,
loved it.
They had that perfect combination of superstar and technical. Dude, it was wonderful, man. And I remember, and you know, they were pushing each other. WWF. I loved it all, dude. I had some of my friends like was totally NWA, and then WCW, and then WWF. All you know, like they had. I had friends on the senior side. I was absorbing all of it, bro.
I was a staunch WWF guy in 1995, 96.
Yeah. Yep.
But I'll say late 95, I started watching WCW Monday Nitro because if you had cable back then, if you could afford it, you flipped the channels. And WCW Nitro doesn't get the credit it deserves for being one of the greatest wrestling shows ever fucking produced from 95 to 98. Eric Bischoff doesn't get any credit for being one of the greatest promoters other than Vince McMahon. You would tune to WCW in 95 and you would see the big stars, but you would see like a match between these two Mexican wrestlers. Like, who the fuck is this Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio? And they would tear the house down. Like, who the fuck is this dude Psychosis? And this guy looks like a skeleton named La Parker. They would tear the fucking house down, right? So WCW, it brought new shit into the mix. But 96, when they invented that gimmick called the NWO, that was it. They took over. That was like the hottest shit ever. But wrestling is hot again. Dwayne Johnson came back from Hollywood and he fucking set shit in motion. He made WrestleMania this year better than ever. I'm so proud that WrestleMania happened in Philly. I was a little bit nervous for them. Not that I was nervous for $1 billion company, but if you live in the East Coast, if you live in New York, Boston, Philly, Washington, Providence, Rhode Island, hell, as far over as Chicago or Pittsburgh, our weather in April is unpredictable. You're either going to get sun in 80 or you're going to get snow or rain. But luckily, it didn't rain. It was just cold the first night of WrestleMania. 56 degrees plus wind. The next night, it warmed up. WrestleMania got pulled off without a hitch. The matches were great. The Lincoln Financial Field, which is old now, looked great. WWE's doing good business. Wrestling is hot again. And every other branch of entertainment, Disney, Marvel, DC, everybody can learn from WWE and Netflix how to fail and reposition yourself for success. Everybody can learn from Xbox. Xbox always made money, but the perception always was that PlayStation was better. Ain't nobody saying that no more. As much as I disagree with a lot of Phil Spencer's decisions, like putting Sea of Thieves over on PlayStation, it really didn't affect or harm Xbox. So I was overreacting for no reason, Sega man. But just look at Xbox. Look at how they were the laughingstock of gaming for no reason, for no fault of their own from 2013 to 2017. This dude came in, he did some shit I didn't like. He dissolved Lionhead Studios. A couple of games got canceled.
You're never gonna let that go, bro.
I'm bringing it up, but I'm going to let it go now because we lost stable legends, but everything happens for a reason. Sega forever. He let go of Lionhead Studios so he could form the coalition. He let go of Lionhead Studios so he could dedicate those assets to other things. And here we are now in 2024 with Xbox, as I told Unlimited Production last night. And as Sega man, and I said 3 years ago, Xbox is leveraged for 30 years of games.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. What do you mean they're leveraged for 30 years? We have at least 40 games or 38 to 40 games coming from 23 studios. You cannot rush out all of these games, Sega forever. Development takes a long, long time. So what that means is we will all be old men by the time a lot of these games. I'm already old man now. We will all be old men before a lot of these games come out. But that's a good thing. That's like, imagine going someplace and having job security. Or imagine buying a microwave oven or a stove that you can depend on for the next 30 years. If you buy an Xbox, you don't have to worry about games. They're coming. And what's crazier is they're all coming to Game Pass. It's literally the Netflix of gaming. And what Xbox did was they leveraged themselves away from a box. We got to sell you a box. The box is part of the package. But what we're trying to get you to do is buy our software. And it all started in 2020, and it continues this year with Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice.
Yes, sir.
Xbox is the place to be. You don't hear. I'm not trying to be a dick, You know, but you don't hear nobody talking about fucking Spider-Man. You don't hear nobody talking about the next God of War. That shit came and went. They're all talking about Xbox games and bitching about Xbox as always. But that's how you know who the number one company is.
Oh
Not
yeah.
by not by these journalists and these fanboys telling you, well, these guys sold so many boxes. You know who the number one company is by who's always in the other streaming services' mouths. Netflix. Who's always in AEW's mouth? WWE. Who's always in gaming journalists' mouths? Who's always in IGN's mouths and these dudes on Twitter, Xbox? That's how you know who's number one. And then if you need any more proof, look at Xbox's financials. Xbox is the only company that releases their quarterly financials. Sony don't have to release their quarterly financials because even though they're operating in America now, they are still technically a Japanese company. And they will not release their financials because they don't want you to know how bad they're doing, despite having sold so many more boxes than Xbox. This is about making revenue and making money. And people still don't get that, and they're never going to get that because they're emotional about this shit. I get it. You're emotional about that Japanese box you grew up with. Hell, I grew up. PlayStation was my shit in the 20s, in my 20s. Hell, it was my shit back in 2008. You know, we move on. We find cable TV was our shit, right? I used to have this shit called Comcast. I still kind of do the internet, but I used to have cable TV, and then somebody put me down with streaming, and I was like, "Yo, this is the shit right here. This is dope. This is crazy. You know, this Netflix shit is crazy, right? This Netflix and fucking Amazon Prime, and we'll get to Amazon Prime in a minute and talk about their huge success with Fallout, hopefully. But yo, man, like you know, things change, and people, Sega man, they don't want to let go of the past. And to me personally,
never.
Nintendo and PlayStation are the past. They operate in the past. They think in the past. They stay in the past. While Xbox, they have been forward thinking really since 2013 when they introduced that Xbox One. So, you know, I watch these companies and the companies that are successful to bring it on home, like WWE,
Mm.
Microsoft and Xbox, Netflix. The companies that are successful, Sega Forever, aren't afraid of change and they aren't afraid to look at the numbers and see where the fuck the audience is. Where is the audience? Well, the audience is telling you they want to go this way. The audience is telling you that they didn't want an Indiana Jones 5 or they don't want any more Marvel movies. The audience is now telling you that this studio called A24 is the shit. But Disney, Sony, Nintendo aren't going to listen because Nintendo, they've got their audience that's locked in forever. Children, which hey, that's great. I understand it and I'm not knocking it. And these 42, 50-year-old guys in their grandmother's basement still saving Princess Peach. They'll always be there to bail Nintendo out. But people like me, you couldn't give me a fucking Nintendo, Sega, man. What am I going to do with it? They're a company that they don't even support their own ecosystem. Nothing they have is backwards compatible. You got to constantly buy new hardware and rebuy the shit you already own. PlayStation, look at them, man. They were woefully caught behind this generation, and it's showing now. But man, you know, it is what it is, man. I don't try to sell anybody on an Xbox. I always tell people, man, look, man, you do you. I'm gonna do me. Just don't be mad at me and Sega Man, because we over here having fun. Because as Sega Man always said, he invented this, he started this, and I'm a copyright it for him. Sega Man always been saying we're eating good over here, and it's true, man. It's true. But back to you guys.
Hey, E-Rock, tell brother Sega Forever, when we did one podcast, brother Sega Forever, I made them so mad when I said, hey, when E-Rock said, you know what, gaming is an expensive hobby. And I said, yeah, you need to go out and cut some grass, man. Did that make them mad, bro?
Man,
did that make them mad?
When I had my YouTube channel, dudes was in my comments section. Oh, you're gatekeeping. How can you tell us? Like, if something is expensive, and look, man, back in my 20s, you know, I was a car dude. I mean, I still have a car, but I'm not a car dude like I was. When I mean a car dude, man, I had a 1990 IROC Z. I had the engine all chromed out. I had rims. The car before that, back in the 90s, Sega Man, I remember, we had these rims called 5 stars. I had the 5-star rims. I had all that shit, man. I was a car guy. Then in my late 20s, I decided to go back to school, go back to college. I couldn't afford that shit no more, dude. I couldn't afford that shit no more. So I had to pivot. I had to fucking pivot. So like, if gaming is too expensive for you, you either get a better job or you get out of it. Complaining about Star Wars Outlaws being $129 for the top tier copy ain't going to make these companies change their minds. It's not. They're going to do what they're going to do to make a profit because these video games now are more expensive than making a movie. I think Halo Infinite costs like 500 million or some crazy fucking number, some stupid number. These games are expensive, man. You're just condoning them raising prices. What? The way that y'all condone, you Sony fans said 3 years ago, I don't mind paying $70 for games. Y'all actually started this shit. Y'all the ones that said y'all don't mind paying $70 for games. So PlayStation pushed it and Sega made everybody else copied. Everybody else followed suit. Games started being $70, except on one company, Xbox, Microsoft, Xbox, the company I love to hate, who's selling you, and Ubisoft, who sold you Assassin's Creed Mirage for $50 fucking dollars. They sold it for what it was worth. Microsoft, who's selling Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice for what, $55 or some shit like that? And it's one of the first real Unreal Engine 5 games other than the Matrix demo. So, man, look, man, it is what it is. Sega Man was right 3 years ago when he was like, if gaming is expensive, you might have to get a better job. Like Unlimited Production did. He got a promotion on his job, cut lawns, do whatever you got to do. But complaining about it isn't going to stop these companies from raising the prices, Sega, forever. It is what it is, dude. I'm not happy with it. I wasn't happy paying $500 for a fucking console, but it is what I wanted, the best of the best. 2020 was the first time I was ever able to buy a console at launch other than $99.99 when the Dreamcast came out, right?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And the Dreamcast was affordable because it was priced correctly for the consumers. Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5 was not consumer priced. It was very consumer unfriendly. $500 fucking dollars, but I wanted the best of the best. So, it is what it is, man. The gaming is not going to get cheaper. They're not going to put the genie back in the bottle. I wish everybody would stop complaining. I understand your complaints, but hey, that's where you get an Xbox. I have Game Pass. I didn't pay for 80% of the games I played this year because of Game Pass. Game Pass is like a gift that keeps on giving. But you can't tell people anything. Sega Man, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and it is what it is, bro.
That's the kind of good thing about Game Pass, though. It still keeps you dialed in.
Yeah.
People don't understand like the way Microsoft has just dissected all of this stuff left and right. Look, I've been whining a little bit about the 4 games going over, but I've also said this on the last couple of podcasts that I did. Xbox, there's nobody doing it better right now.
No.
Microsoft and Xbox is doing. I mean, if you're a gamer, dude, you should have an Xbox. If you're a gamer, you should have Game Pass. There's no excuses. That's why that's the great thing about Game Pass. I've always said this, man. It's been a litmus test on this gaming community because this gaming community is trash. If you want me to be honest with you, you know what I mean? And so it was good for them to kind of shake up the industry like they did. I think it needed it, right? And like you said, you don't have to spend that type of money, right? And for a lot of the guys that are out there complaining, I understand the times are tough, but like I was told when I was younger, man, life is about choices, right? Maybe it's not so much that you can't afford the game, but I know a lot of you guys like to spend stuff because a lot of people that participate in gaming or in pop culture in general, man, is a bunch of normies, right? So, for people like us too, like you saying, you was a car dude, right? So I know what that means because my friends were that way. My friend he had the 5-star, he had the box in the back. He was bumping, but you know what? he had a job, number one, and he had to work a lot of hours. And his good thing was he got to drive his car to work, and then every Saturday night we go down to iDrive, International Drive, right? In Central Florida.
I know. It's universal. I know. Yeah. Me, 23 or 24-year-old dickhead out here racing my car down here by Philadelphia International Airport, not realizing, it was all kinds of dudes out there. Dudes with Corvettes, dudes with Porsches. And we got Cardinals. We got to pay for this shit. not realizing if you blow a fucking piston or a rod, that's it. That's your ass. you done, bro.
You gotta work on your car, right? But my point is, the point I'm trying to make is that this is culture.
Mm-hmm.
What I talk about all the time on this channel when I talk about culture, right? And if you ain't in the culture, dude, then you're not gonna get it. You know
yeah, the car culture is crazy, and I got out of it, mate. I ain't gonna bullshit Sega forever. I got out of it. I couldn't fucking afford it no more.
Like you just made a great analogy, man, about wrestling, dude. What you're saying about all Japan Pro Wrestling back in the day, the kind of cool things about the girls that are in the WWE now is that I've seen so many videos of some of the past great wrestlers, because Japan always had great wrestlers, man. Especially
always.
They were hardcore. In fact, what's her name? Bull Nakano?
Bull Nakano, and there's another chick named Aja Kong. They were all great.
Yeah, dude. So now they're getting the recognition. Dude, I forgot about Thunderbolt Patterson, man. Somebody shared a clip of Thunderbolt Patterson, right? Because because Dusty Rhodes, right? His lineage, and then somebody put it up there that Dusty Rhodes borrowed a lot of his, and this is Dusty Rhodes speaking. I'm not saying it. Dusty Rhodes said, "Yeah, dude, I borrowed a lot of my the way I am from Thunderbolt Patterson." And I remember him, dude. I'm that old, dude. I remember all these dudes.
I don't remember Thunderbolt Patterson. He's old school. But like I do remember like early Dusty Rhodes, and early Dusty Rhodes was on some other shit, man. Like early Dusty Rhodes, he had the big floppy fucking pimp hat and the robe and shit, and he was like, let me tell you, brother, it's going down tonight. It's going to be a butt whipping in public, if you will. I'm like, this is the blackest white man I ever seen. Where did he find
He's from Georgia, but you know what? I know these guys because my grandfather, dude. My grandfather and my dad used to watch wrestling all the time. You know, back when we had the wonderful world of sports, Harkus.
Right.
So there's two things they watched, dude. Aside from, two sports I remember that they watched religiously. There was boxing, and that's when you had the Hitman, and you had, you had all those Sugar Ray, you had all the Larry Holmes, all these guys, like the classic fighters, and the other thing was wrestling.
Hawaii and the islands and the Polynesian islands are revered by everybody in wrestling because they kind of gave us a dynasty. Like they gave us the Wild Samoans. They gave us fucking
Jimmy Fly Snuka,
Superfly Snuka. They gave us this dude named Haku. And of course, as you know, the Samoan dynasty, Roman Reigns' family, the Rock's family. I mean, they all cousins. All of motherfuckers is related. But like, and Hawaii had a wrestling federation, I believe, back in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
So like, wrestling is like it's always been global. It's always been a television show. It's been a television show since the 1930s. Like, anytime I know you guys gotta remember, man. You probably grew up watching the old Bugs Bunny cartoons. And Bugs Bunny was like a wrestler fighting this dude named Gorilla. Like that wrestling is always.
I remember that. Yeah,
it was always a TV. Wrestling is old. Anytime the Three Stooges had an episode where Curly was wrestling, like it's always been a television show. It's always been a staple of entertainment, and it found a way to evolve. Instead of getting stale and going away, it found a way to evolve. Video games found a way to evolve. Movies finds a way to evolve. We went from film noir to the serial movies of the 1930s, like Adventure on the Sierra Leone and Flash Gordon, to westerns, to the blaxploitation movies of the 70s, to James Bond, to the action movies of the 1980s, to where we are now, to the superhero phenomenon and the rise and fall of the MCU. Everybody, I can't believe the MCU fell off. Because things come and go. It's the natural order of things, man. I mean, it's hard to believe that at one time the big shit back in the 50s, guys, was westerns. Westerns and B movies, Godzilla, Mothra, Earth versus the Fly, Earth versus the Flying Saucers. So when people say shit like, I didn't understand Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It was a 1950s B movie. I wish they had went with the original title. It was supposed to be Indiana Jones and the Saucermen from Mars. but George Lucas got scared because Steven Spielberg was bitching, right? About he didn't want aliens in it. But I was like, that's exactly where y'all should have went. That's it. This is me. I will defend Kingdom of the Crystal Skull to the end of the end of time. And now Dial of Destiny was so terrible that it proved me the fuck right. So, genres change. I think that sadly, Indiana Jones's time has passed, Marvel's time has passed. DC's gonna find out the hard way that nobody gives a fuck about what y'all doing because you alienated an entire audience by firing Henry Cavill, Gal Gadot, Ben Affleck, Zack Snyder, Walter Hamada, anybody that cared about that shit, y'all got rid of. So it is what it is, man. So now the new genre is avant-garde filmmaking. Like, I don't know if you follow movies, Sega Forever, but there's a studio called A24. They're fucking killing it, man. They're fucking. They made The Green Knight. They made this movie called Pearl. Their latest hit was this movie called Love Lies Bleeding. A24 is fucking killing it, and the reason why they're killing it is because they're not worried about making $1 billion. They're worried about getting the art back there. Movies were an art form once. Video games were an art form before everybody got caught up in just making the next God of War or making another remake of Resident Evil. So slowly but surely, with games like Harold Halibut, we're seeing art again. Remember we used to get art? Parappa the Rapper, Okami, which was Capcom's masterpiece, this hand-drawn game with like this tiger, and it was beautiful. I want video games to get back to being art and stop worrying about, we got to get the next hardware out there. Look, ain't nobody more excited about Unreal Engine 5 than me. If you got the Matrix demo, you've seen Unreal Engine 5. You know this shit is real. You know this shit is a quantum leap in graphics processing. But I still want to see you guys make art because it's only a matter of time, Sega Forever, before Treyarch and Call of Duty start saying, well, we need a new console. We can't run our shooters fast enough. Motherfucker, learn how to code. Learn how to shrink some files. There's no way you telling me you can't make a game on these consoles that's got 6 and 12. What the fuck Xbox got? Like 12 teraflops or some shit like that?
It's around 12, yeah.
Sega, man, that's unheard of. That's goddamn unheard of. Why would you need 12 teraflops in a fucking video game console? Unless you're going to make some shit we never seen before. And we're not going to see it because these developers don't know how, Sega, man. So hopefully Unreal Engine will show them the way, but I still want to see art. I just don't want to see graphics. I want to see art, guys. And I don't think we've seen it yet. Yeah, I love me a good Assassin's Creed. To this day, I maintain that the greatest game I ever played was Assassin's Creed Odyssey. That was only available because the power that the Xbox One had. The Xbox One had unlimited power that was untapped at 4 teraflops. It was untapped. Everybody's saying, well, that generation was tapped out. Prove it. You can't prove it. How was it tapped out? We had no signs it was tapped out. All we had was Call of Duty complaining, we can't run it at 4K and 60 FPS. Learn how to code, motherfuckers. Somehow WWE, as much problems as it has, they figure out how to get them wrestlers looking top quality, and every person in the audience in one of those WWE video games is made out of polygons. We talking about 20,000 fucking people in that game, man. We talking about 20,000 people in the audience in Madden, plus the 11 or 20, no, the 25 people on the field and the sidelines. If EA and Madden can figure that out, Sega Forever, you mean to tell me that Call of Duty can't figure out how to run their shit in 4K and 60 frames per second? Get the fuck out of here. It makes no sense. It's almost like Call of Duty is tricking these motherfuckers into making the next console so we can spend more money and keep buying their shit in perpetuity. So what I'm hoping is that now that Xbox and Microsoft owns Call of Duty, we'll only get Call of Duty every 3 years, and Microsoft could send their guys down and be like, look, it's obvious you guys don't know how to shrink files and code. We'll teach you because, damn, but it is what it is, man. Video gaming is just, it's weird because these guys, they always want better graphics, but we're not seeing art. we're not seeing art. I want to see more art. Yeah, Harold Halibut isn't that engaging as a game, but it's goddamn beautiful. Harold
I like
Halibut,
that game.
yeah, it just came out on Game Pass. It took forever to come out, Sega Man, because Hebot told me about it.
10 years.
Jesus Christ, it took forever for this guy to make this game. But it's beautiful. It's it's done with like puppets or some shit. Like
Stop motion.
Stop motion.
Yeah. God damn. And that's why it took forever. But I like the fact that this guy went there and took a risk, Sega Forever. I like that this guy said, I'm not gonna make any money off this shit. Then that's why he smartly put it on Game Pass. That dude was smart. He's like, I ain't gonna make no money off of this. Ain't nobody gonna buy this. PlayStation people ain't gonna buy Harold Halibut. It don't have it don't have my graphics. It don't have the motion capture. So what he did was he took that money and put it on Game Pass. So he's covered. Whatever he paid for Harold Halibut to make that game, he's covered. And it's gorgeous. I got to get back on it because don't ask me how it happened, but Fallout 4 has consumed my life these last few days.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to talk about that tonight, man, because I really like.
Oh yeah, Harold. I'm gonna let you get right to that right now. Harold Halibut, Sega Man, is more of what I want to see.
Yeah.
No, but is it real quick? Let me shout out the chat. Two Man's up in the house. 2 Man says, "What's up to everybody?" Hey, welcome, 2 Man, bro. Glad you're here. Let me see what he wrote. He was saying, "Bring back the Exile podcast."
We're working on it, man. We just got to figure out when we're going to do it, man. Right, Sega Man? The time's got to be right.
Yeah, we're going to
bring it back in March, but
we're going to bring it back.
Sega Man works, and I got a lot of stuff going on. We'll figure it out.
Yep, we're gonna get back. We're gonna get running again, man. We're gonna figure it out. Honestly, guys, we will.
I know that
the Exile's coming back. It's coming back.
I know you guys aren't as. I think I'm one of the only ones. Me and Hebot are probably the only two in our group that are still tuned in to what's going on social media. And I'm telling you, man, because of all the stuff going on right now in the Xbox community, man, we need you guys to come back. Honestly.
Yeah, the Exile's coming back, brother. It
look,
will.
You guys are. You know, I'm pretty mellow. I'm not one to exaggerate, but there is a level of malaise. I'll be nice. Malaise within the Xbox community right now.
Oh yeah.
With everything that's going on, and I mean that, E-Rock, in the sense of almost 2013 levels.
Wow, really? I don't follow social media anymore, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's good, and that's the same thing with Unlimited. The only reason I'm tuned in because I'm tuned into a lot of stuff besides gaming.
Yeah.
But I can tell you right now, dude. That's why I was talking to Unlimited, man. Because look, some of my biggest numbers is when you guys are on the podcast, but especially when Unlimited's on, right? Because a lot of those guys, man, we cross pollinate. A lot of the guys that are here in this group will watch everybody else's stuff.
That was the whole idea of the Exile podcast. Yes. The whole idea of Mr. 100's podcast, and we were trying to get New Legal in there so that we can cross pollinate. Because I'm not trying to get racial, or everybody claims I'm a racist. I'm not. That's what the white boys do. They cross pollinate. And they grow. Mr. Boomstick cross pollinated with Jez Corden, and they cross pollinate with Colt Eastwood, and they help each other out and help each other grow. It was nobody out here helping Sega Man grow. It was nobody out here helping Unlimited Production grow. It shouldn't have took him forever to make it to 2,000 subs. It shouldn't take Sega Man forever to make it to 1,000. It shouldn't have took me forever to make it to 1,200 subs when I had a YouTube channel. It shouldn't be taking you forever to grow. I mean, these white boys somehow figure out a way to come in and do it the fuck overnight because they cross-pollinate. I'm gonna just say it, the black dudes in our community don't help each other out. The white dudes ain't gonna help us the fuck out. I'm just keeping it a buck, man. I hate if the message sounds harsh, Sega Man, it's because it's the fuck true. The white boys ain't gonna help us out. You know, if they do anything, they'll do like Oh No, It's Alex did, or one of his boys did, and use my video to tear it apart, right? Instead of saying, yo, I don't agree with this dude, E-Rock, or I don't agree with Sega Man, or I don't agree with Sega Forever, but subscribe to his channel anyway, and we can disagree together, right? They don't do shit like that. So the black guys like K Mega, we should be helping each other out, but we don't do that. It is what it is. And so that's why, in a way, I'm kind of glad I'm done with YouTube, I'll rock with you guys. Sega Man Unlimited, Hebot. But I mean, for the most part, man, I just use YouTube to watch videos. But man, fuck YouTube. Fuck the gaming community. Like, guys, I know, damn, that's fucked up, man. Really? Like, not fuck the audience who tunes into our podcast, because I love all of them guys, and I love everybody that supports me. But the black YouTubers, Sega Forever, we don't help each other. And you being Asia Pacific, you brown too. You a person of color too. We should be lifting you up, man. So if I got to get my tired ass up at 12 o'clock at night and help out Sega Forever, I'm going to do that. Because he helped me up. He helped lift me up, man. But we don't do what you do, Sega Man. We don't do what you do, Sega Forever. The whole point of the Exile podcast was to get y'all voices the fuck out there. That was the whole point of this shit. It wasn't to get me over. Shit, well, I only had fucking 1,200 subs. It was to get y'all voices out there. And, we don't do that. K Mega don't help this person. Kid Smooth over there rocking in his corner with his crew. His crew don't do nothing to bring anybody in. Because you know what it is? Everybody's afraid that somebody going to fucking shine. Sega Forever.
Exactly.
Everybody's afraid that this dude, Unlimited Production, or Sega Forever, or E-Rock X, he might be more entertaining than me. So I can't have him on here. Or he might say something controversial. I can't. I gotta be neutral, or else I'm gonna get the Nintendo crowd mad. Or I gotta be neutral, or I'm gonna get the PlayStation fans mad. Why are you concerned about that, K Mega? The PlayStation fans and the Nintendo fans don't give a fuck about saying whatever they're gonna say about Sega Man or Xbox. So why should we give a fuck about saying what we're gonna say about them? Man, fuck these clowns, dude. I'm 54, 55 years old, man. I got a life going on. I don't need this shit no more. But if I can rock with you guys and talk gaming and entertainment and movies and film and cinema and Xbox, I'm all about that. But I don't pine getting on these podcasts no more like I used to, man. I was gassed as hell in 2014 when Kid Smooth called me. And I'll always be grateful for Kid Smooth getting me out there. But it was then that I noticed that YouTube was fucking weird, man. We had one chick, Bella Ross, didn't like what I said about this. Another dude didn't want to do this. One dude didn't want to work with this cat. This dude was mad at this guy because he said something about this dude. One man is another man's father. I said, man, fuck all this shit is corny, dude. This shit is lame. I'm doing a show with Sega Man and Hebot. We got some crazy ass white dude from the Appalachian Mountains named It's So Real mad at us. Like, nigga, who the fuck are you? Where did you come from? First of all, comb your hair, clean that fucking couch of yours with Cheetos in it and cum stains. Like, what? Where do these people come from? You guys are Xbots. And I have yet to ever go to, on Instagram, a Marvel channel. I have yet to, when I was on YouTube, ever go to a Marvel YouTube channel and be like, hey, Marvel sucks. I don't care if you watch Marvel. Marvel's dead anyway now. I don't care if you play PlayStation. I don't care what you do. Why, Sega Man, did they care about what we did for so long? Can anybody explain that shit?
Yeah. 100%, dude. But the thing about it is, dude, I think we can't be that way anyway, just because the way we are. It's just the way we are. We can't go along to get along, dude. We're all very opinionated. Come on, you and 100, man, had a slugfest over Halo on this channel, man, and that lasted for like an hour. But at the end of the day, right? We shake hands, we do the podcast.
And afterwards, we gave each other some love and kept it moving. We had words about what did we have words about one time? Was it? I forgot what the fuck it was about.
It was about a game, right? Some game or something like that?
It was about that motherfucker James Gunn taking over DC.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He felt Sega. 100 felt that the DC universe needed a reboot, and I said that DC didn't need a reboot. It needed a retooling, and we disagreed on that because it did need it, like Xbox. Xbox didn't need a reboot; it needed a retooling. WWE didn't need a reboot; it needed a retooling. They needed to get Vince McMahon the fuck out of here there and his old ass, outdated ideas on how to book a wrestling show. And look, who knew the nigga was raping bitches? That's a whole nother story. But
that's a whole other podcast.
Yeah, that's a whole nother fucking bag of worms. Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry, AEW, All Elite Wrestling, needs a retooling.
Yeah.
They need to get the young bucks. They need to get the young bucks. That motherfucker Jack Perry and Tony Khan need to get off of TV, get off of Twitter. It needs a retooling, and once they retool it, you'll see how much better the product is. Netflix at one time needed a retooling. Netflix used to mail you out DVDs, and they said, "Yo, not only is this shit getting expensive, because motherfuckers kept their DVDs and said, fuck them, right?" So Netflix was like, you know what? We got to put an end to this shit. They retooled and they adopted this shit called streaming. And now look, everybody's racing to catch up, but they can't catch up. They ain't never gonna catch up.
It's too late.
DC needed a retool. What was working was Zack Snyder's shit. Zack Snyder's produced movies was the most profitable. It was the most money they made. It was only when they got rid of Zack Snyder, and you can fact check this shit, was when DC started flopping. Once they got rid of Zack Snyder and his vision, they started fucking flopping, right? So Marvel, once they stopped making movies that was about the MCU and about heroism and Captain America and Iron Man, it seemed like once you forgot what you was doing and started focusing on comedy, it was bad enough you was focusing on comedy and stupid ass jokes since 2015. But when 2019 and 18 came and your focus was on diversity, people of different diversity and women and empower women. Once you pivoted in the wrong direction, your shit started flopping. But Kathleen Kennedy and Kevin Feige, they not gonna listen to nobody. They think it's okay to waste billions of dollars and lose Disney billions of dollars. And I'm glad that company is tanking. But you know, DC didn't need a reboot. It needed a repivot. It needed to be restructured. What's not working? Sega Man, Sega Forever. Let's not do that. We didn't need a sequel to Shazam. I'm sorry, Dwayne, I love you, but we didn't need Black Adam. We didn't need a Blue Beetle. We didn't need all of that shit. What we needed was to do a sequel to Man of Steel. That's what the fuck everybody was asking for. What we needed was Zack Snyder left the door open for Darkseid's Invasion, who was the big baddie in DC. They said, fuck all that. So now James Gunn is thinking, well, I'm going to reboot Superman, E-Rock, and I want you to be invested. I don't give a fuck that you reboot. I don't care no more. I'll go see Joker 2 because Joker 2 looks good. I'll go see the next Batman movie, but I don't give a fuck that you trying to catch lightning in a bottle and recapture whatever Christopher Reeve did back in 1978. I love Superman the movie. I love Christopher Reeve. Superman the movie is one of the greatest, if not the greatest superhero movie of all time. But this ain't 1978 where Christopher Reeve rescued a cat from a fucking tree. This is not that. And Zack Snyder knew that, which is why he made his Superman a science fiction movie. And now I go on YouTube and I see all these channels. Hey man, Man of Steel was a masterpiece. Why didn't anybody tell me? Hey man, this Batman vs Superman. You seen the videos? Tell me if I'm wrong. Yo man, Batman vs Superman is awesome. Yo man, Justice League, the Zack Snyder version is Wonder Woman is awesome. Yo man, fuck you. We told y'all this 8, 9, 10 years ago. This shit was awesome. No, y'all was all up Marvel's ass. DC should be more like Marvel. It should have more jokes. It should have more. This is America's ass. I just said, you know what? Whatever, man. Whatever. So now this guy James Gunn, who has not made a dime for DC, okay. Suicide Squad may have been good, but it was a fucking flop. Right? Is somebody trying to fucking light up some cocaine? What's going on in the background?
I think Sega Man's throwing down.
Sega Forever. Can you honestly? I'm just asking. I don't know if you were ever in a DC. Tell the truth. You don't give a fuck. Why would you reinvest in a company, Warner Brothers, who told you to go fuck off? That's how we feel.
I think the funniest thing that happened was I got a lot of heat for this because I do love James Gunn. But I would not put him at the head of
Yo, not to cut you off, Guardians of the Galaxy was awesome. The first one. I liked
but that's not Superman.
I liked his Suicide Squad. I think James Gunn is a good guy. Yeah. I just think that he's not the guy that should be in charge of DC. The guy that should have been in charge of DC was Zack Snyder or this Asian guy named Jim Lee, who actually works for DC Comics. because he genuinely gets it. Oh hell, you could have put Bruce Timm in charge of that shit. Bruce Timm, who does all the animated shit.
Yeah.
James Gunn has a very weird sense of humor. He has very weird sensibilities, and we've already seen that Marvel doesn't work in DC. They tried it before. It was called Joss Whedon's Justice League, and it did not work. The two, they mix like oil and water. DC is supposed to be serious, right? DC, I'm actually going to try to watch. They got this animated shit called Crisis. I want to check that out, and I kind of wish I had this Disney now because I want to see that X-Men '97 looks great. But but hey man, you seen it, so you would know. I would listen to your opinion. But here's the thing, man. I don't trust James Gunn to run an entire fucking department. Like I just don't. But it is what it is. Me and Mr. 100 arguing about that shit was so useless. It's such a waste of energy because I learned the hard way. These companies, they're going to do what they want to do anyway. As much as we complain about Kathleen Kennedy and how she destroyed Star Wars and Indiana Jones, she's moving right along with her head to give us a Rey Star Wars movie that nobody asked for.
She's still destroying it, man. She nonstop. But let me say this about James Gunn, dude. I got a lot of flack because I mean I am on the Marvel side, right? And I do love James Gunn's work.
Yeah, respect.
I'm not talking just Marvel, dude. Like, you know, his prior stuff that he did. But like you said, man, it's kind of like Taika Waititi. They have a specific style about them, right? And sometimes it works and sometimes it don't. So one of the things I said was I could see him doing some of the off, like a Dead Man, you know, something like that, something like Jonah Hex maybe. But I said this, I was like, yeah, but I don't think he'd be good. I don't think he'd be good for like the greater DC universe, right? And then, dude, these Marvel guys are coming after me. But it's all good, man, because on the Marvel side, the irony, I've said this before, I'll say it again. The irony of everything that's happening on the Marvel, because I used to go tooth and nail with the cinematic fans, right? Because Marvel built this bubble of cinematic fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who don't know nothing about the comic books, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, so I used to argue with these guys all the time, and it's funny because they've been around for 10 years, dude. So they built canon. Okay, this is the irony of it. They built canon with the Marvel. I'm from the Marvel Comics universe. These dudes are Marvel Cinematic Universe. But what Marvel did, they built this canon, and it's come back to bite them in the ass because they've got 10 years of people that like Iron Man, Thor, right, Captain America, and they have all this stuff that's coming out now. And like you said, E-Rock, they banged hard left on a lot of their content. And so the people that are fighting them the most or turning on them right now is the fans that they built that bubble around. And so to me, you know, I call it a sweet justice or karma.
Right. It's the ultimate irony. Like you spent 10 years building a universe, and this has nothing to do with Marvel or Kevin Feige, but Disney was always behind the scenes, you know, working the angles so that every Marvel movie can get a good review, so that they could fudge the box office numbers. And it's only coming out now that a lot of those movies didn't make the money they said they made. But the thing was that y'all kept this shit going for so long, Sega Forever, that you had to bring in new people. You had to, because you had worn out fucking Robert Downey Jr. You had worn out Chris Evans as Captain America, even though they're beloved characters. Taika Waititi fucking self-sabotaged Thor. Kevin Feige and them directors self-sabotaged the Hulk. So they had to bring in new people. You know, it was unfortunate that the Black Panther dude died. So they had to pivot. But Chadwick Boseman, they're very good, Sega Man. But there were plenty of other A-list characters you could have brung in, but you brought in these fucking D-listers. And the reason why they brought in these D-listers was because they got lucky because of those critics being in Disney's pocket, and they made Ant-Man work. They got very lucky in 2014 and made Guardians of the Galaxy work. This team nobody ever fucking heard of, right? And it worked not because who the fuck knew who the fuck Star-Lord and them was, except for modern Marvel geeks. I actually thought it was the old Guardians of the Galaxy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know
it worked because it was a type of movie doing. That's why it worked.
Well, hold on, hold on. It worked because let's give James Gunn credit. He made a good movie. I'm going on credit to say out of the 30, what is it? Hold on, E-Rock, get this shit right. Out of the 30 out of the 30 movies Marvel made, only 7 or 8 of them was any fucking good. Only 7 or 8 of them was any good. And one of them was Guardians of the Galaxy. And Guardians of the Galaxy was good because it was literally Star Wars for a new generation. But here's the thing, right? Because you made Guardians of the Galaxy work, You could not make a girl Black Panther work. You weren't going to make fucking Eternals work. You weren't going to make Shang-Chi work. You weren't going to make Doctor Strange work. And instead of them realizing they made a mistake with the Marvels, they're doubling down. So I understand they had to pivot and bring in new people, but it's the people that you brought in. So I'm not going to sit here and shed a tear for Marvel. I'm glad that shit.
You know what? You know what's Marvel's greatest movies, E-Rock? The ones that nobody talks about: Punisher, Warzone, Dread, Blade, Blade 2. Those are and Winter Soldier for sure.
He about give us a list from the MCU because that's really what when you talk about Marvel, that's what the modern audience talks about.
Yeah, because they're not real Marvel fans. The whole point is those are Marvel movies. I don't give a fuck if people want to put it in one segment where line. Oh, these are the MCU. No, fuck you, Marvel movies. Okay,
because you know
Punisher, Warzone, and fucking goddamn Blade and Blade 2 are masterpieces. They're not great movies, they're masterpieces.
Mm-hmm. I'm not arguing with you, nigga.
I don't listen when they say that shit. Oh, the Marvel MCU. I don't give a fuck about the MCU.
But you do know, guys, when the modern audience, Unlimited Production talks about DC, they're talking about the fact that DC been around. The DC got out first back in 1978. They're talking about 2013. That's all they can say. In fact, the modern audience and Marvel fans, they want to forget that The Dark Knight exists because there will never be a movie made now or ever that ever touches The Dark Knight. I know everybody's sick of hearing that shit, but I don't even need to watch The Dark Knight again to tell you that's just a masterpiece. It's a fucking masterpiece. But
I mean, this guy did a fantastic job and came real close with the new Batman, the one with the guy from Twilight. That one was pretty fucking fantastic.
That movie is fantastic.
Because, that cinematography was unbelievable.
Fantastic.
Hey, I'm not gonna argue with y'all on that. The cinematography was awesome, but The Dark Knight it's almost
the Dark Knight punctured pop culture in a way that no superhero movie did, especially at the time. Just go back to 2008. Who wasn't quoting that movie? Hell, we still see it casually quoted now. The hero, you live long enough to become a die hero, long enough to become a villain, and all this other stuff, and all the other philosophies from that.
Well, The Dark Knight, what it did, it transcended comic book movies to be taken as actual artistry and actual real cinema. That's what The Dark Knight cemented with Nolan. That's what it did. Because even though we have Blade that did that, Blade was still kind of, popcorn, right? Same thing like other things before it. But what Dark Knight did, it brought actual real acting like to a high standard with characters that were supposed to be goofballs in a comic book, right? Let's just say, right? But made them in a really high standard. Because when you look at the Tim Burton stuff, it was great for the time it came out, but that's all silly shit. It's silly. It's like little kid shit still to this day. Even though he killed, but it was still kind of tongue in cheek and kind of popcorn, right?
Michelle Pfeiffer was hot in Batman too.
Right. But what Dark Knight did was it cemented comic movies as a serious cinematic format and medium that you can do in cinematic form, where it's to the caliber of getting Oscars and things of that nature. That's what it's kind of like what the Sixth Sense did for horror movies. When M. Night Shyamalan's Sixth Sense came out, it completely transcended the horror genre forever.
Nobody saw that shit coming. Nobody saw that shit coming.
Nobody. Because then after that, we had things like Saw, and even now to this day, when you watch movies, right? I just watched a movie that was absolutely incredible, which was the Devil, the Discussion with the Devil. It's a movie with the guy that is a game show.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
he's a night TV show host, and he brings in a Halloween special. He brings in a couple of people that have to do with Halloween theme. Like he brings a person that reads people's like he talks to people that are dead and ghosts supposedly. The other one is, I forgot what the other one is. Then he brings this lady that was doing an exorcism on a girl that was possessed by this character, right? This Satan, this demonic character. The way that movie was filmed is absolutely incredible because it gives us such a real, like you're watching a Tonight Show in real time, and all these events take place, and it completely feels real and grounded. And again, they don't award Oscars to horror movies, which I think is criminal because again, the genre is no longer popcorn or cheesy or mindless slashing, teenagers having sex somewhere. You get what I'm saying? Because that's how they always try to stereotype it. Horror movies right now, like Hereditary or things like Barbarian, these are movies that are in this caliber of getting, awards for best actor, for best picture, for best cinematography. It's the same thing, but
you know what happened?
Yeah,
you know what happened? What happened was a couple of years ago. I'll go as far back as the early 2000s, going into the late 2000s. You had movies like Pirates of the Caribbean and the Harry Potter movies cracked 600 million. Then something happened in 2008, and The Dark Knight made $1 billion, right? And so every studio, including Disney, with the first Avengers movie, that was the goal: make $1 billion. We gotta get $1 billion. And something happened.
They could do it, we could do it. That was the mentality. They could do it, we could do it.
Something happened over at Warner Brothers, and that became their goal, was to fucking chase Disney. Never mind the fact that they cracked $1 billion first. Their goal now was to chase Disney and try to get $1 billion. So as Warner Brothers, after Zack Snyder left, and Disney were destroying cinema, this studio called A24 came out of nowhere and started turning movies into art again, right?
Oh, yes.
They started turning movies into art. And then this dude named Todd Phillips, who directed The Hangover, he had this crazy idea to turn the Joker into Taxi Driver. And everybody's like, what the fuck? People are discovering that movies can be more than just, this is America's ass. And hey, that's the guy I work with at work. That's the Hulk. Movies can be more than this stupid fucking shit, right? So A24 with The Green Knight and this new movie with Kristen Stewart called try to, if you can, see this movie called Love Lies Bleeding. It's really fucking weird, right? I mean, it's got lesbians in it, but just get past that for a second. This is
talking about the one with the girl from I already saw it the other day with Billy Bob Thornton and the girl from fucking Twilight. Is that the one you're talking about?
Well, yeah, it's the girl from Twilight, and this she looks like she's Asian or Hawaiian. But anyway, the movie's really good, and you don't know where it's going to go. And I think now with the Batman and Love Lies Bleeding, they're making an emphasis on cinematography and storytelling again, which is that's a good thing. I'm so glad that Disney has been such a train wreck lately that people are making art again. And sometimes when you make art, Hebot, you're not gonna make $1 billion. You might not even make 300 million. But I'm glad the art is back because movies are in a bad place. Everybody's saying that cinema is dying. Cinema's not dead. It just pivoted, which gets back to
they're chasing dollars instead of chasing the art. That is the problem. They're chasing dollars and not the art form, which they're forgetting, right? And that's where the problem comes in. And then, you clearly can see all the fakes because everybody, oh yeah, I like this, I like that, but they don't know how to reference anything. Then when you tell them something, they try to act like you're the one that's stupid. No, listen, it's like with games now, right? Everybody complaining, oh, why are you making a big deal about the censorship in Stellar Blade? Well, motherfucker, because there's a fucking thing called the EASRB rating system. That's there for a reason. That's there because Sega pushed it back in the Genesis era when they were trying to.
Didn't Mortal Kombat call that shit?
Yeah, Mortal Kombat. And then Sega went to court and fought and said, no, these games are for mature audiences and we need to do a rating system because adults are buying these games. They don't need to be censored. Right? But then they want to pander to censor shit now just because it's a game on Sony, right? But yet they didn't have no problem with Abby from Last of Us getting fucking doggy style with her transsexual ass, right?
Wow.
And put it on cinema. Like, what? The double standards. What the fuck? So because Neil Druckmann is your fucking fuck boy or your fucking $1 million seller, right? That's why you can leave it there, but you gotta censor something. No, get the fuck out of here. Anybody that's out there saying, well, this is not a big deal, go fuck yourself. You're a fucking weak bitch, okay? Because that shit is bullshit. We don't need censorship the same way we don't need nobody telling us what we can play, what we cannot play, and all that other bullshit. That's why I said I don't want Microsoft doing that shit too. They do it, they can go fuck themselves too. Because I'm not gonna have money I'm paying and selling out, and you're telling me what the fuck to do or what the fuck I can play or how I can play it. That's not how that fucking works. Fuck you. No, that's not how that works.
It's bad enough that we got this company now, which they've been around for a while. I didn't know this was a real thing. Sweet Baby Inc. They are a video game consulting company who Sega Forever, all the companies are going to learn and figure out how to put
instead of hiring black people, they go to them to how do we write black folks?
Unlimited production. Is it called DEY or the diversity and inclusion? They're going to that company. Yeah, thank you, Sega Forever. They're trying to go. This company exists to talk to video game companies and put diversity and inclusion in games, and that's how you got Spider-Man.
Yo, shout out to Sweet Baby Inc. for not knowing what the Puerto Rican flag looked like.
Jesus Christ!
Got Cubans everywhere upset. Hey man, the fuck is this, man?
That's just one of many things. One of many things.
And I'm just hoping that Xbox, with their games, since they are in control of their studios, even though they give their anonymity, I'm really hoping that they don't cave into all of this shit. Because
they won't cave into it, E-Rock, because they're already there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, because Microsoft is like that. But the difference between Microsoft and what's going on is that they've always kind of been this way. You know, they're a corporate company. They're international. Yeah. So a lot of their stuff stems from, they do have a lot of inclusion in their stuff. They're just not as heavy-handed. I did a video because I was getting a lot of flack from people in my circles because they're like, why aren't you calling out Microsoft? And I'm like, number one, bro, none of you guys rock Xbox. I understand. I respect for you. Like I told these guys this. I'm like, I respect you guys but I follow you guys for entertainment stuff. Now, if you guys are going to come at video game stuff, which none of you guys do, and you're going to come to me about Xbox, you're coming to the wrong dude. Because I already know everything I need to know about Xbox. The only reason I still rock out with them, if this bothered me, is I would walk away. But it doesn't because they're not heavy-handed with it. Look, dude,
you don't have no characters on an Xbox game getting fucked in the ass by a transsexual. No, you don't have
but just real quick, that's what I mean. They have their set standard, right? Like you're never gonna get Standard Blade on Xbox, right? Because when Standard Blade came out, then they came out with this memorandum saying, "Hey guys, to their creative teams and stuff like that. When we want to make women, we want to make women a little bit. They don't want them to be over exaggerated." It's basically what they're saying. So they have their levels. Don't get me wrong. And I guess this is my month, right? Is it my month? Asian Pacific Islander month, right? This is my month, right? So they was like right on it. Like the day of, they're on there. They're like, hey, let's celebrate Asian Pacific Islanders and what the contributions we made to society and all this kind of stuff, right? And that's what they do. That's the kind of stuff they do. So Microsoft's already there. They're just with DEI, man. That the problem people have with DEI is they're actually going in and trying to change stuff, and they're trying to like Hebot's saying, dude. Like it's not just about let's if you're like so we'll take science fiction for example, right? A lot of reasons why people don't have problem with sci-fi is because you already have aliens in there, right? People that look like they're other than human. Right. And so what happens is you already have like some kind of weird diversity going on in that kind of stuff, right? But you have diversity, but these guys come and they make it weird. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the problem a lot of people are having. For me personally, E-Rock, and I know you can attest to this, one of the problems I have with this stuff is it takes me out of it. Right? I like to escape this. I'm old school, man. I like escapism. Like when I go to watch movies.
That's the whole point of games, is to be escape. It's to escape. We don't need narrative of politics or anything like that being fucking pushed down our throats. We don't.
So when there's stuff in there, it takes me out of the stuff. So what I do right now, E-Rock, is I just walk away. And that's what I did with Marvel because Marvel was doing that. One of the things you forgot to mention why they're suffering is none of their people have talent. That's a big thing, and that's what pisses me off because a lot of them are using DEI as a shield. It's what they're doing is they're actually hurting the cause because there I see that there needs to be diversity. You want diversity if you want to want to make the soup better, right? You want to go to areas that you've never been before that you can add to your product, add to your narrative, whatever you're trying to do. But what these guys are, man, is when I look at them, dude, these guys can't write. Most of these dudes never read anything that, like, when we were growing up, dude, we had to read books, dude. We didn't have phones and crap like that. We was old school, man. You had to use the index card thing at the library, right? We couldn't pull stuff.
They don't even know how to use an index card. They don't even know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, so when you look at these guys, I look at my daughter and I try, but she loves to read, so that's good. But a lot of people from this generation, man, they've never read any type of classics. They don't know who the Three Musketeers are. You know what I'm saying? And then you put a script, and then they come up with a script where they gotta do like action adventure. What do you think they're gonna come up with, man? Just what they're inundated every day. Usually something gay, usually something.
The first problem is that the people that are writing have been writing these Marvel movies and whoever wrote the Eternals, whoever came up with the Eternals, right? They never read the fucking comic book. They don't know they don't know who Jack Kirby is. They had to change Icarus. They had to change. Everybody had to be changed. It was all about diversity, and one guy has to be gay. Like, one of the successes of the Fallout TV series on Amazon Prime is, first of all, it pushes two heterosexual relationships. I know people are having a fit about that. And another thing is there is a transgender person in it, but it's never mentioned. It's never mentioned, and they never beat you over the head with it. And it was
Halo, they got a flag, and then they try to make them badass fighting in the war afterwards. Like, what the fuck is this clownery?
But Fallout was about, we got to write a good story, and we got to get this universe right. Because if we don't get this universe right, the fans of this game these motherfuckers are legion, these fucking nerds. That's what they say. They're going to tear us apart. So instead of thinking like that, the producers they went to Todd Howard, of course, and Todd Howard oversaw this shit, and that's why Fallout was so good. You had no oversight of Eternals. You had no oversight of the Marvels. All it was about was, we got to get representation of this woman of color. There's an Asian woman in there, Kamala Khan. We got to get that in. What about the fucking story? What about this? It's bad enough the first Captain Marvel was shit. Well, it made $1 billion. It made $1 billion because it was wedged in between two fucking Avengers movies.
Did it really make that much?
Yeah,
it made $1 billion. Yeah.
Whoa. That's what gave them the green light to move forward unlimited.
This was back when Marvel. This was back when Marvel could do no wrong. When I was telling everybody these movies were fucking shit, but it didn't matter because you had YouTubers like Grace Randolph and John Campea coming out of the fire saying,
they suck on everything Marvel.
Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings is the greatest Marvel movie ever. And I'm like, wait a minute. Better than Captain America: The Winter Soldier? Better than Guardians of the Galaxy?
No way.
Okay, yeah, all right, dude. Like, I don't know what Disney's paying you, but it must be fucking substantial for you to sell out like that. But I mean, it is what it is. There was no oversight over at DC. Like, somebody should have said, listen, Andy Samberg, we're not going to do a Shazam 2. And if we are, we're going to release it on streaming. We're not going to do Blue Beetle, but it has a Latino in it. Yeah, I understand that, but I don't care if it has a Latino or a black in it. We need to make less DC films, and we should have put all of our muscle behind Aquaman 2 and The Flash, and we shouldn't have had James Gunn going in front of the public saying, "Well, yeah, we're rebooting DC, so our 2 movies that are coming out this year, they don't count." Like, what a wonderful job! Great. Yeah. Right? What a way to
all they had to say was that it's a multiverse and things exist at the same time.
Thank you.
Aquaman 2 has so much potential, bro, and they fucking did that comedy bullshit and fucked it up.
Oh no, did they?
Yeah, the movie's good in a lot of ways with a lot of things, but Momoa acts like the silly, retarded Momoa that you see in daily life. Woo! All that stupid shit every 5 seconds. Like that stupid. Okay. And he wasn't like that in Aquaman 1. He wasn't like that in the Zack Snyder's Justice League. He was Aquaman. You see what I'm saying? And he did a good job.
You guys want to hear a story?
Uh-oh. Here we go.
So
here we go. Here we go. It's coming.
Yeah, so it was interesting, man, because so my family, so my sister knows his cousin, him and the cousin are real tight. So every time he comes back to Hawaii, man, he hangs out with them. So my sister was there too, hanging out with
Mm-hmm.
him, and she said, man, he was burnt out. Normally, like he's a happy-go-lucky guy. What you kind of see with him when like how you saying
Yeah,
that
yeah,
part.
yeah. He's always good spirited. Yeah, good spirited. Yeah. Mhm.
I remember my sister said something like he came to the table, man. There's all these people's around. He's a Hollywood type now, right? And then he's just like, man, when the F is all this stuff over?
Yeah,
So
he's burnt out. Yeah, he's
he,
burnt out, man.
and
It's like, I don't know how Dwayne Johnson keeps his fucking schedule. I don't know what the fuck
Yeah, that
drugs he's
motherfucker.
on.
I don't know. He's on some other shit.
Dude,
Boy,
take a
shit.
break. You don't have to work every day for all of us. Please, it's okay to take a break. It's okay to fucking like. I'm sure Vince McMahon finally settled down somewhere and ate a hot dog. This dude, Vince McMahon, used to literally work every day since 1980 fucking three to fucking the day they fired his ass. There's these people out there that are like workaholics. Dwayne Johnson is one of them. Like these
Yeah, no,
motherfuckers don't
this
stop.
man was busy fucking raping girls. That's probably why he like going over.
Yeah, yeah. And so now he can get a respite. Like Jason Momoa was probably burnt out because it's hard keeping that schedule up.
Some people are workaholics, man, and
right.
they genuinely love getting up every day. I work with workaholics, and I can't keep up with the motherfuckers. And I was like, shit, I see how you got that race before me types, and I'm not gonna lie. I was like, shit, I love my job, and I ain't that married to this shit. Some people, man, they leave.
Some people are just built that way, man.
Yeah, man, and that's probably how the Rock and Vince and some of them dudes are, man. Where that's their life, that's their lifeblood right there. So they don't mind. So
they just, all it is they just worry about status. That's it. They just want status. They don't care about nothing else. There's more to life than just that. Oh fuck, than just work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean, obvious. We need work.
The Rock, like I've heard The Rock talk about it, man, and he's talking about his childhood, how he grew up, but it's his dad, bro. It's Rocky Johnson, man. His dad kind of instilled that in him because he saw what his dad had to do. Because back then, me and E-Rock was talking about this before, man. But Rocky Johnson, dude, like his father, dude, he was that dude was the man. I love Rocky Johnson. And and so he comes from that era, dude, and he remembers, man, what his dad had to struggle to go through, man. Because back then, if he wasn't the main card, and even if he was, dude, he wasn't making that kind of big bucks.
Yeah. But
So
the thing about
he lived it all. He saw it. He lived it all. So
the thing about Dwayne Johnson is he really well. I mean, he's got so many things going on, man. He's got the tequila. He's got the USFL, which is a football league, the XFL, and some other shit.
I went to Houston Rough Games.
Okay.
Roughneck game last weekend.
That's what's up.
It was all right.
He's also WWE and UFC also, right? That's all of those.
Yeah. I will say what he's on the board of this shit called TKO, and that's the company that owns WWE. Now, I will say one thing: Dwayne Johnson did. Everybody was bitching about him coming back to WWE this year, but WrestleMania 40 wouldn't have happened without. It would have happened, but it wouldn't have been as good without him. It's amazing to me that at 50, this motherfucker was able to invent a new fucking character, and this shit was awesome. So you got to give the hats off. I saw YouTube is a lot of negative people. Oh man, the only reason why Dwayne Johnson came back to WWE is because his Hollywood career failed. Do you know how much money this motherfucker made?
No, but that's good, Rob. But because you know what they do, that's why he's a consummate showman. Because he took that and he flipped it, man. I saw this interview Triple H did, and Triple H was talking about the whole Cody thing, right? Because Rock was going to come back.
It's the same thing with Xbox.
Yeah. So what happened was, the thing was supposed to be with Cody, but with The Rock, and then people responded negatively to it. So what happened was that the night of, so he goes and calls Triple H and he says, "Hey man, what if we flip this and I become the heel?" So that's how all that kicked off.
Who the fuck knew that while everybody was complaining about Cody not being in the main event of WrestleMania 40, the Rock and Triple H was cooking? They said, "Yo, motherfuckers, let us cook." Because, I mean, they turned that shit around, man. This was like the most profitable. I'm so proud. That was the most profitable WrestleMania ever. Yeah. And it was because that shit could have went all kinds of sideways for them coming to Philadelphia, coming to an outdoor stadium. It could have went all kinds of, because I don't know if you guys know about the East Coast, but our weather is unpredictable in April. But they got lucky and had no rain. But, it's all good, man. And again, like I said earlier, WWE, Netflix, and Xbox are an example of companies that pivoted and intelligently pivoted, and now they're benefiting, man. And they're going to have their haters, but don't hate them. Just PlayStation, step your game up. AEW, step your game up. All you other streaming services, step your game up. Like everybody talking shit about, I haven't seen Rebel Moon Part 2. I like Rebel Moon Part 1 by Zack Snyder. Rebel Moon Part 2 was like the second or third or fifth most watched thing on Netflix. All these YouTubers are, oh, Rebel Moon sucks. Rebel Moon was so bad it gave me cancer. Like, you think Netflix gives a fuck about your assessment?
They hate every Zack Snyder movie. They always do that.
Zack Snyder, I don't know if you realize this. Zack Snyder is one of them directors. He got that permanent hate crowds of E-Rock where
every time,
no matter what, I kid you not, no matter what he does, the dude could come out and say, "Hey guys, I found the cure for cancer," and the haters would be upset he didn't cure AIDS.
Just like James Gunn can do anything, and and it's completely sucks, and people be like, "Oh, it's good." It's the same thing, vice versa. You know when James Gunn was good? When he did Slither. That's when James Gunn was good.
He kind of caught lightning in a bottle with Guardians of the Galaxy. I still say that Guardians of the Galaxy is one of those 7 Marvel movies that I said was actually great.
That's because he's a fan though too. So one of the great things that he did with Guardians of the Galaxy is he set the standard for what 70s cosmic Marvel was.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
It wasn't a hard transition for him because he understood that. But then but this is why I have a problem with when he's going to take over for DC, right? Because he doesn't have. I've always said this, man. DC were always the Olympic gods, right? And Marvel was always on the lower. We were the demigod level, right? So he has
that's a great analogy. Yeah.
Well, because I was always on the bottom, right? When we was coming up, people don't realize like how big. I know this because I hated you guys. I hated you guys with a passion. You had Superman, you had Batman, you had Wonder Woman, you had the Trinity, right? And all your other characters. Nobody knew most of our characters. All they knew was Spider-Man and Hulk. That's it. That's the only 2 characters most people knew.
The biggest complaint I've heard over the years about Superman is who really is one of the most compelling characters in comic books and in movies, because he's basically a god and he can take over. He could say fuck us and be our ruler, but the only thing that stops him from doing that is his rocket ship could have landed anywhere, but it landed in fucking Kansas.
Yes.
It landed in the fucking Christian heartland. So he went to church every Sunday and watched the Kansas City Royals play baseball. Well, Superman's a god. How do you write for him? You bring him the fuck down. You either give him somebody he can't beat, like Darkseid or Mongol or the Anti-Monitor, or you bring him down to earth like Zack Snyder did and say, well, this guy, he's on his first day of work. He don't even really want to be a hero. This is what his fathers want, right? What does he want to be? And if he does come here, Superman comes here today, half the people on the planet aren't going to trust him. Why you get to fly? Why do you get to have all the power? Who were you to have these fucking interventions? Who told you to save those people from that motherfucking caving in building last week? That's what the police department are for. The other half of the world is going to be like, nigga, you didn't get here fast enough to save my mom from that fire. You suck. And so Zack Snyder was like, I want to focus on that. I want to bring Superman down to earth. And more importantly than that, I want to give him an opponent that's smarter than him in Bruce Wayne. And so, like, it still bugs me to this day that people don't understand Batman vs Superman. They still don't understand Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, because they had in their mind unlimited production what they wanted these movies to be. They had in their mind what they wanted Indiana Jones to be. They have in their mind what they want Marvel or DC to be. And sometimes you got to let these writers cook and see what happens. And sometimes you get magic. Sometimes you don't. Well, E-Rock, aren't you a hypocrite? Aren't you wanting Doctor Who to be what you wanted to be? No, I'm not. I just want Doctor Who to concentrate on good science fiction instead of DIY and diversity and Doctor Who's a gay man now and all of this bullshit. Wherever the fuck
when we were raised, all the stuff that we like, it wasn't stuff that we were picking and choosing. It's what the creators created, and we enjoyed it for what it was. What was created? We like Star Wars because it was what George Lucas created. We like Dune because it was what The author created Lord of the Rings.
He bought. We like Conan the Barbarian because they asked him what's best in life. Kill your enemies and see the limitation of the women. They did not. They made Conan.
100%. The point is, we like what the creators created. Who the fuck are we to tell the creator, hey, listen, you know what? What you wrote is garbage. I'm gonna go and do my own version of what you created. Like, who the fuck are you? Respect what someone else created. You want to create something? Do your own shit, motherfucker. If you got talent, go do it.
He bought. They didn't put a black guy in Ghostbusters for diversity. That nigga was looking for a job. You know what I mean? I can relate to that in 1984. We can relate to Terminator and all these old movies that came out before limited production was born because they kept the story simple.
Yeah, well, I mean, and they kept it real. And if you look at all the shit, we had diversity. They had topics about gay people, transgenders. That existed. It was always there. It just wasn't pushed down your throat.
I'm doing like people said, investigation.
Oh, it didn't sacrifice the entertainment either.
Right, exactly.
And if it was a message in there, they put that first. They're entertaining the people.
Absolutely.
People now they don't entertain anybody. In fact, they argue with you online, dude. They on Twitter fighting with you at the same time, calling you all kind of names. I was like, all right.
Right? Yeah, but it's crazy, man.
The Dallas Buyers Club was about a gay person, right? But it wasn't during the time that we are now pushing the shit, and that's a fantastic movie. The movie was about how somebody got sick. And these two people had the same sickness because of two different reasons. One was a womanizer, one was a faggot.
That's right? Matthew McConaughey was in there, right?
Absolutely, and Jared Leto, fantastic. And what happened with the birdcage? Same thing. It had to do with the gay artist that lived in a building. He was fucking doing artistry yeah, fantastic. What about Philadelphia? Same thing. Somebody got AIDS because he was gay. It was done in art. It was done respectfully, and it was actually showing real representation and the serious things that these people go through because of their choice of life or living. It wasn't being, fucking obnoxious and telling you, go fuck yourselves. You gotta eat it up your ass if you don't like it too bad. It wasn't that type of mentality, right? And that's why I say with all the bullshit, so like when they say, oh, there was no women diversity in things. Also, we never had Bionic Woman, we never had Red Sonja, we never had Xena the Warrior Princess, Buffy the Vampire. We never had no women representation that were badass.
Lieutenant Ripley from Aliens.
Huh?
Lieutenant Ripley from Aliens. That whole movie was badass.
Exactly. Tomb Raider, Laura Croft before anybody, right? Alicia Dragoon, right? El Viento, the character from El Viento, So many more that you can think of, right? Blaze from fucking Streets of Rage. We've always had diversity in gaming. It was always there. I always said that the controller is not prejudiced to anything or any color. I've said this since the very beginning. Gaming is the most diverse entertainment, and they're trying to make it seem like it's not diverse enough. Like, now every fucking game you're playing is a woman. There's no more men.
The problem is the problem is with entertainment, and I've been watching this shit, studying it for a while, and that's why we were here with Sega Forever about 6 or 7 months ago, and we were talking about entertainment, and there was somebody in here that was like, man, why are we talking about entertainment, man? This will be about gaming. I said, gaming is entertainment. They're interchangeable now. They're interchangeable now, right? And so they've always been. The problem is with gaming and entertainment, guys, is that the culture war happened from 2016 to now, and the media pit men against women. It pit gays and homosexuals against straight people. It pit common sense. It could put pitted common sense against stupidity. And so what happened was Hollywood and entertainment caved in and said, we need a checklist. We need to create somebody to oversee this shit, just like Sweet Baby Inc., and make sure that everything we do now has either a gay, transgender, or representation in it. And it's found its way into everything, guys. Star Trek, Doctor fucking Who's been completely fucking utterly destroyed.
Oh yeah. What a fucking joke.
This science fiction franchise from Great Britain, the longest running franchise ever other than James Bond, has been completely destroyed and corrupted and polluted by diversity, inclusion, and all of this shit. Star Wars is making its way into the Star Wars universe. It reared its ugly head in James Bond. I thought that James Bond was going to be the last bastion of safety where a man could do. That's a man's franchise, James Bond. We're talking about a secret agent who's not really a secret agent because no secret agent goes around drinking martinis and banging hot chicks. It's a male fantasy. It's always been a male fantasy. James Bond does what we wish we could do and can't, and he always gets the chick and destroys the bad guy. They fucking hated that. They fucking hated that. So what they did in No Time to Die was they made a movie where James Bond spends 90% of it lovesick. They turned his gadget Master Q into a gay man. And for the final trifecta, guys, and if you haven't seen the movie yet, I'm sorry, you should have because it's been out for 2 years. They fucking killed him off. James Bond is dead. They killed him the fuck off. Sega forever. Because they couldn't stand him. They can't stand Cap. They really hate James T. Kirk. They want to get him next.
And don't forget that they were alluding to having a James Bond woman female in the movie as well.
Yes. No Time to Die has good stuff in it. Unlimited production, Sega forever. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Whoever wrote this shit, and we know who's responsible. It was 3 writers: Neil Purvis, Jack Wade, who wrote all the good James Bond movies. But they were forced to work with this woman named Phoebe Waller-Bridges. And Phoebe Waller-Bridges got famous from doing this show called Fleabag about this unattractive woman making her way through England and just going about life with her sarcasm and her wit. And people fell in love with that shit for some reason and said, you know what? We gotta put Phoebe Waller in charge of movies. So she was in charge of the rewrites of No Time to Die. Now James Bond has a sarcastic black woman questioning him and just snipping at him every step of the way. Remember now, this is the James Bond that saved the world from the Chiffre, stopped Silver, and stopped Blofeld, and he's being disrespected in his own fucking movie, right? He's lovesick the whole movie. He has a daughter, which I didn't mind because it added depth to his character. And Daniel Craig said, this is not the James Bond that you know. This is the Daniel Craig story arc. And I respect that because Casino Royale and Skyfall are fucking goated. Probably the best James Bond movies ever. But No Time to Die is egregious because it disrespects the James Bond character. They needed to self-insert gay stuff, and they needed to self-insert stuff in there and make James Bond no longer the capable, strong man that Pierce Brosnan was, or Roger Moore before him, or Sean Connery. Now he's this lovesick dude being disrespected. No, they weren't done. They had one more guy to get. Indiana fucking Jones. They had to get him. Nobody wanted to see Indiana Jones as a tired, upset, defeated old man. But that's what they gave us. I didn't see the movie, but I've seen enough of the movie on YouTube to know that
I watched. It's not as bad as the others. It's actually a lot more.
He bought. Don't you sit there and try to defend this shit.
I'm telling you, I'm not gonna lie to you. You know damn well that's just dog shit. I'm gonna tell you, dog shit.
This is an Indiana Jones movie where Indiana Jones spends 80% of the movie running, cowering. The woman has to figure out everything. The woman. Okay, well, tell me in the entire movie he wasn't disrespected. He wasn't second guessed.
No, the way they made it seem like it's like he got disrespected, but it wasn't the way that they made it seem. It was because there was a misunderstanding, and once the person, which is the chick, knew what was the deal, she felt stupid and had to apologize because they try to make it seem that way. Because a lot of these guys like Nerdrotic and stuff, they always take everything to the extreme. Because I know what you're saying. I've seen about 80% of the movie. I just haven't watched it. They put 80% of the movie on YouTube. Oh, but they probably edited stuff. I'm telling you, it's not as bad as
Helena tried to get him killed 3 times. She got him killed at the fucking college. She almost got him killed at the college campus. She almost gets him killed in the bazaar when they're selling the fucking the Archimedes thing. And
but it's because she's stupid, and they admit that in the movie because she's stupid. That's why.
There's no way somebody sat down and wrote this character and said, you know what? First of all, Indiana Jones gets married at the end of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and he finds out he has a son. Mutt Williams, really Henry Jones Jr., right? So in order to make this new story exist, they killed off Mutt. Henry, that's right. Indiana Jones' son gets killed in Vietnam.
Yeah, they killed off the son. Yes,
and now him and Miriam are divorced. Like, what the fuck? So let me get this straight now. Hold on, guys. Hey, Sega Forever, hold on to your hat. We'll get back to gaming. Here's how Indiana Jones ends. Indiana Jones, the hero, right, who discovered the Ark of the Covenant, stopped the Nazis, stopped the wicked Indian cult in India, who stopped the Nazis again from getting a cup of Christ, who stopped the Russians from getting the fucking crystal skulls at Akator. This capable, intelligent hero, he goes back and let me try to talk slowly so you guys understand this. They find a device that allows you to go back in time, right? He goes back in time and says, you know what? I'm back here at the battle of fucking wherever with this guy Archimedes, and here is where I want to die. I want to die here because I love history so much. I don't want to go back to 1969 because I've lost everything. The chick Helena, played by Phoebe Waller-Bridges, who destroyed No Time to Die, knocks him the fuck out. Somehow they leave Greece. This nigga wakes up back in New York in his apartment, and Marion is there and asks him, where does it hurt? It hurts here. And Kathleen Kennedy says we gave Indiana Jones a better ending than we gave him in part 4. He bought. There's no, I love you. There's no way you are defending this shit.
I'm just saying that it wasn't as bad as they made it out to seem, because the movie, everything that she does, right? If you notice, which I'm sure you did, they completely show every time with the outcome after something happens that the girl is just dumb because she don't want to listen. She don't want to listen to him because she thinks because he's old, he's stupid, but he's not. It would have been
better to just take him out back and have him shot if that's what you wanted to do. Just take him out back and have him shot because that's what they did with James Bond. Well, no, they blew him up with fucking missiles at the end, right? They blew him up with missiles.
I just kind of enjoyed that every time she did something stupid, she was proven wrong, and she looked. I like that. I'm just saying me.
They're riding around trying to escape the mobster who's in love with her on these vehicles called tum-tucks. You know, Helena, what's the matter with you? Me? Besides being capable, independent, and lovely? Like, bitch, who the fuck is buying this shit? No one. He bought. Look. I'm all for entertainment. But like me, I can't abide the destruction of these fucking characters. But there's nothing I can do about it.
Sure, I know what you mean, though. I know exactly what you mean, though. Is that the respect level when there's something done and it's supposed to be respectful? But you know, I get 100% what you're saying. But at the same time, I kind of blame Harrison Ford because his ass, he likes Indiana Jones and he don't want to let it go, and he wanted to keep going to it. But yeah, he had a problem.
The Buck should have stopped with him. When they said
he didn't want to do no more Han Solo because he said the character was dumb and not really as expansive, right? When Han Solo is more than just the stupid flyboy that was depicted in the first movie, right? But he doesn't see that, even though that's the way the fans embrace it.
Han Solo had a character arc.
He didn't care that they made him look the way they did and did the movie anyway. So in a way, I blame him. Good for you for fucking up your own iconic character. Because he didn't have to do it, but he was insisting, I want to do it. And then don't forget that it was Steven Spielberg that was supposed to do it. And because he had it out with fucking Kathleen Kennedy, the fucking whore, he fucking left. He's like, I'm not finishing it. I'm not doing it. You know what I mean?
Here's some background, right? So there was a script leak. People read what the movie was going to be about. And of course, the internet raised hell. So a lot of the stuff that they did, they were gonna do that with him. They were gonna castrate him basically in the movie, but then they couldn't, right? Because they were getting backlash, and they were already getting backlash from everything else that they were doing, right? And so what ended up happening is like they had a lot of reshoots and there was stuff put in there, right? And so that's why you got the movie that you did, which my understanding is a mix match, of an incoherent storyline.
The word was
the movie really wanted.
Yeah. The movie that they really wanted. Here's the movie. First things first. If I was working at Disney and Lucasfilm, and they was like, "We want to do an Indiana Jones 5," I'd have been like, "Why?" You finished the story. You finished the story in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Why bring him back? Harrison Ford is 80 years old now. He's not going to be able to do any of the action he did in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Why bring
killed himself doing that movie.
Well, because of money. It's Disney. It's Disney, right? Because of money. So
I can tell you why they want to do it, right? Because these guys that are running the studio, because this whole DEI stuff runs deep, E-Rock. So the thing about it is, you just can't get rid of Kathleen Kennedy. You can't get rid of Kevin Feige, man.
They can fire her, but there'll be a backlash, and that's why they're scared to fire this bitch.
Even if they did, dude, it won't matter because they are inundated with all of these people from the top down, right? This is why Gina Carano, right? When Gina Carano talked about this, it wasn't just Kathleen Kennedy. It was like that one girl got put on blast because she was the one that did the whole. So there's a whole group of people.
There's a whole culture over at Disney.
Yeah. So it goes to the levels that the only way that you can. It's like if you have termites in your house, bro. The Disney's it's so bad at Disney, dude. They just need to fail. They need to fail.
They need to go bankrupt. Right.
You know,
like when they bought Lucasfilm, we knew they were going to do Star Wars again, but I had no idea they were going to touch Indiana Jones. And you guys weren't around. I don't think we knew each other back then, or maybe we did. But I was one of the. I don't know shit, guys. I don't know anything. I just have a feeling about entertainment IPs. I said, this is a bad idea. I have a bad feeling about this. I said, there's no more religious artifacts to look for. There's nothing else. Why are you bringing Indiana Jones back? Well, like, what possible story could you have to tell? And so when the whole thing was like, first of all, time travel. And there's a reason why a lot of writers don't touch time travel, because that's Doctor Who's thing. Marty McFly did that shit. And not only is time travel implausible, but you get yourself in trouble like Marvel did with it. It's just silly and implausible. Well, E-Rock, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull had aliens in it. Well, didn't the Air Force just come out and say, yeah, we've been seeing UFOs for decades. We just didn't want to tell you, motherfucker. So it turns out that the Ark of the Covenant, the Cup of Christ, and the Sankara stones, they haven't been found or even proven to be real, except for the Bible. But we now know that aliens are actually out there. So we can leave that alone now. But time travel? So really what happened was this movie was about somebody saw Fleabag, this TV show Fleabag with this woman, and somebody said, this would be a great idea. We'll put this woman in this movie and she'll be a foil for Harrison Ford's Indiana Jones. And somebody should have said, this ain't going to work. This ain't going to work, man. If we can't get Marion, or we can't get Ki Hu Kwan back to play short round, this ain't gonna work, man. But Disney, not you guys, I'm just saying hypothetically, y'all guys in the media and these Marvel fans enabled Disney so much that they thought they was too big to fail. And like Sega Forever just said, they needed to fail. And with Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, they failed spectacularly. But it's just sad that they killed off. They didn't kill Picard, but they did everything in their power to emasculate Jean-Luc Picard, one of the greatest captains in Star Trek, other than Kirk. They want to get Kirk next. They killed off James Bond. They made Doctor Who a gay man now. It's like there's nobody left.
Well, there's a method to this madness, right? What they're trying to do. This is why I talked about the talent thing, right? These people cannot create characters. They can't make their own characters. So what you do is the next best thing, right, is you take these characters that are beloved, and if you want a woman, right, because they can't create powerful women, they can't create women that people are interested in, because it also doesn't fit their own ideology. So what you do is you take a person like Indiana Jones and you supplant it with the character that you come up with. They've been doing this for years now, right, because they can't do it themselves. Right? So what they do is, and this is what the whole race thing as well, right, is that you can't do a great character, so we'll just fill somebody in, and that's what they've been doing. And then that's the reality of it. And this is why this stuff's going to fail, because at the end of the day, a lot of people just want to be entertained, you know, and that's what's killing Marvel right now, because their fans, like who you're talking about, E-Rock. And this is great for me, though. You know how I am, dude. I'm a petty guy. Me and you is kind of the same, bro. I love to see people get the comeuppance, right? And so what's happening with the Marvel cinematic fans who I argued for years with these dudes, right? They call me old man, just go die. Right? Stick to comic books. Who cares about canon? Right? Now they find themselves in that same spot. And I'm quick, E-Rock, you know me, bro. I'm quick to go or just write a little quick comment. oh, what happened? What happened to your cinematic universe? What about they're not respecting the canon? Like I'll say like some kind of stuff like that.
Yeah.
They deserve it, right? And they need to learn, right? But that's what it is, dude. It's these guys that are. I told my daughter this because she wants to get into the industry. I told her this. I said, I'm glad you read as much as you can, know as much as you can, experience as much as you can, because for a lot of writers nowadays, they have none of this. They don't read anything, they don't experience anything.
Creativity is not there. It's very rare.
How that's 100% what you're saying to your daughter, because how can I write for Captain Kirk if I don't know who he is? So what that means is you go back and do research, you watch all 78 episodes of Star Trek, you watch all 6 of the movies, and you watch actually all 13 movies, you watch it and you get up to speed.
That's what the creator of Halo said. The creator of Halo knows nothing about Halo. Nothing. That's why the entire second season, all he did was have Master Chief as a human being with no mask on the whole fucking show. Wow. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Wow.
After the first show, the biggest complaint of the first season was they didn't show Master Chief in the costume enough. So they said, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it in the second season. There was more Master Chief with the costume in the second season. It really was bullshit. They gave them middle finger and then they wrote it in the story saying that their costumes or their outfits, right, their armor was stolen by the fucking grunts, or whatever the fuck, the bad guys.
The Covenant, the grunts,
The Covenant, that they stole their fucking suits. But they had no explanation why and for what reason. Just so they could fit it in the narrative that why he don't have the costume in the show.
That's bad, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's the bad writing I'm talking about.
What the fuck?
So Iraq. So my daughter, dude, she just watched. So she's taking a class right now, right? They're going over cinema. So she watched. They told her that she had to watch Star Trek, the original series. Okay. So she started watching it. She had to watch a couple episodes. She ended up watching the whole season. Loved it. Okay.
Nice.
Where did she start? Next Generation or?
No. The original series.
Oh, good.
It was an assignment. She had to finish the assignment, so it was like they had to watch a couple episodes. She ended up watching the whole series, and she loved it.
Nice.
She did the same thing with Green Hornet, old school Green Hornet, the original series.
Nice.
Serials. She went back and watched the old Superman. This is probably why she's a DC fan. Like I actually did that because the was what you were talking about earlier. We had this conversation one time, and she was like, "Dad, who's harder to write, Batman or Superman?" And I said, "Superman."
Superman, easy.
That doesn't make sense, because Batman is a lot more varied. He's a lot more dark. It's like, dude, that's not the problem. It's harder to write for Superman, and you touched on that when you talked about Superman. I was telling her it's harder to write for Superman because you just can't excuse everything away with a character like Superman. There's accountability with a character like Superman, and that's why a lot of people now cannot write this character, right? When you have somebody like what's his name that did the X-Men, love what he did with the X-Men. But then he did
the movies or the comics?
No, he's talking about the guy who did who did Brandon Roof's Superman Returns. I'm forgetting his name.
Bryan Singer.
Yeah. I met him too. So it was funny because when he got Superman, right, I was like, oh, that's a bad choice because he did a great job in X-Men. And there's particular reasons why, because I liked his movies prior to X-Men. So he was able to capture that part of the X-Men that works. You can't do Superman, dude.
You know what?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I hope you don't lose your train. I think that Bryan Singer's Superman, I haven't watched it in years. It needs to be reevaluated. And that's the first time that DC rebooted, right? That's the first time DC showed an indecisiveness that just irritated me. And yeah, we got Zack Snyder Superman movie, but like Bryan Singer was onto something, but they wouldn't let him cook. He presented Superman. There's this moment in Bryan Singer's Superman Returns where Superman is above the earth, right? And he can hear everything. He heard everybody suffering. He heard all the police sirens and all the gunshots. And I said to myself, how do you carry that kind of weight on your shoulders? That's the first time I really was like, I wouldn't want to be Superman because all these people are expecting me to save them and I can't. And he nailed that. He nailed that part of who Superman is. And Zack Snyder did the rest of it.
Gary. Has to carry. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
100%.
but then there's a problem I have with Bryan Singer, right? It's like Superman's motto is truth, justice, and the American way, right? And so then he was like, well, we'll do the truth, justice, but we won't do the American way part, right? Because he's saying like international box office, it's a little bit.
Yeah.
That's who the character is, and then you nailed it on the head. That's one thing I loved about Man of Steel, right? So what you do is you get somebody like Kevin Costner to play the dad, and you have those moments, right? That explain, just like how you just said about him hovering on Earth. And there's great things about Man of Steel. Don't get me wrong. I just think he was Bryan Singer. That's not his forte. His forte is not to do the like I said, the Greek god.
Well, the problem with Superman Returns is, and a lot of the complaints are valid. It's more of a character study than a superhero movie.
Yes.
That movie would probably play better over in France or with Europeans. Over here, we need our superhero movies to have a little bit more gravitas, like Man of Steel. His shit was more of a character study, and he tethered it to Richard Donner's universe. And you can't catch lightning in a bottle twice, which is why Zack Snyder went in a different direction. And Zack Snyder is so intelligent because he addresses these little things in his movies. Like the guy Perry White tells Clark Kent, apples aren't 10 cents anymore. It's not 1938 anymore. He wasn't being sarcastic.
Deliberately. Yeah.
He wasn't being sarcastic. He was just saying that we can't go back to that wide eye, post comics code version of Batman. Oh, Batman doesn't kill. Batman doesn't kill. He did before he got Robin as a sidekick, before this shit called the comics code happened. Yep. And we didn't give a fuck about Batman killing Tim Burton because he sure as hell didn't kill a lot of people. I hate this notion that Batman in Batman vs Superman, he was supposed to arrest all of these terrorists and criminals and tell the cops, hey guys, I got like 25 terrorists here. Could you please arrest them and rehabilitate them? No. Ben Affleck took them niggas out of here. I'm like, yes. Listen, I love every second. Listen, I don't know if you guys saw Batman vs Superman, but all the niggas he fought are dead, right? They come back. One motherfucker's head went through a wall. Another motherfucker, he was dragging a car with the Batmobile. Everybody, Batman doesn't kill. Like, this is not. And I love Batman 66. I love the old Batman cartoons by Bob Kane and Bill Finger. Batman, we just stopped clocking. Good job, old chum. I love all that shit. But that's not what Zack Snyder was writing. Zack Snyder's Batman
was right from the beginning, though. They did that after the fact when they were trying to tone down comics because kids were reading them. When he first started, he was killing.
Yeah.
Right from the very beginning.
Yeah, that comes from all that psychobabble crap that was going on during that time.
Oh yeah.
But that's my point, Rock, right? You regardless of the time, right? You're a great writer. You produce great content. This is why you can go back. Like my daughter, she watches a lot of the newer stuff, and she can go back and enjoy Star Trek. It stands the test of time, right? They didn't have all the technology. They didn't have all the stuff, the advantages that we have now in TV and cinema, but they just made a good show and just made a good story, and they just had great characters. And anybody who wants to get involved in cinema or who enjoys this culture of cinema can always appreciate that.
I try to tell people all the time who I watch a lot of YouTubers who are just now discovering Star Trek the original series, and they're fucking blown away by this. They can't believe they like, I can't believe this shit was all, especially the remastered versions, because they look so much better than the original Star Treks, which did age poorly and look cheesy. The remastered versions are incredible. But I tell people all the time, like when they say, yo, man, Star Trek the original series technology looks dated. I got a cell phone right here. And I tell motherfuckers, okay, well then can you call the moon, motherfucker? No, you can't. Do we have warp drive yet, motherfucker? No, we don't. Do we have food replicators yet, motherfuckers? No, we don't. So Gene Roddenberry, I don't know how he thought about this to put Star Trek in the 23rd century. He put us so far in the future that we can't dispute shit. There's nothing we can dispute because it's not here yet. None of that shit that Captain James T. Kirk and them had yet is even around yet. Let alone that shit Picard and them had. Them motherfuckers had holodecks. I'm like, God damn. So, they were smart to put shit so far in the future that we can't ever catch up to it and shit. But it all starts with good writing, because when your daughter finally sees Man of Steel, she's going to see two different contrasts. You're going to see that Zack Snyder, he tried to put Superman in our world, and that was a bold move.
Humanize him.
Yeah,
That's one thing with Superman. He humanized him more than any comic book character ever. The scene where listen. The fucking scene when his fucking father looks at him and tells him, "No,
that was
you
powerful.
cannot save me," to protect his identity, and he knew he could save them with no problem, was one of the most powerful cinematic moments ever.
And yet, that's one of the most criticized scenes in the movie.
Fucking retarded! Are you crazy? They're fucking crazy.
I don't believe he let his dad die. Also,
you know the meaning of that his father wasn't even his biological father.
But that's not bad, dude. That's what cinema is, dude. It draws that reaction. You know, all the crap that we're getting now, dude, people don't care, dude. They're just glossing over it. Why? Because you don't have stuff like that anymore. That was a very powerful scene. It made a lot of sense, but for a lot of people, it was like some people like how he, like, you know, if you have spoiler alert, you know, he kills Zod, right? But it's not just about like whether you agree or disagree.
You know what got me the most maddest? You know what got me the maddest? When they were like, he has no emotion. He's just, dude, when he cries for his father because he's angry with himself and at his father because he wants to save him and he can't because his father said no because I need to protect you. Bro,
how about the pure joy he had the first time he flew?
Yes,
exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
That would have been all of us.
God. That movie's gonna be looked at as one of the greatest movies of all time that people didn't like.
Well, you know, the problem with Man of Steel was it came out a year after the Avengers.
Evening things out.
That was a problem. It came out a year after the Avengers. And everybody wanted.
Is everybody there?
Yeah, everybody.
Nothing.
By then, the general audience was tricked into thinking superhero movies was that Marvel shit. And they're upset that the movie didn't have a bunch of jokes and serious moments weren't killed instantly with a stupid fucking joke. You know, he didn't kill Zod and Lois didn't walk up behind him and said, "Ooh, he has a rough neck, doesn't he?" Or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
He
Marvel
killed
does.
Zod Unlimited. He killed Zod, and what did he do? He cried. He screamed because it was the last of his fucking people.
And Lois had to embrace him.
Fucking choice.
And Lois had to embrace him because Superman cares that much about life that he didn't even
exactly.
Want to
he had no fucking choice. He had to kill the last of his people to save the whole planet.
But how can we not? But why didn't he just say, "Oh, I've got Superman's ass" or something stupid? Because that's because that's the shit the audience seemed to love.
Another dumb complaint about Man of Steel.
Nothing in Avengers made me feel what I felt with Superman. Nothing.
Yeah, I watched Avengers after on Netflix after it was in theaters, so I didn't watch it immediately at the time. So when I watched it, you know, and after it got all the praise, I thought it was cool in the marketing sense because okay, cool, you brought movie, you know, characters from different movies, but to me it was just a generic, hey, let's stop the alien presence, and then the main bad guy, you know, that was Loki didn't really have much of a personality in that fucking film like he did in other, you know, in other parts of the MCU either. So I wasn't nearly as blown away as others were, but I mean, I got it from the marketing standpoint on why it's a success.
It was nostalgia because we never seen all those superheroes in screen before. Okay.
Yeah,
great.
Yeah.
That was nice.
In that sense, it was a novelty. It was a great novelty.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It didn't have the depth Man It still had it.
Absolutely not. That's what I was going to say.
It didn't have the depth the Dark Knight trilogy had.
No.
And it was a Marvel, and it had the same Marvel movie and it still had the stupid jokes in between. It wasn't as like it was still a Joss Whedon movie. The stupid jokes, the excuse me. The comedy part that you laugh at, like when Loki gets his big scene and the Hulk starts smashing him. I could imagine the theater was laughing their ass off at that stupid.
I was there, guys.
Listen. When Superman's mother, what's her name, Diane Lane, even though I can never get it out of my head when she was getting butt fucked by Richard Gere in that other movie in the hallway, but whatever. Diane Lane tells him, as his mother, she tells him, "You do not owe them anything, nothing." Even though she knew she was part of that world, and that if he didn't do nothing for them, she was at risk as well. That movie has so much powerful moments and so much.
It has depth. It has themes. It has things. It has conflict. It has emotional conflict. It has thematic conflict. It challenges the viewer's perception, and yet it's fucking hated. And yet
I'm so glad you guys. I didn't mean to cut you off, Unlimited. I'm so glad you guys are talking about this because even though some guys get bored with it, I could talk about fucking movies and cinema all fucking day. That's just me. I'm so glad you guys are talking about this because those are two movies where you can look at the contrast and enjoy both. I was there for Avengers. I tried to get my girlfriend to go again back in 2012, and she was like, "No, I've seen it once. I'm okay." I went twice. The Avengers, guys, for those that weren't there, it was an event because I was rocking with the MCU since Iron Man. So I didn't go see Thor. I didn't want to see Thor. Fuck Thor. That shit looks stupid on the commercial. Me and my buddy even went to go see the Ang Lee Hawk, and after that we saw the Edward Norton Hawk, and the movie theater caught fire. The fire alarm went off, and the AMC was like, "Yo, man, you guys can come back tomorrow." We was like, "Nah, we good." But Iron Man was the goddamn bomb. So, and I love Iron Man.
John Favreau knows how to write. Yeah. Josh Whedon does not know how to write like that.
No, well, hold on, Hebot. Now, when they got the Avengers together, that movie, we all had a great time. It was fantastic to see all the superheroes together. But then after you see Avengers, right, and then you watch Man of Steel, instead of dissecting Man of Steel, the movie that should be dissected is the Avengers because also I was one of the few guys telling everybody that Captain America, the first Avengers, was fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
That guy Joe Johnson made a love letter to the 1940s. And everybody was like, Captain America is corny. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Just like the first Thor that was directed by what's his name? The father of Hemsworth.
Kenneth Branagh.
Kenneth Branagh. That was excellent too.
Yeah, so if you look at the Avengers now in a 2000 post Zack Snyder content, the Avengers is kind of silly. Like it's an alien invasion where nobody even gets so much as a paperclip. It's an alien invasion where Agent Barton and the Black Widow are easily able to fend off these goddamn aliens, but they're highly trained government agents. Kiss my fucking ass, it's bullshit. Now you contrast it with Man of Steel. And the biggest complaint I've been hearing for years now, I remember production and Sega forever. I don't know, Sega man said fuck us a long time ago. The biggest complaint I heard was, well, Superman, they destroyed Metropolis. People died. How come he couldn't leave Metropolis and get out of the city and take the fight somewhere else? He couldn't. General Zod wasn't going to let him.
Yeah, it's sorry to cut you off, but it's so baffling to me that the movie literally has Zod said, "I will not stop until I kill your adopted world," and people just fuck. It's like Xbox Discord. People just fucking ignore what was literally said right in front of them. And like this nigga, like he's sorry Zobi, but it's like Goku who will tell the androids in Dragon Ball for all the Dragon Ball people. Let's get out of here and fight somewhere else. That ain't gonna fucking happen in the comic.
Unlimited.
Like, this motherfucker wants to destroy the world, and he ain't gonna be like, "Oh, I guess you got a good point, Superman. Let's go fight in the woods."
Yes.
Like,
did you? First of all, I want to get on that. If you saw the Flash, you would know that the Flash, two Flashes, the original Batman, played by Michael Keaton, and Supergirl could not defeat the Kryptonians. That's how powerful they was. Superman was barely able to defeat the Kryptonians had it not been for that Colonel flying that plane into the world destroyer machine. Mm-hmm. Superman was overmatched and outpowered. That was an actual alien invasion that really it almost shattered the DC universe because who knew that as that invasion was going on, Bruce fucking Wayne was there. Yeah. Like that shit was set up so nicely, but Superman had to make a choice. This guy was not going to let him. Oh yeah, by the way, Superman, before we fight, you want to evacuate the city? Get the fuck out of here. So in a response to Man of Steel, guess what happens in Avengers Age of Ultron? The exact moment where Marvel started getting corny. The fucking robot Ultron, who's cracking jokes. The Ultron, who was created not by Hank Pym, Ant-Man, but created by Tony Stark for some fucking reason. The robot Ultron tells the Avengers, I'll give you an hour to evacuate the city. When in history have you known Israel to let. Have you known Iran to let Israel evacuate? When has fucking Putin allowed Ukraine to evacuate? When did Al Qaeda say you better get out of the World Trade Center because we're bombing it next week? That don't happen in the real world.
Iraq, most of you writers, Iraq, you got to ask them the question: have they ever even picked up a Golden Age fucking Avengers? Ultron was not that one for that.
Thank you.
Ultron, the Lizard, they all had one ultimatum: humanity must be gone. There is no, you can evacuate. No.
It's funny. There's a really, I know y'all aren't into cartoon animation like I am, but there's a really good cartoon called Avengers Earth Mightiest Heroes that had the event that did Ultron first of all, it was comic accurate, so Hank Pym created him. And there's an episode where Ultron he acts, I think it was I think he hacked Shield. He hacked Shield, and then he used Shield's technology to send all the missiles across the planet to destroy it. And you know what Ultron didn't do in that episode? He didn't stop and say, "Sorry, hold on, Avengers. Go ahead and get your people on a spaceship."
Yes.
Stupid.
Yes.
He was so hell bent on destroying humanity that they had to fight to the literal last seconds to stop them before the rockets went off, or else they wouldn't be able to stop it. Great episode, and that episode was way better than that fucking movie. Because I saw Ultron, Age of Ultron in theaters, and first of all, it wasn't like Age of Ultron the comics, so I don't know why it was named that. And I know that's the comic book fan and being nitpicky with shit like that, but god damn it, don't call your movies Age of Ultron, and it's not even remotely close to the Age of Ultron. And secondly, because I saw it with an ex-girlfriend at the time, that movie fucking I was in that theater like, why is Ultron telling so many jokes, being so fucking corny, and doing and it's like he wanted to be stopped. I'm like, what villain is this hell bent on being stopped? Everything he fucking did.
And another thing to me was like, how the fuck you gonna have in Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver and completely omit fucking mutants?
Yeah, that was Marvel being a bitch over the Fox having the rights to X-Men at the time. You know, that's the dark ages. If you like the X-Men, that was the dark ages of that shit. Where Disney and Marvel, even in the comics, they had this stupid storyline where they try to replace the X-Men with the what's that group called Sega Forever? The one on the moon.
Inhumans.
Humans, yeah.
Yeah, the Inhumans. Thank you.
And you see how well that went because people who have been with Marvel long enough already knew that the two were not fucking interchangeable.
Yeah, but you know, but that was the peak. You see, like E-Rock said, that was when Disney. That's when Disney got scammed into thinking they were they could do no wrong.
Oh, they could do that.
So they thought that
they could do that because nobody reads comic books.
Nah, man. There's still some passion to it, but even at the time though, no
Sega Forever is right, and you talking to somebody who's a comic dude. Now it's kind of becoming a fucking dying medium now.
Oh, yeah.
It's been dead for a while.
Yeah, well, but still, people still care about it, man, and they cared. At least they cared enough to say, no, don't replace the Inhumans with X-Men. Even at the time, it was fucking stupid.
But you know the audience that Marvel pulls, that's what I'm talking about. Guys like us, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The Marvel, the people, the MCU fans that you're talking about. This is why I had a hard time. Well, what it is a lot of this stuff that they're doing, they've taken liberties with just about everything across the board. So if I was a purist sitting there, I couldn't watch the movies. So I had to check that at the door and just enjoy it with my kids for what it was. But if I sat there and nitpicked everything, I mean, they did everything was.
And guys, listen. The whole reason why to get our fireballs up to speed, we were just going doing a contrast between why writing has deteriorated in entertainment and a contrast between the good Marvel movies, which there are a lot of good Marvel movies, and the good DC movies. And
I've been sitting lurking, listening to y'all.
Yeah. And we're not nitpicking. It's just, if everybody can nitpick everything about DC, why can't they nitpick the glaring leaps in logic in the MCU? Like the fact that fucking Iron Man is back in Age of Ultron, but yet in the previous Iron Man movie, he got rid of all the suits and stopped being Iron Man. And it's never addressed ever the fuck again. It's never addressed that Iron Man finds out that the Winter Soldier killed his fucking parents, and it's never addressed again. Well, you killed my fucking parents, but let's be buddies so we can stop fucking Thanos. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers are still like, oh man, that's so corny. They're buddies because of Martha. And I'm like, you gotta fucking kidding me. You got like you're nitpicking this, but like it's just mind blowing. But what Sega Forever is alluding to is that the new Marvel fans that follow the MCU are casual, and they don't have half the knowledge of Unlimited, Sega Forever, or Fireballs. So they're not going to question who really created Ultron. They're not going to question why Civil War was a weak fucking copy of really. Shit is crazy when the Russo brothers. Now if he was here, he'd back me up. The Russo brothers came out and said the only reason why Civil War happened was because they were making Batman or Superman.
Yep.
Yeah. Captain America 3 was supposed to be called Serpent Society or some shit. It was supposed to be about Hydra. And no, it wasn't, Erod. No, it wasn't. No, you're making that up. And the Russo brothers said they had no plan to make the war.
The documents were out there in 2015 or something like that.
No, they even released it on their crawl, dude. It was there.
Yeah, no. That was. I remember reading that even back then that they changed the whole plan as Captain America.
So they put it on the crawl. They put it on the crawl, kind of like a joke, and then you switched it to Civil War, but that was what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, what's fucked up is, what's so fucked up is I knew that Civil War was originally about. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no! I was just responding to Sega Forever saying I knew that I knew even back then they changed the theme of the third Captain America movie to match the quote unquote compete with Batman vs Superman 2. And then they just put all the marketing and shit behind bashing Batman vs Superman.
Kevin Feige has like this thing up his ass. I don't know what his problem is. I don't know. I mean, he is a comic book guy. I know a lot of people don't like to admit that, but he has this thing. He's like an old school Marvel guy that can't just let like. It's like Burger King with McDonald's, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's just like every time DC does something, and then he'll do it. The only reason we got Captain Marvel is because DC did Wonder Woman.
That's the only reason why that Spider-Man movie was interdimensional.
Yes. And it blows my mind. Because I'm looking at him, I was like, dude, focus on what you're doing, what you should be doing. Right? Because one to me, when I used to watch the MCU develop, I knew over time that it would fall apart because they was just taking too many liberties and they were taking so many risks and they were just doing way too much. Eventually, I knew it was going to catch up with them. And that's why I would tell these dudes, I was like, they're going to end up painting themselves in a corner because you can't keep on doing all of this stuff and threading all this stuff together. You're going to lose the narrative. Because
and it's funny. I said that exact same thing that Sega Forever just said. They're about to fucking paint themselves into a corner. And see, I mean, the thing is also, Civil War wasn't even the Civil War we saw in the cinema wasn't even what Civil War was actually about in the fucking comics.
Oh no, it wasn't. Well, to be fair, again, call it Civil War has not even remotely close to the comic. Call it Age of Ultron. I don't even know why they even called it that, because to say it wasn't close to Age of Ultron,
it was the convenience.
Yeah.
It was a fact that
you know what it was. You know what? It was to draw us comics fans who thought they were going to get an interpretation of it. It's unlike the animated Crisis of Infinite Earth that's going on right now, which is actually an adaptation. What Marvel was doing, they were putting this, hey, here's Age of Ultron, so people like us who knew the story, like, oh shit, they're gonna do a version of it, and then it ended up being nothing like it. It was just their own, like Sake Furniture said, their own liberties, creative liberties with it, and then it just, for me personally, didn't work because none of the shit made sense. Right.
I can tell you this much. They also did it as a tagline. They did it to get credibility with comic book people, which did not work.
Yeah.
Right. But then if you're people like John Campea or Grace Randolph or AMC Movie Theater, all those dudes, right, who dabble in this stuff, right, it works. And it gives the media a little bit of ammo to use against guys like us who are telling them, no, this is not how it should be. And then and I knew the final nail in the coffin was when they went multiverse. As soon as they went multiverse, I'm like, it's over. Dude, these dudes can't even write the regular stuff correctly. They're going to try and do a multiverse. They're going to jack it all up because to do multiverses or any type of time travel, like Iraq was talking about, you have to have the ability. You have to have talent, number one. That's number one. Number two, you got to be able to keep a hold of all different kind of threads going on at the same time. And at least with the Avengers, they tried to hold it together, but they fell kind of short because what they did was they kind of, like you guys been saying, right? They just kind of like let it one off, and then they try and distract you with something else.
They went multiverse because they went multiverse in 2018, 2019, whenever it was, because in 2016 the Flash movie was announced and it was going to be based on Flashpoint, and so from there on, and again, I'm not going to defend Kevin Feige, but Kevin Feige doesn't make these decisions. At the end of the day, he's the head of Marvel Cinematic Universe and Marvel Productions, but Disney makes these decisions. Disney did not want anybody. After that ass whooping they got in the 2000s from Harry Potter, I'm telling you guys, this is personal.
Yeah.
They did not want Warner Brothers getting any more fucking traction. They had already whipped their ass with distributing the Lord of the Rings. Mm-hmm. They had already whipped their ass with the Harry Potter franchise.
And so then the Batman movies in the early 2000s.
So they did not want Warner Brothers gaining any more traction. So how do you stop this shit? How do you stop it? A new weapon was what came up in the 2000 teens. These enablers, these influencers on YouTube, these influencers on these websites, and they use Warner Brothers' own tool. Rotten Tomatoes is owned by Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers never knew what was going on. And believe me, Warner Brothers aided Disney because Warner Brothers management has always been incompetent. They've always been incompetent, but they're even more incompetent now. So Disney, it was a clear field to just, they wanted no competition. They wanted to get MGM, this company called MGM, but Amazon beat them to it. They were able to buy up Fox. They were able to buy up Lucasfilm. Now, I don't know if you guys are paying attention. This all happened in a span of 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a minute. Where is the fucking antitrust people with Disney buying up all of this shit? Because they were so around when Xbox bought fucking Activision.
Yeah, they were silent during Disney.
I have never. Y'all
saw that shit that Sony trying to buy fucking goddamn Paramount.
How? What money?
That's right. They partnered up with an investment firm and try to get them for cash, basically.
Wow.
That Sony doesn't have. So
wow.
So in other words,
I might have to log off soon, guys, because NWO Prime out here saying good morning, and I'm looking at the time like, oh shit.
It's late. It's late for you. What time is it? Where you at?
Yeah, man. It's 1:13 out here, man. And you know, I actually did a podcast for an hour.
Yeah, dude, that was a great podcast, bro.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about tonight. So I pulled double duty tonight. Yeah, I did a podcast breaking down why the PS5 is the worst PlayStation console ever. So
I'll have to check that out tomorrow.
Yeah. So and pretty much, had a good time with the chat for about an hour before I jumped in here. So yeah, man, it was great discussions though, man. The nice mix up between entertainment and gaming, pop culture and gaming is a good one you got going on here, Sega Fever. But yeah, I'm about to head out, man.
Always good to talk to you, brother.
Hey, congratulations, bro, on your 2000, man.
Oh yeah, thank you, man. And E-Rock, man, it's nice seeing you out of the Pitcairn Islands, man.
Hey, man, you know when you guys sent the bat signal, I had to respond, man, because there was entertainment news to talk about. Yeah. And actually, the next month is going to be busy for us because we got Senua's Sacrifice coming out, Hellblade 2, and Xbox's show June 9th, and hey man, it's all good, man.
Yeah, hey Zoe, sorry, not to plug my own shit too hard, Zoe, but check out because I pretty much just did a whole breakdown about if you thought this generation was bad for PlayStation, go see the breakdown on my video on how bad they're reselling you the same shit. It's gonna blow your mind a little bit. But yeah, guys. I'm about to call it a night. You guys have a great night. I'll catch the rest of the show later.
Take care, brother.
I'm not trying to be snoring in the background like Sega.
Oh man, no doubt, brother, no doubt. Take care.
Yeah, all right, guys. Talk to you later.
Yeah, to get Fireball up to speed, man. We were just talking about how video games and entertainment are no longer separate, man. They've been cross-pollinated for a long time. But we got on a discussion about not just the deterioration of Disney and the MCU. And not just about the idiots over there at DC Films, But everything, man, Star Trek, Doctor Who, how Doctor Who and Indiana Jones and everything has just been ruined by diversity and inclusion and putting agendas ahead of good writing. And I don't think entertainment is lost, guys. I think entertainment can be saved, but they need to just pivot. They need to do what Netflix and WWE did and Xbox did. Pivot away, figure out what's not working, and figure out what is working. And it doesn't hurt Sega Forever and Fireboss to give the fans what they want. If they tell you we're not watching gay Doctor Who, nothing wrong with that. But it was done for an agenda. If they're not watching gay Doctor Who, then you fix it. If they're not watching the MCU, then you fix it. If nobody wants to see your DC movies anymore and they want Zack Snyder back, then you fucking fix it. Because Zack Snyder right now is having the last laugh. People can say what they want about his movie Rebel Moon, whether it's good or it sucks. It's the most viewed shit on Netflix. And I'm happy for him that he said fuck DC and went to Netflix. Like if something's not working, you pivot, man. That's all. I think entertainment can be saved, Fireboss, but these writers and people gotta care, but they don't care. And you and I and Sega Forever, we can't fight this fight. We're not supposed to, but we can not spend our fucking money. That's it.
No, I'm the same. I believe in that too. Consumer, the power always resides with the consumer. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
My whole answer to the whole thing has always been this. Fuck it, I'll do it myself.
Nice.
There you go.
That's how you.
So it took me a while. I'm fucking getting my head back on straight, moving back into fucking game development. I ain't trying to fucking make the next Halo. I ain't trying to make the next fucking Fortnite. That's not what it is. I'm making what the fuck I would want to play.
Good for you.
And because the thing is, that's where it all originally started from. Every creator, it's always because I have a story to tell or I have something to show you, and it's my idea and stuff like that. There was I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a YouTuber that somebody like shared a snippet from one of his rants on Twitter, and I mean, dude, I had to salute this dude. I mean, even my old man, who's also a hardcore comic fiend and stuff like that, because this is the man that got me into comics and drawing and stuff like that. Even he was like, you know, the guy just said it in one fucking clean sentence. And he said it that the problem with today's writing is that you're not writing Superman's story. You're writing your story. You're sitting there trying to interject your shit into it. You know, Spider-Man, you're trying to interject your shit into it. Fucking Wonder Woman, you're trying to project your shit into it. Stop doing that. Fucking write their story.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's going on, man. And it's like, as I ran it before, man. You know, when last time me and E-Rock was, you know, on this and everything, it's my stance is still the same. That the moment everything fucking started becoming incorporated, and you started getting, it's not so much as getting suits involved, it's getting investors involved. And I always keep saying it over and over again. I know y'all sick of hearing it ad nauseum. Investors are not your friends. They don't give a fuck about the scope or the vision, the dream. They don't care.
The legacy.
They don't give a fuck, man. They don't. It's like what I said. When Dia was on the last show with me and everything with Sega Forever. It's the same thing. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised, and this ain't me trying to defend the man or anything like that, because I don't know him like that. Phil and Matt Booty, I'm sure they did not fucking want to see this shit happen of games going over to rival platforms. But I said this before, is the moment we saw Brad Smith, and a lot of people were sitting there like, who the fuck is this old crusty white dude? Who the fuck is this? I never heard of no Brad Smith. Who is he? What is he doing sitting here talking about, I got papers here? And it's like, who are you? Why are you here? Why do we care about you having papers? We already knew that that shit that the chips are fucking falling now. If you have to have a dude who is predominantly Windows, he's predominantly on the Windows side, getting all up in the fucking Xbox shit.
All on the sauce. Because the brand is successful. Where the fuck was he from 2013 to 2017? Now that the brand is successful,
there you go, E-Rock. Exactly. Where the fuck was he? In the words of Jack Nicholson, home washing his fucking tights. I mean, seriously, it's like the moment I saw him, I knew what was about to happen. And then when we started seeing like this little bullshit coming out of fucking like Tim Stewart's mouth and stuff. And it's like Tim Stewart, who dug you out of the basement? Go take your ass back to your desk, man. Mm-hmm. No, he getting bold now. He getting bold now. Like, yeah, Saudi, we can do this. Saudi. Amy, we can do this. Go sit your asses down. But nope. Everybody seems to be okay with it. So that's why I'm like, I just fucking cut the rope. I just cut myself loose because you can't seem to have an opinion. You can't fucking have an opinion. That's what.
Fire boss. And I'm going to get out of his suit bus. Hey, fire boss. The motherfuckers at fucking Redmond, Washington at Microsoft's headquarters, they was quiet as church mice from 2013 to 2020. Then all of a sudden, Phil and them started releasing them damn quarterly financials and shit. Oh, y'all made $3 billion in one quarter? Let's go down here and see what the fuck is going on. They left their department and went downstairs to see what the fuck was going on, Fireballs, because they want to get some of the credit now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like, I don't know. Like I said, I'm spent from the shit, but yeah, I'm back. Like I said, I'm back into doing games and shit like that. I haven't decided on what to use for programming. I'm trying to get a hold of my old lead coder and stuff like that because he already made an engine for us.
What's up, man? You ain't gonna drop $100,000 on Unreal Engine 5? That shit's expensive as fuck.
Why? Well, why when we already had something already made that more than ever got the job done, was stable.
I got you, man.
But nah, man, I like I said, as much as I can stand to, I'm not fucking with Unity or Unreal.
Okay.
I mean, hell, at worst case, I'm even looking at this fucking Godot. You know, wow. Because dude, I'm seriously, like I said, I'm not trying to make the next Fortnite or Halo. I ain't trying to make no fucking AAA shit. And I think that's where everything is really starting to fall apart at the seams, and it's all about to crash. Is with this AAA shit. Yep. Because everybody, it's like, dude, I'm trying to remember who said it. I think it was probably you or somebody else said it, where it's like, as much as I can't stand them, we have to give it to Nintendo. Because Nintendo has proven over and fucking over again, and these people who are in the positions that they are, where they should know better, are completely fucking oblivious as to what Nintendo has been showing them up on. It ain't about your fucking graphics. It's about your fucking gameplay. It's about what you're bringing to the masses to play. Because what do you play games for? You play games to play. So, I mean, it's like, dude, don't get me wrong. It's great to see a real nice, pretty looking Blade 2 experience. Mm-hmm. That's nice. That's great. But one thing I've kind of noticed, and I guess I'll have to see when the final thing comes out, but from what I've been reading and understanding, it's not a very long game.
Like 8 hours or something like that.
Yeah. How long is the first one? Because I've never been in the games like that, so I never played it.
I played the first one. The first one was great. It was a short game too. It was all about it was all about the experience, that game. So they didn't want to make it too long. This ain't no Assassin's Creed here. This is like, it's a short game, which is why it's appropriately priced at $50.
Yeah, but then now you got people like the Take-Two CEO, Strauss. So I can never say his fucking name right. You got him like sitting there popping his chops about like, you know, technically we really should be charging you guys $90 a game. Matter of fact, the game should only really be like 5 hours long.
Damn.
And you got and because of him opening his mouth, now you got people over in EA fucking clapping hands for it. Like, you know what? That sounds like a great idea. No, the fuck it does not.
They're probably thinking of that for a while now. Because the thing about it all, I mean, they can say whatever they want to. Right? I don't care because at the end of the day, I'm like, yeah, charge me $100. I'll just wait for it to drop to $49.99 or $29.99. You know what I mean? This is what they're going to run against. The thing that they don't want to deal with, man. And I don't know why a lot of these businesses don't want to deal with it, dude. Is just people are broke. This is not a life sustaining hobby. It's a hobby, number one. But this isn't gonna. You're not gonna die without video games.
You're dealing because you're dealing with people that they are completely just tone deaf to what it is the average person deals with. It's like maybe at one time they themselves might have like been as poor as me and E-Rock and you know, all of us and stuff like that, and they just happen to got lucky with day trading.
Yeah, they had an opportunity.
But then because they've been, you know, doing so fucking good, not having ramen noodle nights anymore, they forgot themselves. They forgot where they came from. You know,
but they don't. But the problem, I don't really have a problem with that either, because society will remind them. Because this is a symbiotic relationship, man. This is what people are experiencing now, right? You have people that, you know, they do a YouTube video or go show their private parts on a YouTube video. They get fans. You know, these guys become instant money makers, right? But then when they go to McDonald's, nobody's working there, right? I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, you can. I understand what you're saying, right? I don't. When I look at it that way, but at the end of the day, man, like this is the problem with these gaming guys. Their answer is to raise the prices, right? When the solution is to be more innovative. The solution is to draw back. You know, these are the economic times that we live in. But because, like I agree with you, bro, because they live in a different lifestyle or maybe in a different bubble, they don't recognize that. Maybe that's the problem. But society will remind them.
What Fireboss just said, maybe it's time for another video game crash. And I wouldn't be surprised if it happens, because like I'm beginning to see now, just like Hollywood is finding out that all them superhero movies and making a 300 million Indiana Jones movie that nobody wanted to see, that's just not sustainable. And I think that continuing to invest in all these graphics and more power is not sustainable. And as much as I get on Nintendo for being stuck in the past, Fireboss is right. Nintendo knows what they do. Like, what the fuck is Paper Mario? That's some shit that you would have seen in a week.
Because the worst part about it, E-Rock, to piggyback off what you're saying, is what's the point of all this power if nobody is going to fucking use it?
I just said that before you came in here an hour and a half ago.
But you know, the great thing about it is Microsoft already knew that. Microsoft created this system, right? Because it was a talking point in a stupid console war. They realized that. That's the great thing I love about. This is why you have Game Pass. This is why you have ID at Xbox. You know, Microsoft understands all this kind of stuff. And to your point about the whole thing with Nintendo, I have no problem with Nintendo, but I'll say this: Lavelle Crawford, man, I love that comedian. He's funny. So he talked about recession, right? And then in his joke that he made, is somebody said, "Oh, what are we gonna do?" Or he said his wife came to him and said, "Oh, Lavelle, what are we gonna do? There's a recession going on." And Lavelle Crawford was like, "Recession? I didn't know there was a recession. I've been eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for a long ass time." That was bad time, okay. Now my point with that is Nintendo. That's Nintendo, dude. If the thing about Nintendo is, like, I watch a lot of these guys, that are in pop culture, right? And then they try and touch in video games, dude. They're still playing Mario Kart.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, dude. If this is what happens with Nintendo, dude, this industry will collapse. It will die. So Nintendo has the reason. It's the Fireboss. I'll put it this way: it's just like living in Hawaii, man. When everybody's gas prices went up, the rest of us in Hawaii was like, oh, okay. When you guys was experiencing $3, we was at $4 for that was the regular. That was the regular gas price here.
You must forgot I was fucking stationed there.
No, that's why I said. I know you understand.
I saw that shit. I saw that shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but that's my point. Like with Nintendo, because they're in their own little thing that nothing really phases them or whatever. But I wouldn't swing the whole industry. I'm not saying you're saying that, but for me, I'm not swinging the whole industry on those dudes. They found their little niche, and that's fine. And I don't have a problem with them, man, because they just keep to themselves and they do what they want to do. Their fan base is kind of like Disney. They have a built-in fan base, right? That gives them the ability to continue to do what they do, and they like doing what they do, and that's fine with me. I have no problem with that.
I wonder how I want not to jinx it. I wonder how long that shit's gonna last, because remember what I said, like the situation with fucking Pokemon, where they don't even, contrary to what people think, they don't even fully own Pokemon lock, stock, and barrel. So it's one of those deals where it's like, okay, what's gonna happen when you get that one hot shot that didn't graduate over in Japan but graduated somewhere over here or in Europe, from some business school, and he just starts really fucking popping the chops to the fucking investors like, I see great, big, beautiful things, and I feel that we should take Pokemon and put it on PlayStation, put it on the Xbox, and and it's kind of like those who are like traditionalists are like, whoa, hold on a second, dude, we're getting a little crazy here.
The irony of it all is that from Pokemon you got something like Power, which is a pretty cool game. I'm not gonna lie, I like it.
Yeah.
But like you were saying, you're telling me this, and I'm not saying I disagree with you, but it really hit me about a couple months ago. In fact, I think I told you about how you were talking about the hierarchy in Japan. Like that old saying has, the nail that sticks out is always going to get the hammer, right? That kind of mentality, and it's been interesting to watch them navigate that.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like it's changing over there. The young are finally taking over, and it's one of those deals where it's like, even though some of us are probably cringing at it because we don't want to see it happen.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to say, it's about fucking time, because just like when I was over there and stuff like that, and just talking to some of the folks that I lived there and stuff like that, like the girl I was staying with, talking to her brother. It's like, dude, you feel it in their voice and everything. You hear it, and stuff like that. Where enough is enough. They're fucking tired. The older generations have literally fucking choked the life out of that fucking country because they had them tied down tighter than a fucking than a drum, and it's
their culture. That's what gets me about it.
Yeah, so it's like, to them, it's like, okay, well, if this is how it's going to go, then all right, then we're going to just go ahead and just fucking take everything over by force, and just send all of y'all packing to a fucking to a country resort or something.
It's going to be amazing to see how the rest of this year plays out. It's crazy, a lot of the stuff that's going on. I'm not just talking about gaming, I mean pop culture in general.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's I don't know, like I said, I haven't been keeping up with a lot of stuff because I just been kind of just dealing with my own things and everything. But before E-Rock took off and everything, I just kind of just made up my mind, especially after my little situation that I told y'all about last show and everything. Is I just kind of made up my mind, and I just said, you know what, I need to just go ahead and just get back on the fucking horse. Just get back into my own stuff. Just tell my own stories and do my own thing, because right now it's like where I'm at, and I don't know if it's just me being an old fuck and stuff like that. I don't know, but I'm just, dude, I'm not jiving with anything that's out here anymore. That's not me being an asshole. Just seriously, I'm not jiving with it. I'm not feeling it no more, and stuff like that. And I mean, that doesn't mean I'm completely shut down. I mean, if I come across something, I can look at it and stuff. But right now, it's like where I'm at. It's like, no, I'm just not feeling it. Just gonna just do my own thing.
Oh, but that's. I mean, do you think it's like a phase?
Yeah,
maybe.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know if I could even call it a phase, because this is how I've always started. When I did my first comic, it was because I was getting tired of what was going on in the industry, and I wouldn't call it a phase, because since then, ask me the last time I bought a fucking comic. we're talking about like all the way back in fucking like '98 and stuff like that. Yeah, dude. I mean, if there was any comics after '98 that I grabbed, they were like independents and stuff. Because I used to like, you remember a comic? Do you remember Antarctic Press?
Yes.
Yeah, I used to like collect a few issues of Gold Digger and stuff like that. Because I actually like like the art and everything, but got kind of like wore out from that and started like collecting like like a few like Dark Horse, some Image. It's been just scattered and everything, and I just couldn't lock in on anything, and just got to a point where I just said, you know what, the hell with it. I'm just gonna just do my own thing, and I did that. I released it and sold like barely sold like maybe just a little under 500 copies and stuff. And was supposed to do a follow-up, but got so busy with daytime work and stuff, that I just couldn't get the mental faculties together to even like put together a second issue.
Yeah, that's a lot of work, man, putting out a comic.
So
it's interesting that you said that with '98. I didn't fall off till 20. I kind of fell off in 2009, but then I had kids, right, and that kind of brought me back into it, which was good. And then the after, I think it was like 2013, 2014, I stopped, because I was just I not only was I done with the comic book industry, I was done with the distribution of the comic books, right? Because then you find out.
You talking about Diamond?
Yeah, Diamond.
Yeah,
so
dude.
For all this stuff that came out with Diamond, like back in the day, I was done with them, man, because I couldn't get the comic books I wanted, right? And then I was talking to the comic book store owner, man. He's a cool dude, man, but the economics and stuff like that played into it. But I mean, there's a lot of politicking, dude. I was not aware of that. And he was explaining everything to me. But at the end of the day, I told him, I was like, look, bro, if you can't give me the comic books I want to read, what's the point of me having a book?
Dude, Diamond, a lot of people. I don't know if anybody's still listening and everything, but dude, I'm telling y'all right now, Diamond Media had the comic world just fucking by the nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, Marvel, DC, Image, Dark Horse, none of them could fucking look left or right and cough without fucking Diamond squeezing those nuts. They couldn't do a damn thing. And if you was like a new, like there used to be a time when you could actually submit an idea to Marvel and stuff like that, because that's actually where Black Hawk, if anybody's familiar with that character, came in from.
Yeah.
Was just a character just created by some random guy. And there was a time when you could do that, but because of Diamond putting so much like hard fucking guidelines on a lot of these people and stuff like that. Well, because your comic is not this, we're not going to carry it.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have that, we're not going to carry it. If you couldn't get Diamond to fucking carry and distribute your shit, it was supposedly considered dead in the water. That's one of the things.
The whole, and some of the stuff they put on you, like how much you have to sell, was absolutely ridiculous, especially in the indie market. You know what I'm saying? You're never gonna pull those numbers, and then it becomes like a brick and mortar store thing, right? When you're competing for that shelf space. And I was like, dude, I'm done. I'm out. I can't do this anymore. I'm not gonna buy stuff I don't like.
Yeah, and you're right, because the thing is, when it came to indies and stuff like that, and even how I did my book, what's the number one format independent author will usually use? Ashcan and stuff like that. And yeah, and see the thing is that Diamond had everything so locked down tight that even stores were scared to fucking death to carry your fucking, to carry your fucking book, because they'd be scared that some representative from fucking Diamond will walk in, see like a fucking wall with Ashcan comics on it, and would fucking just report them and shit like that.
The good old days, the Gestapo of comic books. Dude, when I started seeing comic book stores, and I'm talking hardcore comic book stores starting to diversify the portfolio, I was like, oh no, we're in trouble now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So I guess in a way you could say, we kind of already had a Sweet Baby Inc. type thing going before there was a Sweet Baby Inc.
I mean, I could appreciate it a little bit more because at least there was greed involved, so that kind of keeps you in check. But at the end of the day, right, they choked the golden goose, and here we are. You know what I'm saying? So it's funny because it's kind of like what people did with music, man. They went back to the oldies and they started collecting vinyl. Comic books is like everybody's doing back issues now, so it's crazy, man. Which is good, man. But regardless of it's old or not, dude, that's where it's at. You know what I'm saying? Like that's some of the best stories that you ever read. I was telling my kids about the Kree Skrull War, because I was hoping they would go. And my kids was like, "Oh, Dad, that's pretty cool." I was like, "Yeah, that's the first time I experienced a little bit of shade of gray with those two races, And,
yeah.
But that's what you got to do, dude. You know what we got to do, man? You keep on doing what you do, and then for this younger generation, man, we got to raise them up on some of this old stuff, or like you're doing, man, independent, dude. I encourage you, dude, because at the end of the day, man, that's the only thing I can see saving whatever is left of this industry is we need people putting their stuff out there, right?
Because right now it's like a lot of the stuff that we're seeing where shit is just being like changed beyond what is beyond recognition of what it was that we remembered or we cared about. Is usually because somebody didn't have the nuggets to just go ahead and just do their own thing. So instead, they inject their own ideas into what it is that we grew up with. Yeah.
That's kind of why I like the cons, well, at least the ones here. It's really local driven, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of local, and not just local Hawaii, but like you have people from LA came in, small little businesses, and then they take some of their stuff and they apply their talent and their craft, right? And they come up with some of the most coolest things, dude. I was like, wow, this is amazing. And I remember going at the last Comic Con or Kawaii Con I went with my daughter. I was just standing there, like every aisle, dude, has something, and it wasn't like all the same thing. Like they might do stickers or keychains and stuff like that, but it was like it's like old school, bro. Like I'm buying a piece of this artist. Like so later on down the line, maybe this dude blows up, and then I'm like, hey, dude, I got this. I remember when this guy first started. I met him at this con, and look, here's his original artwork. You know what I'm saying? Like that old school style that we all grew up on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the only way. That's the only way this industry is gonna rebound, man. You gotta bring back the craft.
Yep. But the thing about it is though, I was having this discussion with a few other friends of mine, and like at least two of them were artists themselves.
Yeah.
And the biggest problem that we're starting to notice that's cropping up and everything is that this current generation right now, or as I call it, the Fortnite / Call of Duty generation, is they're stuck on something completely different than what, say, our generation and the generation after us was on. They're stuck on something completely different.
Yeah.
And it's not so much as just completely saying the fuck with consoles. I'm just getting a mobile phone and being done. It's not so much as that. It's just the fact that they don't seem to, I guess, have a sense of value of things that we do, that we once had. and stuff like that. Like say like I can sit here and I can whip up a picture of Spider-Man, and that's just it. You know, there's no ooh or ah. It's like, oh man, it's awesome. Can I commission you or something like that? No, it's more on the lines of like, oh, cool, and they go about their business. They treat a lot of entertainment, and that's probably why Hollywood, the music industry, and everything is so jacked up the way it is. That they treat everything as if it's disposable, and they'll sit there, consume it like it's a fucking Diet Sprite, ball it up, and throw it in a can, and okay, what's next? And the thing is, like, granted that, that's kind of how we were as well, especially during the 80s, but it wasn't this fucking bad.
I think the 80s was a combination of both, right? Because we're still hungry and we're still creative. We're still trying to make stuff in the 80s, man. But I'll give you that much nowadays. You know what it is? Like I was saying earlier, dude, like I tell my kids all the time, dude, you guys just don't have stories to tell. And I'm talking about experiences, right? Or, you know, so a lot of that creative juices, man. I mean, I know we're older. You know what I'm saying? That's what I don't. Yeah. I don't feel that. You know what I'm saying anymore?
No, you're right. You don't. And the thing is like you get people out there who are supposedly creative, you know, creators and stuff like that. But you look at what is exactly that they're creating and everything. But it's, you know, it's the now. It's what's going on and stuff like that. And you know, and going back to what I was saying is that, like for what I do and stuff like that, because this is basically how I pay my bills and feed myself and my family and everything. It's like I'm looking at situations where people are starting to really take notice to the whole AI thing. All right. And just hear me out on this, because the thing is, I know the whole argument when the number one chump, and that's what I call him, started trying to push the whole AI thing. I personally feel that just reading what he was saying, I was like, dude, your girlfriend got fucked by an artist and you hate it. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you're jaded about artists and you thought of the biggest way you can just completely screw them over and sit there with a big fucking cheddar eating grin on your face, because that's basically what it is. And because as time is going on, AI is getting a lot better. Yeah. Right now you got the whole little 7 toes, 6 fingers thing going on, and one eye blue, while the other eye is green and stuff. You got that stuff, but look at where it is now, and think about where it was 6 months ago.
Oh yeah. That's what you say.
Yeah, and the last thing that I remember seeing, 4 months ago. Well, I ain't gonna be about to say about either 3 or 2 months ago, was an AI artist popping up saying, "I'm taking commissions," and this dude is just plugging in scripts and cranking out art like it's nothing. I mean, just boom, 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 and so whereas like somebody like me, whereas if you came to me with your order, I mean, I'm a living person. I got other things I have to do. I got family I got to take care of. I got other orders ahead of yours and stuff like that. You know, it could take me like the most like a week to a month to, you know, get your work done. It don't usually take a month, but you get what I'm saying.
Right.
And it can usually, you know, be like somewhere from like either like $50, $65, all the way up to like $500 and stuff. But yet you have this person come out saying $35. I can do full color. I can do backgrounds, full detail backgrounds, full detail. I can do all that, and I can have it ready in like fucking 24 hours. Shit like that to this current generation that has to have it now is beyond too appealing. Yeah, so what if it has, you know, like 13 toes on one foot? If you don't mind it, you don't pay it any mind, and you like look at it at a certain angle, you got what you wanted.
I think I think you're crossing over to the societal issues that we have too when you start looking at that. You know?
Yeah, that's because that is what I've been pointing out.
Yeah. Well, I just because I had this conversation with my daughter, and I'm the same way. We were talking about. I understand because she's an artist as well, and there's that threat. You know, to me, it's kind of like I was looking at her. I was like, well, what's really messed up is that people. It's not so much the AI that worries me; it's just the people accepting it. Right. That because I think that'll be the crux of everything, right? It's when you lose the ability to tell what real art is, or to have a thought or an emotion when you see somebody work on something. Like I saw this one robot create a statue, and it was a statue like you would see like any other Greek statue, and then the machine made like 10 more like it, right? And they were perfect, right? But it's in the little things, like that when you know that it's made by something like that and it's mass produced, right? It loses that appeal. But if people can appreciate art or can appreciate design or can connect with it in that way, in a personal way, I think that's where the real problem is going to be, in my opinion.
Yep. And now the worst part, and see, it's bad that E-Rock left and everything, is that not trying to get into the whole tinfoil hat territory here, but I'm just basically painting a picture where it's like, Hollywood is already experimenting with using AI to write, using AI to create fictional characters. In other words, actors might be completely gone.
Mm-hmm.
Actors might be completely replaced by AI generated people.
Yeah. I kind of joke about this on Twitter, right? Just because I can't stand the media at all, the gaming media especially. And I'll write that comment in there. But I'm cognizant. I'll write a comment like, "Oh, I can't wait till AI takes over." But I'm cognizant of that fact that it's coming. But still, I think there's still a connection. Like we need to get back to when people who actually wrote their own stuff, and they actually wrote something that was worth reading. To me, that's how you combat AI.
Yeah, and going back on what E-Rock was talking about is that, I think that one of the things is that there's a lot of fatigue with this whole agenda pushing shit of like representation, LGBTQ, and all this stuff. It's like I think there's a fatigue with that as well, and so to me, it's just like what I'm trying to do with the games that I have in my mind. If I can get them done, I'm trying to like get back into doing comics again as well. And so it's like if you look at my what I'm trying to do, is like Sweet Baby Inc. is gonna be pissed. They're gonna be probably trying to send me emails and shit like, well, we think you need to do this, and I'm just telling them I think you need to fucking delete my email.
The people you need to worry about is exactly who you fear, which is not fear, but that you're weary of. I shouldn't say fear, but who you're weary of, which is the corporations, right? Because there's a lot of corporations. I'm pretty sure you heard of BlackRock and all these guys, right? So they're the ones that are pulling the trigger on a lot of this stuff through their funding, right? They're using the power of their wallet and influence, right, to change things that take away people's choice, right? So like in the case of you, right? I'm interested to see what you got to bring out because I know who you are. I know a little bit about your experience, and then I want to buy into that experience, and I want to see it through your art. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's. Again, right? This is the stuff that they can't stand, right? Because that's a connection that you have with your consumer base. That's a connection that you'll get with your fans. You know what I mean? There's something for everybody out there, and this is what they don't like. This is why everything becomes so vanilla. You know what I'm saying? Like when they talk about representation, right? Like for me, I'm like when they try and make a Polynesian person, right? they make it as bland as possible, right? Because they don't want to give you anything that you can really cling on to, right? Because even though Samoans, Hawaiians, Tongans, Tahitians are all Polynesian, there's very distinct things in the cultures, right? That separate who we are, right? Outside of geography, right? And so, same thing with Asians or any other group, right? You just trying to lump them all into one. So yeah, I applaud you, bro, and I support you, man. Let me know. I definitely want to. I think it's important. That's why I've been telling my daughter as well. To, come up with something, man. Hustle, do what you need to do, and then work on your craft. That's the best thing I can tell you. That's why I think it would be great if she got into anime, right? Because through anime, she can learn the details and the work ethic and stuff like that. Even if she had to go just to struggle, man, just an apprenticeship, I was like, you need that, you know.
Oh yeah, and the thing about it is that it's like I fear it's two sides of the coin.
Yeah.
I cheer on what it is that your daughter is doing, and I wish her nothing but the best. And I even say that, like, if there's anything that she wants to ask, I'll gladly answer to the best of my ability. I can only say to the best of my ability because shit has changed so much and everything. Yeah. But at the same time, I am afraid for her and stuff like that because she's the next generation. I mean, God only knows how much longer I'll be doing this, but she's going to continue on.
Well, I mean, it's interesting that you say that because I'm trying to give her the tools, at least the tools I feel, and I'm not even coming from an artistic.
The tools,
like the tools as like how to think, how to question, what to read and some stuff because I see some of the stuff that she gets from the college, which is fine. I'm not anything against that, but stuff to broaden her perspective, kind of broaden her thought process. Right, like we were talking about some of the stuff they were talking about in Hollywood, where they were covering certain decades, and so what I try and do is I talk to her because guys like me and you, we experienced it, right? So I kind of flush it out. I'm not trying to control her. What I try and do is I try and flush it out a little bit, so she can get a little bit of broader perspective, right? And I would like to see that either in her writing and her art because she wants to write as well, and I think it's important that you have not just an open mind, man, but open to a lot of different experiences. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. But at the same time, though, what I usually the term I usually use for it is it's an old saying that me and you should be familiar with it. If the shoe fits, wear it.
Yeah.
And in the case of where it's like you can't have but so many cooks around the same pot. So you have to draw a line.
Yeah.
You have to draw a line, and if whoever's going to be pissed off, let them be pissed off. Because at the end of the day, it's your experience that you're trying to bring to the world. It's your story and everything like that. And that's kind of like like the only other advice I can kind of give where it's like, yes, at the same time, hear what, take in some feedback, hear what people say, but taking in feedback doesn't mean that you have to take the feedback. It just means just hear them out and see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, okay, all right, well, you at least listen.
I really wanted her to get into law because she has a level of discernment and is able to kind of shift through things. And she has a certain type of baseline. But she's a creative, so I find myself like with my son, it's the opposite. Like he's more out there and stuff like that, so I got to reel him in a little bit more. With her, I have to kind of push her out, right? And so that's what I mean by trying to flush, like trying to, trying to give her a broader scope, broader perspective. But yeah, you're 100%, and I only say that because I know she's kind of like that anyway, right? With the certain things. So like when she writes something, right? She does believe in like kind of she has this code of hers, right? And I know because she doesn't like when things are not fair. You know what I mean? She believes that if you do something bad, you should. So it's like she was writing a superhero comic, which it would be a certain bent, right? But then what do you end up doing that, right? If you can't flesh it out a little bit more, it could be stale. It could be very generic, right? So, but it's kind of cool. She has a little crew, man, where they have all these different personalities, and they kind of mash things together. You know what I'm saying? Both in skill, right? Because like one of her friends does like arts and crafts, like sewing, and it's like she'll put stuff together, and so she learns. They learn a little bit from everything of each other, right? So my daughter does more of the digital stuff. So you know what I mean, bro. They're just got so much more advantage than we have. It's unfortunate. It's just like when I go to the gym, bro. Dudes look better, girls look better, but they're not as strong or as endurance as like when we were growing up, right? Because I don't know, dude. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not trying to say we're better than them, but what I'm saying is they're just built different, I guess, right? Because they're a product of their time, as opposed to how we were a product of our time. In my opinion, but yeah, but let me know, dude. Did you just start on it now? Well, how long have you been doing it? Oh, Firebox, how you did?
I thought that was Sega Man for a second.
No. But how long have you been working? How long have you been working on it? When did you get back on it? Your comic.
Actually, no. I've been writing. Well, not writing, but just like trying to like piece together
Mm-hmm.
and cook up my ideas and stuff like that for like the past few years and everything.
Oh, I see.
And yeah, so anything I may have drawn up is just a little too rough to even like show. And I'm kind of hoping that I can at least jump on the one of those ideas. It'll probably be about this month and everything. So I'm trying. One of the things that I guess you could say is kind of like, I'm not going to say is holding me back or anything like that, because I'm going to move forward regardless. But one of the things that I am trying to like hold pattern on is I'm trying to locate somebody who has a pretty decent background with electrical engineering, because that's one of the big things about the idea.
Oh,
Because
okay.
just to get some advice on some stuff and everything. But if I can't, then dude, I'm just gonna just say the fuck with it and just move forward. If people are gonna hate, let them hate. Because how there's people out there who is like, well, that would never work. That should never work. Blah 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 blah. And it's kind of like, yeah, well, I don't see y'all questioning what Marvel's been doing with Tony Stark or with Reed Richards.
Oh yeah. I mean, but that's the great thing about it, right? I mean, even that you'll be the master of your own destiny in a sense. So regardless of what people say, you can still move on. It's like nobody's paying. Nobody's your boss. I think that's one of the great things about being independent. You know what I mean? You can
Yeah.
stick to your whether your principles or your art, the way you want to do it. That's something I remember when Image was formed. I was sympathetic to those guys because I understand the grind. Um, but yeah, they're kind of bad as well. So it was like it came full circle for me at that point. I was like, okay, I see. And
Yeah.
it's a little bit of both. It's both sides.
Yeah, but the biggest thing that is something that I would even hope for, a youngster such as like your daughter would take away from it, is that you can only sit there and hold pattern for so long.
Oh yeah.
You're going to have to pull the fucking trigger.
Well, I'm seeing her go through these phases, where she went into college as her second year, and she's in college and she's looking at it from a perspective of just an artist, and she's getting exposed with a lot of other things, man. So I could see her doing a multitude of things. I want her to be liquid. That's what I told her. I told her, be liquid. because and she's their experience, at least her generation, is beginning to understand that, right? Because of the way things are right now, trying to find a job, trying to get a stable career. They're definitely working in a gig economy, right? And I'm like, okay, well, learn from this, right? Because the world's going to keep on turning, regardless of the circumstances. So what are you going to do about it? Is pretty much what I tell her, right? And if you have to do stuff on the side, do stuff on the side.
Yeah.
But it gives them that. To me, it gives them that extra kind of that skill set, right? To that later on that can help them when things aren't going your way, and then you have to kind of be diverse, right? Diversify, and do some of the stuff that's within your wheelhouse, but not exactly you want to do, but it's going to pay the bills, kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, it's kind of like like the situation with me and everything like that, where it's like it's like as a lot of people want to argue with me about it. I had to make a call, man.
Yeah.
Because it was like, what do you love the most? What do you want to do the most in everything? And that's why this has became a full-time thing, because trying to do both a full-time 9 to 5 and this, it was not working, because by the time I would come home, I would be so beat down into the ground, tired, that I would I couldn't even play my own games. I would sit down, and the moment I would start up, like, say, like Wind Waker, because we're talking about that far back.
Yeah.
I would start up one way. I mean, I remember going to its midnight launch, to get it, and I was gonna play it because I was supposedly off the next day. Dude, I fucking crashed. I woke up, played like a little bit to get to the second dungeon, and I had other stuff to do because I wanted to try to get some artwork done.
Mm-hmm.
And I just couldn't do it, man. It's like every night I came home, where I was like, I would eat my dinner and I would sit down in my chair and I would fall asleep. I would fall asleep with the GameCube playing me.
It's funny.
And
sometimes,
yeah, it was just getting so bad to a point where I wasn't getting commissions done. I wasn't getting my own projects done, which is where the situation with my follow-up to my first comic was supposed to be. It's like, I applaud people who were able to do it and make it work. I applaud them. But unfortunately, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not them. And and that's another thing I would like to pass on to your daughter, is that you can't be everyone else. You're not going to always be everyone else. And you just have to find you. You have to do what works for you.
Yeah, I feel that.
And that's not something that a lot of people especially fellow artists, like to hear, because they don't like the idea that they can't be like their hero or their peers and stuff. And that's a bitter pill I had to fucking swallow too. The universe is not kind. Not all of us was given the same, I guess you're saying the same. We were given gifts, but we might not have been given the same level of traits to make full use of these gifts compared to like certain others. And a lot of folks might not like to hear that.
Oh, that's the reality too, though. I mean, they don't, whether they like it or not, you know what I'm saying?
That's about it. And a lot of people are just not happy to hear that. And it's not saying that you're incapable. It's not saying that you're the word was right there. It was right there at the tip of my brain. That you're incompetent.
Right.
That's not what it is and what it means. It just means basically you have to learn to basically play the deck that you've been dealt. Just like Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff like that. You got to find the heart of your own cards. and stuff like that. You know, that's the only way. That's the only way. Because, as I said it before, the world is not kind, and you said it also. The world is going to keep spinning.
Yeah. 100%.
So, yeah. So you have to take the time and the chance to find what works for you, and guess what? It works for you, probably you only. Because I'll admit that was something I wrestled with for a very long time and stuff. Because I was like, man, why can't I do it like this? Why can't I be like this? It's just that's just how it is, man.
Yeah. Well, I know they, the kids of my daughter's generation, they do have the benefit of time. So I'm trying, I try and tell them that. I'm like, keep that in mind. You know what I mean? Because that does make a difference.
Yeah. But like I said, I mean, dude, I applaud her, but like I said, I want to keep me in the know. I want to see how she grows and everything, because she's still young. But as time goes on, and she's going to want to really try to, she's going to come to a wall. That's the only warning I can give. She's going to come to a wall, and this is probably where you're going to be tested as a parent, because it's going to be a thing of like, how do I go about supporting her? You know, what can I do to support her? And it's going to be hard, because in your head you're going to be like, thinking one way, and it might go against what it is that she probably has in mind. I mean, you have to see. That's all I can say is you have to see.
It's funny because I don't have actually a lot that, she's going to have to make the choices just because, you know what I mean? So what I mean by that is like, I don't have the ability to give her everything she wants. So at some point in time, I won't even have to. The choice ultimately will be hers, and then she's going to have to, which I think is important, right? Because everything she gets, she have earned herself, but it's whether it be the failure or the success. And I think that'll be good for her, right? Because look, it's not that I don't love my kids, man, but they're way farther ahead than I ever was when I was their age. You know what I mean? When you're just struggling to live, making sure you can pay bills and that you have a place to live. They don't have to worry about stuff like that, dude. In fact, they're making choices that I never had the opportunity to make. I'm not complaining. That's just the reality. That's how my life was. So when I look at that, I'm like, they're in this kind of a sweet spot. They might not think it is, but I think it is for them because, they're not too, they can't get too far away from reality. Like you see all these kids protesting and stuff, and I laugh because how can you afford like an $80,000 a year tuition, and at the same time have time to do what you're doing on campus? It just blows my mind. And dude, when I was in the Navy, I saw that because we used to go hang out in Berkeley, and I saw that, and I used to be like, dude, how can you? Shouldn't you be studying? That was always in my mind. My kids won't have a problem because we won't be able to give them that type of luxury.
Yeah. Also, another thing to factor in is that it's like if you're caught, that goes on your record, and a lot of jobs are going to see that and not be very keen on hiring you.
Dude, right now, I laugh because, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but what I'm saying is, it's the old tagline, like just give me a reason, right? I mean, you're competing with a whole bunch of people, right? And then you walk in there, and just across the board, they'll look at that and say, oh, you have a record? Okay, sorry. Right? And they might not have even cared, at one point in time, but you get like more than 40, 50 people applying for the job, dude. You know what I'm saying? That makes it easier for them because I've seen that happen, dude. I work federal, right? And it'd be just like, boom, 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 boom. Okay, so they just cut it. They weed them out. And given everything that's going on, like you saw the Google guys that got fired, right? They're doing a sit-in protest, and they got fired. And or like, oh, I guess Google doesn't care. Like Google doesn't either. They don't care about what's going on in the Middle East, or they support this one side or the other. And I'm like, no, dude, that has nothing to do with it, dude. You just gave them an opportunity to lighten their load. Because the tech industry, which was used to be bulletproof, right? They're no longer that way. So all it took was somebody doing that, and they're like, oh, okay, we can get this many people off the payroll. I mean, yeah. So that's again, that's the reality I'm talking about. So at least in that sense, right? I mean, and we let both our kids know, be cognizant of it. Look, life is about choices. You take your shot. But I mean, at the end of the day, you know what I mean. At least you don't have any regrets. Yeah, dude, Fireboss, man, it's good talking to you, bro. I know sometimes, like, I just do these on the. I try and make it consistent, but I'm all over the place, especially this year, dude. Because I got so much stuff going on. But I wanted to bring this back because I think it's important that we talk about it.
Oh yeah, and I saw you sent me an invite. What was it, like a few days ago, but yeah, dude, when you said that I was out cold.
Oh, no worries, dude. That's like I said, that's on me because the time differences and stuff like that. But at least I try and send it to everybody. So if you can jump in. I think you're in for a while, man. But then we were just talking, and with this podcast, when I talk about entertainment, man, you got Ebot and E-Rock, Unlimited, and I know Sega Man, but Sega Man was I think Sega Man's like he works on Friday nights too. So I was thinking about doing these on Saturday mornings, but then I was having a hard time with that too because I was like, I have stuff to do in the morning, like either appointment or I gotta run errands or I gotta go shopping for the week. So, but yeah, dude. I mean, I'll try and be more consistent with this too. I'll try and put something a little bit more. I just wanted to talk about the reason why I said when's a change, man. When I talked about pop culture, dude, I think it's starting to turn back around because they've been failing so hard. This industry's entertainment, comics. Anything besides stuff overseas, right? These guys have been suffering. I mean, they've been failing so much that at some point in time, they're going to have to course correct. Either they're going to go bankrupt, or somebody going to come along and get wise and make the changes they need to make to get all this stuff back on track. So
yeah,
but I see it little by little. I see it.
Yeah, we might not. A lot of people might not agree or like it. But no, it's probably well overdue. It's coming. It's coming because it's like the way things are going it's like it's not sustainable for the current generation. Just like I said, where the current mindset of this generation is that everything is disposable. Yeah. And that type of mindset is going to fucking cause a crash because you can only do but so much and generate but so much on the fly, on the spot, but so quick. The human mind is not capable of that.
Yeah.
It's like somebody sitting there, trying to sit there and eat every single fucking type of hamburger that's on McDonald's fucking menu in 1 hour. It's it's not possible. Well, not possible for fucking everybody.
Oh, that's a good analogy.
Yeah, well, thanks, but because that's kind of what it's like. It's like everybody is like, like nom, 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 nom. Okay, good. Give me another. No, I want a different one. Give me another. It's like, dude, this is all we had. So, but yeah, man. But dude, I appreciate you having me and everything. And
no worries.
Yeah, and I'll keep everybody advised as to what's going on. The best hint I can give y'all is if anybody's been following my account and keeping up with the last things I posted, it's like you'll see that I've been like trying to get myself back into doing graphics. But You know, so like I said, that's basically where the start is because, and it's funny because I remember I answered I'm trying to remember. I think it was Kima, Mr. Kima. I'm not sure if he's still here, but somebody was posting up something that was echoing something that I've always said, and I've always said that that the whole idea of Microsoft trying to force Xbox to push every single IP over to other platforms, such as Halo and everything like that, they're going to fucking run into a brick wall because the logistical is going to be a logistical nightmare. Because
you're saying the amount of money and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, because the thing is like the thing about it is that everybody looks at it where it's like, oh, you're just bringing in a team to port. No, you need a team to not just port, but you need teams to support because of the fact that the other platforms are not Windows-based platforms. Now, the biggest win, the biggest absolute leg sweep that Microsoft could ever pull off is forcing Sony's hand to make the PlayStation 6, if there ever is a PlayStation 6, to be Windows-based. That right there is where it just doesn't matter any damn more.
Well,
because
that's another thing, though, right? That what if that happens, right? What if, at the end of the day, dude, Microsoft is the one that ends up cornering the industry by doing something like that?
Yeah, and so the thing is like you have to have teams on call to support that stuff. Having a team that ports something, once that team is done, you can disband that team. That's money that you're no longer losing. But a team that has to be on call to support for the lifetime of that game existing, that's money that's going to constantly be out of your pocket for the next 10 to 12 years, for as long as people are playing that game. And God help you if it's a live service.
Wasn't it funny that one of the things Sarah Bond was stressing was that back compat team, they're going to actually put a team together just to work on backwards compatibility, which I thought was interesting. And then you factor in stuff like Fallout show doing well, more people playing Fallout now than ever. And there's a method to their madness, dude. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. And but to bring my rant to a close is that I was bringing this point up, and some jackass pops in, some little like only 100 follower type of clout roach pops up and says like, what are you, stupid? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're not a game developer. And I don't have the energy to do this shit no more, to do this back and forth with these clown asses. I just quietly grabbed the link to my fucking YouTube, the Firesoft developer YouTube, and I dropped it right on his fucking head like a thwomp, and I just walked away. He ain't said another fucking thing.
What is that old adage? Think before you talk. It should be think before you tweet.
Yeah. How does your foot taste?
Yeah.
I mean, but I did put in a little disclaimer. I said that, granted, inactive for a bit, but you might, before you fucking go saying shit, you might want you might want to kind of like kind of pull back. So, but yeah, so like I said, I'm getting back into it, and I'm going with the same formula as originally before, which is basically, it's not so much as playing the games that I would like to play. The whole idea of is that I'm making games. I'm not worried about experiences. I'm not worried about fucking cinematic fucking walkthroughs and tear jerkers. I don't do when I started gaming, I didn't fucking care about that shit. It wasn't about that. I gamed a game. I gamed to play a game. I didn't turn on my Sega Genesis to play interactive art. I didn't turn on my Sega Master System to play a cinematic experience. I didn't. I mean, I can't speak for you. I don't know about you, but that wasn't what pulled me into gaming.
I mean, me personally, I'm all over the board. It's all about the experience for me. Like, if regardless of what is being presented, and that's why I love Xbox and Game Pass and just the variety that they have. Right? Because not everything's gonna be my cup of tea, but at least I get to get some kind of experience out of it. And more times than not, it's usually a great experience. So.
Yeah, I mean, and my thing is that as long as you're happy with what you're getting and stuff like that, then I can't really say anything. But I just know that for myself, it's like nah, man, I'm gonna have to pull chalks and and yeah, I'm gonna have to pull the chalks and just go ahead and start rolling out, try to get back to what it is that I was supposed to have been doing.
That's understandable.
So, but anyways, like I said, I mean, just if y'all want to peek at what it is I'm doing, just take a look at the last things I've been posting, and there's a few more things I need to do before I completely present the idea as to what it is. But for right now, it's just look at the work and as I'm trying to like build myself up, because for a long time I haven't done any sort of pixel work whatsoever, and a lot of people with the misconception is, oh, you draw pictures and comics and stuff. Oh, it should be a whiz for you to do pixel art. No, it's not. It's two entirely different things. It's kind of, I guess you could say, it's kind of like the thing of like riding a bicycle and riding a motorcycle. They're both two-wheeled vehicles that you have to like maintain a certain speed to keep balance, but there's a different mindset that goes with it. Whereas a bicycle, you're using your feet to pedal and get your speed. Motorcycle, you can't pedal to get no fucking speed. Matter of fact, you can't put your foot down at all unless you're trying to keep the thing balanced when it's not moving.
That's funny.
So, but yeah, so like I said, right now I'm trying to build back up, because one thing I've learned the hard way and stuff like that is if you, when it comes to I guess when it comes to certain fields, if you rely on one person for too long, you may find yourself like, kind of like, backed into a corner, like what happened with us with our game Barricade. So when the graphics guy left, we were ass out, and I have nobody to blame but myself, because I had the chance to get back into learning pixel art, but I only stopped because I was constantly just getting in his way. But I still should have been practicing. So now I have like 2 decades of rust that I need to like shake off. So, anyways, I'm just ranting and I'm just rambling. But dude, thanks for throwing me the invite. If you ever do this again, just don't be afraid to send me the the link. If I can pop in, I'll pop in. So
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll send the next one will be the Wrecking Crew. We're gonna talk specifically about Xbox, and that'll be next week. I want to try and do it on Friday. Friday night. So yeah, but just look in your Twitter, dude. That's where I send it to you.
All right, man. So on that note, I shall catch you guys later because it is now 3:30 over here.
Yeah, thanks for being on the podcast, man. I know because it's 9:30 here, so I know it's morning, early morning where you are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything going on and stuff like that, so like I said, I'll probably sleep in a little bit anyway.
Okay, yeah, do you get some rest, man?
Yeah, and then I'll wake up and see if I can get a bit more pixel practice in. But yeah, like I said, just go onto my Twitter and just scroll down and take a look and see what I've been cooking.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Yeah, dude. I mean, I follow you. I see your posts. And then keep up with all the stuff that you like to put up. So it's funny because a lot of times they were tagged too. As I think that's still one of the stuff I can't. This is why I won't give up Twitter because I'll do or X because I do like that about it. You know, it keeps you kind of jacked in. But I like the whole thing we talked about with Atlantis. I guess is writing about Stargate Atlantis.
Yeah.
Or not Stargate Atlantis, but just Stargate. But then I put Atlantis.
Yeah, posts like that right there. I just do that for fun.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's interesting because it was such a, some people will be like, "Oh, okay, that was an okay show." Like, dude, I love world building, so that's the best part of the show. I mean, that's some other great stuff, but just uncovering different, all the, as the story intertwined, and then you found out about the different parts of the universe that resides in Stargate, the Stargate TV series. So from all the races and then how they talked about seeding the universe and all that kind of stuff, I thought was pretty cool. But yeah, brother, yeah, dude, thanks for being here, man. Please definitely go get some rest, and we'll do it again next week.
Alrighty.
All right, my brother. All right.
Catch you later, man.
Thanks, Fireboss. I know Sega Man. Sega Man, you there? Yeah, I know my brother. He works hard, man. Thanks for being on here, Sega Man, bro. I know it's late on your end. I might try and do something tomorrow. Or if you're gonna do something tomorrow, let me know, dude. I got the day off. And I'll just probably be trying to catch up on some games. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up, guys. Again, if Unlimited was here, Unlimited would have been laughing. Hey, what's up, brother? You all right? Sega Man, you okay?
Mm-hmm.
If he jumps in, he jumps in. But yeah, I'm just gonna wrap it up real quick, guys. Which, like I said, Unlimited because it'd probably be in like an hour. But I just wanted to let you guys know, man. I appreciate everybody coming in tonight. The chat, Zobi70. Zobi, I shot you a link. I don't know if you saw it or not. But you're more than welcome to join anytime. Love your commentary. Mike, thanks for being here, dude. I appreciate it. If you didn't know, man, Unlimited did a really good podcast, bro. Go check it out. But thanks for coming in. Toolman, man, I always appreciate you, brother. And no worries, man. Yeah, I'm colorblind, brother. That kind of stuff don't bother me. I'm more of a judge people by, the things that they do. That's how I roll. But I always appreciate the support, man. But again, thanks for being here as well. Pepe Le Pew, man, sorry I couldn't get to you. We were having some heated discussion. Or not heated discussion. We have a good discussion. It was nice to have E-Rock on the podcast. E-Rock's very versed when it comes to pop culture, as you guys can tell. We didn't talk a lot about the wrestling. Maybe I'll get him on a one-on-one with that one because I really wanted to get his thoughts on WrestleMania. Like I said earlier on the podcast, I haven't been following wrestling as close as I used to. I used to be a big wrestling fan. You guys follow me on Twitter, you guys would know that because I post a lot of the stuff and repost a lot of people's things that follow a lot of wrestling influencers on Twitter, and I'm talking about like a lot of these guys do a lot of the old school stuff as well, like how I grew up, man. A lot of the wrestlers I liked back in the day, man. And I'm even talking dating pre-rock and wrestling in the WWF, and I'm talking about some of the old school guys. And if you guys are on my social media, you know what I'm talking about. I've always been a big fan of wrestling. Dude, got that from my grandfather and my dad. And it was nice to see, or nice to be excited, because I haven't been this excited about wrestling in a long time, you know. And I'm not saying that the wrestling's been bad. It's just like a lot of things, man. Like a lot. This was the whole kind of the purpose of talking about pop culture and when's the change. I hope these guys are finally waking up. And by guys, I mean the industry, right? The people that do comic books, the people that do video games, the people that do movies, entertainment, music. A lot of these guys are starting to wake up, man, and I think they finally see it, because at the end of the day, dude, you cannot survive without customers. You need to make your money. With all the talk of greed and all that kind of stuff aside, dude, there's a formula to this, and it's not very complicated. Give the fans what they want, and they'll reciprocate in kind through either support, word of mouth. There's a lot of ways that you can get your product put on blast nowadays, especially with social media. But you have to respect the fan base, man. You have to respect the consumers as well. And a lot of these companies, man, I don't know why they're like this, but a lot of these companies don't have either the hobby or culture that they occupy, or what's even worse, the fans and consumers that support their product. And this is the first time I've seen this every once in a while in my lifetime, but I've never seen it like this. And a lot of it has to do about the type of privilege we have in this country to live in a society like we live in, which allows us to have a lot of freedoms. It allows us to have a lot of choices, and it allows us a type of anonymity, given the type of technology we have right now. So the accountability is not the same as when I was growing up, where you have to actually talk to people face to face. You have age, and that's also part of the I'll say wonderment of where we are in this time in human history. But there's a lot. There can be good, but there also can be bad. And then that's one of the things I look at most definitely. Is, as Fireboss was saying, something as far-reaching as AI, and where is that going to? Something as simple as just creativity, right? And that's something that's lacking in a lot of these industries, right? And this is why I make such a big thing about DEI on my channel, because it is a slippery slope, and we've gone way beyond that. Right, I've been talking about this. I've been paying attention to this for over.
What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, man? Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. We were like we're almost 4 hours in, man, and we had a bunch of the crew stopping in, man. It was a great time.
Who all stopped in, brother?
Unlimited finally made his way in, and then
I seen Unlimited and Brother E-Rock.
Yeah, and then Brother E-Rock, Hebot was in, and then we had a Fireboss come in.
Oh, Fireboss was in there?
Yeah, I just wrapped up with him. In fact, I know it's late, so. Yeah, so NWO Prime's in the chat. Thanks for stopping by, brother. So
wow, NWO Prime.
Yeah, I shoot him invitations and stuff like that. I think, I gotta get him. We gotta get him on this program.
Yeah, I haven't seen him. He hasn't been on in a long time, man.
Yeah, he hasn't put out a video.
Yeah,
I still follow him on Instagram, so he'll post pictures anytime I want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was good having him in here. But yeah, it was a good conversation, man. Yeah, NWO Prime is not just an OG, but he knows his stuff, man. I remember when he did the podcast. I remember when he thought he was nervous, man. Then when he got on, dude, he killed it. And I was like, dude, man, you're natural.
Oh, Prime? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was on Hebot's podcast. We did a while ago. So, he's like us, man. Life happens, bro. We got to do it.
We good to see E-Rock, and I'm gonna talk to him to see if he, we're gonna get him back out here with the Exile. You know what I mean?
We have to, dude. Things are not.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about the culture, the Xbox, the culture of gaming.
Yeah.
Things are not doing it. I don't know if you. I don't think you're on X, right? But I wish I could share my screen, dude. Because Tim Dog, dude, that dude has just gone off the deep end. And
what's going on? Yeah, I heard, man. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I got my PlayStation account. This is he's like Crap Gamer, you know, like how Crap was doing all that stuff. Not as bad as Crap, but you know, at least he keeps it civil. But I'm just
so
like,
he's
yeah, he's a PlayStation geek. He went to the dark side, man. And you know what? That's his own whatever, man. You do you.
yeah.
Kind of deal,
Yep.
but I never understood, bro. I never understood how you can be so pro Xbox and then switch like that, dude. I would never do that. I don't care how bad things get with Microsoft. You know what I mean? Like some of the stuff they do bad, right? I'll never do
Yeah.
that. And people be like, you should never say never. Say like, bookmark this moment on this video that you're gonna throw in my face if I ever go to PlayStation and Nintendo, which will never happen.
Sega Forever would never go. I know you would never go.
I ain't ever going, dude. That's like I said. Once this is done for me, I'm done, dude. I'm out. And I don't and I, look, some of you guys, man, got a little twisted with me, dude. I know you feel like, oh yeah, you see what? No, dude. I have nothing to worry. I don't have to worry about being out because this is the tip. The stuff that Microsoft is doing. Again, I'm going to speak my piece when it comes to the 4 games, right? But I've also said a million times, man. There's nobody that can touch them right now. The 4 games thing is like 95% of it's like 5% out of the 95. The 5% of that I think is bad. Is the rest of 95% is Microsoft is killing it.
Yeah.
Like you were talking about earlier, Sega man, dude, you won't be able to touch these dudes. Yeah, I mean, you just can't. You can't touch them now, right? I mean, I know you see it as well, Sega man. These guys are they're low console sales. I was like, dude, if Microsoft and this is if Microsoft is in this much trouble with Xbox, how do you think Sony's doing? You know, how do you think Nintendo's doing?
Yeah.
Dude, this is the things that irk me about these guys, right? Because they don't even think about that, dude. I'm like, if Microsoft, as a $3 trillion juggernaut, is having a hard time, like they say that it is, dude, then that means that your console of choice is dead.
Yeah.
Because they have nothing to turn to now. I forgot who brought up the whole them buying Paramount, and I thought that was funny because I was like, dude. And then they said, oh, we're gonna partner with somebody. I'm like, yeah, like that's gonna work.
Yeah, they did it to themselves, man. Sony.
Dude, they've been living that Sony's been living on borrowed time. Like I've said 100 times, I can't wait till they die. You know what I mean? They should have been dead a long time ago. The fact that they've been able to stick around and been propped up this long, it's just sad for this industry.
It is. They got very cocky back in 2013 with the PS4. You know, they got very cocky back then. They just, I don't know.
That's their modus operandi, dude. They can't help themselves, dude. You know what I mean? And they've never changed. This is what gets me about people. Well, you know, Sony, they're not talking about Sony. They're the same piece of trash company they were that we had to deal with in the Dreamcast days and the Sega days, dude. They've always been a trash company. And you know, my time with Sony was they wasn't even doing video games. It was all about their electronics. You know, but they're a shell of that company. So, you know, because Japan's not like that anymore. When Japan was hungry and it was dominating in tech, right? Because they had the drive and stuff like that. And I'm saying they don't have a drive now, but it's not the same time, right? So Sony's a dinosaur. Sony's a dinosaur of days gone by, right? So let's let it die. And then, you know, 100 years from now, when they dig up its fossil and do the historical record, they can realize what a piece of trash company it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
So look, don't get it twisted, guys, dude. I'm still the same Sega forever. This is still the same Xbox All In channel. Right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah.
But for some of you guys, man, I mean, you guys gotta understand that we're gonna talk about the pulse of what's going on. And whether you want to believe it or not. And I know some of you guys that are more on the positive front, you're acknowledging it at least by at least addressing it, right? Because you know something's wrong, right? And that's again, like we talked about earlier with E-Rock, I was talking about. There's a culture to all of this kind of stuff, right? And that's a real thing, and you need that. You need that so that your brand doesn't end up being a carbon copy of every other thing that goes on. You lose it. You lose the ingenuity. You lose the drive. You lose the competitiveness. You know, Again, Microsoft could have solved all this. I think they're going the long route, death by 1,000 cuts, but they could have solved this with the nuclear option, which I wish they would have done. So we could move past all this stuff, dude. We can move past all this stuff and then focusing on stuff that really we need to be focused on moving forward. Anyway, second man, you got anything that you want to add, brother?
Well,
anything, just talk whatever you want, bro.
Like I said, man. Man, when the Xbox One came out, man, I was so excited. You know, the very first one, but then I didn't know about all this rhetoric and
drama,
bro. I didn't. I was focused on the games. Playing. What was I playing? I can't remember the very first game. I can't remember what I was playing, but I was just so amazed at the Xbox One and happy. But then when I heard all this stuff, it blew my mind. It really did, man. The way they were making in front of Xbox, I mean, it was bad, dude. It was bad. And I'll never forget it. I'll never forget that.
It's like it's etched in our memories.
Yeah, I'll never forget that, man. They were terrible. They were horrible on Xbox, man. That was bad. That's because back in those days, the Xbox 360 was destroying and kicking the PlayStation 3's ass in and out. You know, and a lot of Sony guys were mad about that.
You know, it's funny because a lot of those Sony guys got into the industry just through the media. You know, mostly through the media.
Yeah.
And, you know, and that's why we have the media we have now. I don't care what any of these guys say because they sit there, bro, and they say, "No, we're not biased." I'm like, bro, it's you're dripping, and your bias is dripping off your nose, off your face, off your body, dude. You guys are obvious. You know?
I mean, it was. You remember those days? It was ridiculous.
Yeah. It was brutal, man. This is why, like, for me, you know, we had some of these guys come along and jump on board, man. But in a way, I kind of was like, yeah, that's cool, bro. You know, just enjoy it. But I could tell they wouldn't last long, dude, because it takes a certain type of gamer. You gotta love playing games, and you gotta love the type of games that Xbox has and the ecosystem. You gotta take it all. You just can't take a piece of it, man. You gotta take the whole enchilada, dude. You know what I'm saying? And for some of these guys, I knew they wouldn't. I could tell. Even now, dude, there's a couple of people I saw today. I was like, yeah, doesn't surprise me, man. You can't handle the. And it's not a slight to them, dude. It's like, you know, it's hard for anybody. You know, this is why I like the bleed green moniker, dude. That fits us perfectly. You know, never gonna lose that. And like I said, you guys, for Xbox,
man, remember Z and all them dudes. I mean, you know,
yeah,
people people really like looked up to them dudes back then. They really did. They looked up to them dudes until they started acting funny and slowly, you know, turning. That was all a money thing. That's all that was. They were slowly turning, you know, and you're like, damn, that's, you know, it made people mad. You know, oh, that's fucked up, man. You know, dudes turning on, you know, they're turning on Xbox and, man.
You know, sometimes when you're in the thick of the war, like we were, you know, so deep in the trenches, then Phil comes around, they start turning stuff around. But you fought so hard, right? And then sometimes, man, when the fighting starts to subside, you know, or the panic and you get past the major battles, and then you're on that road to recovery and stuff like that. Sometimes what happens, man, is people, you know, what they fought for, what they felt they were fighting for when it came to the console war, wasn't what they were expecting it to end up to be. And I think that's what some of these people had a problem with. I agree with you. A lot of it was the fame and attention, and those guys got weeded out. But because I always wrap my mind around how could you fight like so hard, and then change, right? Because we went past the storm, dude. We were past the hard we did all the heavy lifting. We were past the bad, you know, the bad battles. You know what I'm saying? Like we lost, you lost a lot of time and treasure and stuff like all the bad stuff. We went past the hardest part, and now
Yeah.
it's to kind of like, okay, let's establish some stuff and let's enjoy it. And that's where some of these dudes fell off, and the only thing I can think about it is like, how you was anticipating something, and then you go to a movie and you're enjoying it, and then all of a sudden, like halfway through, you find that you don't like what you're seeing, and then you just walk away. That's the only thing I can think of with some of these guys, man. Because they were hardcore. They took more arrows than we did, dude, because they were bigger channels. You know what I'm saying? And I remember watching some of their shows, dude. It was knockdown, drag out fight. You know what I'm saying? And then after everything's said and done, and then you get Phil Spencer, the road to recovery. Then we started moving in a certain direction. I think some of them felt like they were bigger than what they were, and that they
Yeah.
needed, like they had to have a say in it, and that they were being ignored. I think it's all of that stuff, dude. Ego, all that stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Big time, man. Big time.
It's
They wanted to criticize Phil. Everything Phil, Phil really did. He really did. This is people gotta understand, man. When you get people that are under and take over, that take over Xbox
Mhm.
to try to save the brand, Phil Spencer, I believe he's doing the right thing. I know people don't agree with a lot of things that Phil Spencer does, but the reason why Xbox is still here is because of Phil Spencer, man.
Oh yeah, dude. For all the stuff for all the stuff that I don't like that he did, which is very little. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I think I count on one hand.
Yeah.
The stuff that he's done positively, and sometimes look, dude, people get caught up in their feelings. I'm no different, you know. But at the end of the day, dude, I'm always gonna give this man his props. I'm not gonna say he needs to be fired or replaced, right? This dude built what we have right now, right? And again, the fact that he's not taking out Sony the way I would like him to, the fact
Yeah.
that that 4 games went over like I didn't want to happen,
Yeah.
stuff like that, dude. Something as minuscule as him taking away the snap feature, right?
Hmm.
With all of that, dude, that's minuscule to compare to what this man has accomplished.
Oh yeah.
The head of Xbox and now the CEO of gaming, right? And look,
Yeah.
I'm sympathetic to him, man, especially when the suits get involved and stuff like
Hmm.
that. So they're definitely no animosity towards him or Sarah. In fact, I love Sarah, dude. I still repost her stuff all the time. She is that next level. She is the next level guy. She's the final boss.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Sarah, I think when she when that happens, Sarah's gonna take it further with Xbox. Sarah Bond. Oh yeah.
I got such high hopes for her.
100%. Yeah.
The only thing I worry about her is that she's so good, that somebody's gonna snatch her up, give her an offer she can't refuse.
Yeah, that can happen.
Or that opportunity she's always wanted, like her bucket listing. So I'm like, I'm not in any rush to have Phil replace it. In fact, I think Phil got a couple more years on him. Most definitely. And I do love the way they support her and her and Matt Booty. And shout out to Matt Booty, man. You know what I mean? And Aaron.
Yeah, Matt Booty. Yeah, yeah.
I know Aaron's been getting some hate because of the whole marketing thing. I think because we live in such a different time and place, you know what I mean? And I think at the end of the day, they run those numbers, man. And I'm not just saying this to hate on Sony, even though I don't like them. You guys know how I feel about Sony, dude. I don't think their numbers. I don't think they're honest about their numbers. I don't think even if they had that many consoles sold, they're not pulling in. It's not a 1-for-1 kind of deal,
Yeah.
So it's like I buy a rice cooker, but I don't make rice. That's what I'm looking at. And so shout out to that whole team, brother. You know what I mean?
Like that new guy, that came over to Sony, man, he's coming out and saying, yes, we want to put our games everywhere. We want to put our games on PC. We want to put our games where we can to make that money, man. He's coming out and saying that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, dude. I knew that was gonna happen when I saw who he was. I was like, oh, that's Sony right there. That's old school Sony. They're gonna get back to doing that kind of stuff. Now, with that being said, I think a lot of people might have thought, oh, okay, well, and even I talked about it, dude. But I talked about it from the, again, talking about the 4 games going over. I would like to have something reciprocal.
Yeah, yeah.
But if this, like you said, but with this dude, then he might actually get that, right? Because he doesn't care, right? He's looking at it the way a person in this position should look at it. And it's
Right.
we got to be competitive
Right.
with money. We don't want to get left behind. Um, for all the support they get in the gaming media, dude, numbers don't lie. These dudes are
Nope.
in trouble.
That's it. Numbers don't lie. These PlayStation clowns, ponies, whatever you want to call them, they can't negate that. Numbers don't lie, man.
I mean, the fact that they're able to see like how or perceive that Xbox is doomed because they're not selling enough consoles or not selling as much consoles, yet missed the whole point. I'm like, dude, if Xbox not selling consoles, nobody's selling consoles. On that level. Like, I'm not saying the consoles aren't selling; they're moving product, but they're talking about comparing it to years after and looking at the overall picture. They're not the only ones. Everybody's suffering, dude. Everybody, and I'm talking every industry. Dude,
Yeah.
There's people that have artists that work at a certain company right now saying, "Dang, we're not selling enough tickets." Did I lose my brother? Okay,
100%.
like we're not selling enough tickets. We're not selling enough albums, right? Nobody's going to our movies, right? We paid this dude $50 million. We only made $108 or $108 stuff like that. This is happening in real time, right? And this is why I can't take these people seriously, because if you can't look outside that, if you can't see what's going on around you,
Yeah. They don't want to.
Yeah, they don't want to.
They put an invisible wall up like nothing's wrong. Sony can do no wrong. Sony this, Sony that. And they're in big trouble, man.
And this is why I say to Xbox, Microsoft, and specifically Phil, right? You guys should have destroyed these dudes, man. They're holding us back because they ran the narrative of AAA games. And what do I see on YouTube in the last 3 weeks? Oh, the AAA industry is it's in trouble. Oh, AAA games have been in trouble for a long time. We've been saying this for like the last 7 years, dude. Right?
Yeah.
When we had the Xbox One and we saw what Microsoft was producing, right? And we saw that technically across the board, nobody was buying those games on the level of cost, of the level of marketing, of the level of user base, right?
Yeah.
Those are the things that I like to look at, right? I'm like, okay, but if you have millions of consoles, but if you have 100 million consoles and only 2 million games sold of your biggest game, that doesn't make sense to me. What is going on?
Doesn't.
Now, Sega, man, all of a sudden these dudes have had a moment of clarity and they're talking about it. Of course, it takes like probably some big YouTuber that they follow to say something and they start echoing it. And then, I mean, on the bright side, at least it opens up their eyes because it's been like this for years. And Microsoft, and again, it doesn't give Microsoft, they don't give Microsoft enough credit. This is why you have Game Pass and this is why you got ID and Xbox, because Microsoft then realized that because they were dealing with that in real time on their own end,
Yeah, that's true.
Titanfall should have been our franchise. We should be playing Titanfall 5. We should be playing Titanfall 5 and complaining how it's getting stale. That's what we should be doing right now.
Yeah.
They're going to have to reinvent the game. I don't know. It seems like Titanfall 4. But we never got that opportunity because of all that console war BS and all the hate that Xbox got. I'll never forgive the industry for that. Dude. Never.
One of the worst guys, too, just to get his ass out there, he was one of the worst, was that
I know you're going to say.
Big forehead, Porter Rock, bro.
Oh, Porter Rock? Well, I thought you were going to say Pillsbury. Jez. I thought you were going to say Jez Gordon.
Jez Gordon is, some people out here in our community, Sega Forever, they have a great podcast. And I'm not going to really call them out, but they follow him. Jez said this and Jez said that. And I'm like, why do you guys keep bringing up Jez? You have a really good Xbox-centric podcast, and you keep bringing him up. You must be getting something from those guys. They support they could be supporting your podcast, but they're always talking about him. Well, Jez said this and Jez said that. Jez said this.
You know what it is, bro? It's like what E-Rock was talking about earlier. Yeah, but E-Rock was referencing that earlier, right? How, if you talk nicely, you might get that, attention. And how these guys kind of help each other out.
Oh, okay.
But I agree with you 100%. Dude. I won't listen to anything any of these guys say.
They're just,
To me,
I
they're
mean,
not. Oh, go ahead, bro. Sorry.
bro, those dudes were just constantly trying to destroy Phil Spencer. When he would come out and say when we do the Xbox shows, you knew when the Xbox shows were coming out back in those early days when he was saving Xbox. They were all in the chat. They were all in the chat. You know, they were all there just spewing toxicity, bro. When we would be watching our E3 shows, different things like that. Xbox is dead. Xbone. Xbox got no games.
Oh, Expo. I haven't heard that in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, those are the days, brother.
Remember? Yeah, they were.
Oh.
Those was the days.
I feel like we're two old veterans sitting over there, just
Yeah.
slinging the hash. I remember back in.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but you're 100% correct. Yeah, right, bro. You're 100% correct, brother. Man, that was. Whew.
We you know, back then we had the better lineup of games. Also, we did. We had the better lineup when the first Xbox One came out. We did have the better lineup of games than Sony. We did. Rise Son of Rome, Killer Instinct, to name a few. We had the best lineup of games.
You know, it's kind of funny. It's like kind of like what Iraq was saying about Man of Steel. How after you know all the dust settles, and then people just end up watching it for what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're away from the media, you're away from all the fanboyism, all that stuff, and then you just watch it like just watching a regular movie or a superhero movie if you like that genre. And then you begin to realize that this movie wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. You know?
Yeah.
And that's funny. That's kind of what's happening with Xbox right now. You know what I mean? And how many times have we heard that, dude? You see people playing the games that we have now, and they're like, "Oh wow," you know. Or Fallout.
Yeah.
Fallout's a perfect example, man. How that TV show got people to play, and it broke down those barriers. I actually wanted to talk about that with E-Rock because he had a good rant about it on a limited show earlier. And I think it's important because one of the things I wanted to say was, you know, this was the Xbox One back in 2013. This is what Xbox all-in-one box was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right? When they had that movies division, right, to produce these kind of shows. Now they didn't have Bethesda or Fallout back then, but this is the general idea of what they wanted to do, with the same intent though, right? Is you make a great quality show that it draws people into your product, right? At the same time, getting, you know, crossing streams. I love to use that term, crossing the streams, by attracting different people from different type genres of pop culture, right? That's what the all-in-one box was going to be. You know, and again, and with Fallout, they're proven correct yet again. So, nobody's going to get
look at it. You're right, brother. Sega Forever. Now look at today in 2024. They're port begging.
Yeah.
Port begging for our games, but yet I always keep saying this: for a game system that has no games, you sure want our games. For a game system that got no games, you sure want the games that we don't got.
Yeah, that's why, man. Microsoft just should have destroyed Sony and give people no choice.
Yeah.
Because I'm confident if that was the only choice, even if people will get it begrudgingly, all it would take is for them to play a couple games and boom, hooked. And you took out the other option. I know some people think, oh, dude, that's kind of like just anti-competitive, anti-competition. I was like, no, dude, that's totally competition.
Yeah.
You want to be the top dog, right?
Yeah.
And especially in the case of Sony, who's limping along, it's been limping along for a long time. You know, put them out of their misery, and then then when Xbox is there, then somebody else will rise up. You know? We're from the time where I didn't think anything could be better than Atari. That's the time we're from.
Yeah. Atari was man, remember we played that thing for hours, man. Hours.
Dude, I remember playing Galaxian thinking, dude, they can't get any better than this. And then they came out with Galaxian 2. I'm like, oh dude, this is peak. You know? And then you got Galaga. I was like, oh man, when is this gonna stop? Right? It's like, that's how it's always been, man, and as rightfully as it should be, because this is a tech-driven industry.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, call it whatever you will. Even though we enjoy the gaming aspect of it, I mean, it is definitely tech-driven. So I saw, I know you guys were talking about the showcase.
Yeah.
Are you gonna? Did Unlimited say they're gonna do something, right?
Yeah, I think they're gonna have a show. I think Unlimited's gonna have a show.
Okay.
A show where we're all in there. And that's on what day does that fall on?
The 9th, I believe.
But is that a Wednesday?
I think it's a Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah, that's the only thing about that though, brother. Sega Forever. I might be at work.
No, I definitely will be at work. That's why I can't that's why sometimes I can't even, listen.
Unless I take that day off. I might take that day. I mean, we'll see. I might actually take it off. But
yeah. Well, as we get, you know what, my brother? I'll be honest with you, right? I kind of had that thought. I kind of had that thought as well, brother, because
yeah.
the possibility of it being as big as it possibly could be. You know what I'm saying? Might merit a. Oh, look, it's on the 9th, dude. June 9th, I said, right? That's a Sunday. That's a Sunday, my brother. June 9th.
A Sunday? Oh, that would be sweet.
I guess that's like the E3. You remember on E3 they used to go that first Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That works,
cool.
bro.
I'll be off work.
I'll be watching you.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll be off work. Do you have to work?
Huh? No. That's I'll be watching. I'll be watching with you guys. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna be. I'll watch you guys do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't be on it, but even if Unlimited invited me, I wouldn't be on there, dude, because I'm all the way in Hawaii. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when I watch the feed and there's so much stuff going on, I have to have two things going on at one time because of the slowdown or stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just because of location, but hopefully the stream will be good, and then I'll be able to watch I would rather watch your guys' stream, but then just in case, I remember I was watching it one time, and then I had to switch over to the other one because the streaming was slow for me. So I was behind, in other words.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually want to buy. I'm actually going to go out and buy the old Xbox One back, and then I'm look at that and say this is a reminder, man, of what they try to do to destroy my brand in choice of console.
Oh yeah.
Because I have them all, man. I have the Xbox One X. I went out and bought an Xbox One S. I got it back. I actually got the OG Xbox One S back. Then I have an Xbox Series X. So I'm gonna go out and buy it. I'm gonna actually buy the original, old school Xbox One, man.
That's the only one I don't have, brother. That's the only one I don't have. The Xbox One. I gave mine to my nephew. So.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he wanted it. I was like, okay.
Because you can get them different places, pretty cheap. But I'm gonna get one because it's a reminder of what they tried to do, just to really try to destroy, Xbox. Like Xbox didn't have no business being into video games. That's how they made it sound. They shouldn't have a game console. They should never gotten into the gaming business. But they've been in the gaming business because of PC, Microsoft. They've always been in the gaming. It just was PC. They just didn't have a system, to the original OG Xbox. But their software, they were computer games made with software, right?
Mm-hmm.
So technically, you could say they were always in gaming. It was just PC gaming, but they were always there.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, I think it was Unlimited I was saying earlier, like, not to take him seriously because most of these guys saying all this stuff, that they're saying now is they just don't want Xbox to do a console. You know what I mean? And for all the haters out there, dude, that's never gonna happen. Microsoft actually is gonna meet their consumer base where it is. If it comes to a day where Microsoft does not make a console, that means the industry shifted. That's the only way they won't make a console. The industry shifts. Like nobody uses consoles, and I mean when I say that, I'm talking across the board, not just Xbox. I'm talking PlayStation, Switch, all of them. You know, maybe there will come a time where we'll have holodecks, right? And you can experience it that way, or maybe they finally get a grip on VR. It'd have to be something cataclysmic like that, dude. You cannot have an ecosystem and services like Microsoft has and not do a console.
Mm-hmm.
Again, there have to be an industry shift, and we've seen those. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it can't happen, right? Because we've seen industry shifts. Me and Sega Man are old enough to remember. Right? We remember a time when the only way you got arcade quality is you had to go to the arcade. Try to play X-Men on the Atari.
What's that?
I mean, try and go play Pac-Man on Atari 2600 and go play the old Pac-Man.
Yeah, I remember that. I still actually have that cartridge, I think.
You do? I believe it.
Yeah.
You have an extensive and impressive collection. You can send your collection to the Smithsonian, bro. That's how good your collection is. You can send it to the Smithsonian.
Yeah. The Brother Sega Forever, remember in the Atari days when the big Pac-Man craze was good, you would go to the arcade, you would wait to go play Pac-Man or Donkey Kong or Frogger or different games like that. So when these games came to a home system, you were happy, even though Pac-Man looked the way it looked. Yeah. You were just worried about playing Pac-Man. That was it. You weren't worried about how it sounded. You weren't worried about how it looked. You weren't critiquing everything. They critique every goddamn thing in a game.
Well, that's what I mean, right? That's how privileged we are now and how spoiled people are now. That they can't look at that, just like it'd be good if they had a time, they got tired in a time loop and went back there and that's all they could play is the stuff we had, you know what I mean? That would be so funny, dude.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I love the sounds of the games on the 2600. It just had that. You remember playing Combat, dude, and the sound the bullets would make when you fired them, and then when you hit somebody, it's like. And then, we've come a long way, brother. We've come a long way. But that was good times, man. I always look fondly upon those days, man. It was good fun.
What was that, brother?
I mean, just looking back on the old days, man, it was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. A lot of funniness, Z was funny. Those guys were funny. And I'll give him that. Z was funny with the stuff that he did. Some of those guys were funny. But a lot of that shit after a while went left, Brother Sega Forever. It just went way left. Really weird stuff, man.
Well, I know, like, originally, dude, the Z's program probably had the best group of guys that had great chemistry. I enjoyed listening to them, dude. That's when they had Showstopper, Z, they had Crap, John Doe, and I can't remember the dude. He used to lift weights.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name right now, but yeah, all of them. They had a good core. And then I know that fallout with John Doe happened, and then it was all kind of. Then they were switching people out, and they maintained for a while, but again, as they say, nothing lasts forever. Well, I shouldn't say that. We still here, bro. We still rocking it. So I can't say that. At least we're still around and we're still repping Xbox. So.
Yep. I'm gonna, like I said, if something was to happen, which I know it won't, I'm still gonna rock Xbox. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I mean, look, let's be honest, dude. We're locked in, right? It's not like we can escape it, right? We got like all our backlog of games and all the equipment we have, dude. I have every single Xbox except the Xbox One. and this current generation was the new generation back in 2013. Um, I've had every single console hardware. So, you know, I have multiple controllers. I have a bunch of games, physical and digital. Oh, I finally got Yakuza, dude. Um, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I had to go to 3 different GameStops to find that game. I guess because it's set in Hawaii, a lot of people here bought it. I was kind of shocked though that I had such a hard time finding it. Yeah, I think the GameStops here, dude, they're gonna go the way of the dodo bird pretty soon.
What's that, man?
GameStops I have here locally, dude, they don't have anything.
They're real bad, brother. Sega Forever. GameStop is, man.
I
They're
did a little
bad, man.
video. Yeah, I did a little rap video talking about it.
Yeah.
And it had nothing to do with the console war, dude. It's just like, dude, you guys don't got no stock. You know what I mean? I had coupons I needed to use, like it was gonna expire, right? So I had to drive. Like I had like 3 GameStops, dude. I hit, and on the third one, I finally got Yakuza Like a Dragon, the newest one. I was like, dude, I should not, this should not be like this, dude. You should have this game in stock, and they didn't, man. And I was like, drove all over the world to find it.
Yes.
I'm at a point now, like, do you want to live? You know what I mean? Do you want to just die?
Yeah. They're still on that. They're still on that. They're still on that Sony shit when you go in the store.
Yeah, I remember you guys
still on that. No, they really are. They're still on that same shit. Thinking everybody just wants, Sony. As soon as you come in, you ask for a game. Oh, what? One on PlayStation? No.
Yeah.
Want it on Xbox? Oh.
Well,
like it's like it's a bad thing, Brother Sega Forever. It's a bad thing for you to ask for a game on Xbox. The way they say it, they're all happy when you come in. Hey, yeah, man, we have it on the PlayStation. Yeah, PlayStation. But I want on the Xbox, and they go, oh, okay.
Yeah,
like that.
We have one that can see.
Yeah. Right. Like it's a bad thing that you want it on the Xbox.
Like you a cult, like you belong to a cult or something, right? It's like,
yeah.
Guys.
As soon as you pick out what you want on Xbox,
yeah,
they start talking about PlayStation. Oh yeah, but PlayStation, like they'll start talking about, I'm like, man, I don't want to hear all that shit, dude. Xbox is better.
Yeah, I agree. I'll say this, brother. Like the problem that is here is like they just don't want to work. You know what I mean? They bother whether you're Xbox or PlayStation. They bother with the fact that they gotta help you. I guess this is a little different, man. But the place where I bought the third GameStop I went to, man, the guy was really nice, helped me out a lot. Like talked to me, he's like, oh yeah, dude, they didn't do the whole Xbox PlayStation thing, dude. He's just like, oh yeah, we have it, Where the other two places I went, is like I was a privilege for me to be there in their store.
Yeah. And Microsoft saved GameStop, remember?
Yeah. Microsoft wants sainthood, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna nominate them. We'll do that on the next podcast. That's the next Wrecking Crew podcast, bro. Microsoft for sainthood.
They did save them. They put their stuff up front, and Sony had to move to the back. Remember?
Yeah.
Because before that, remember, Xbox's stuff before they helped them out, it was all the way in the back. You could barely see it or even notice that it was there. That's terrible. The way they treated Xbox, brother, that was terrible.
I'll say this, dude. It's like, it's kind of a pet peeve of mine, dude. It's like same thing with like Microsoft trying to save gaming by having the other two competitors actually be, have a place as well. And that's what I see with Microsoft with GameStop, dude. I'm like, dude, you should just let them die. They're always doing that, dude. Microsoft's always doing that. They're always putting their money down on stuff like that.
Yeah.
Trying to be nice guys and stuff like that. I'm like, look, dude, natural selection at this point. Let's Jurassic Park these guys, you know. But yeah, I mean, I still haven't watched the Idea of Xbox thing. I'll probably watch it tomorrow. I'll try to watch it tomorrow, but I still have to finish 2 episodes of Fallout.
Fallout? I didn't get to watch it yet.
Yeah, it's really good, brother. It's really good.
I might have to binge watch it. You gotta get that Amazon. Is it
yeah.
Prime? Amazon Prime? You have to pay for that, right?
Yeah. Well, no, if you have a Prime membership, right?
Prime membership?
Yeah, you have a Prime membership, right? Just go to the videos.
I think so.
Yeah, Amazon Prime, it's all up. There's like music, videos. I think the music is like what the music does is like it limits your thing. But yeah, you should have, if you have Amazon Prime, you should have access to Amazon Prime Video. The only thing is, I think they're gonna start charging. Like, either you can watch the commercial or they'll charge you like $1.99 or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they weren't doing that before. They're gonna start doing it. Or maybe it's $3-4 a month. I can't remember. But they're gonna try.
Yeah.
I
still think that. Huh? Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, bro.
I still think that. I really still think that Microsoft and Xbox. I think they're gonna end up. I think they're gonna buy half of Sega or buy Sega, man.
Oh, you think that's gonna happen this year?
I think that's still gonna happen. I think they're gonna buy Sega, man. All those Yakuza games that are coming out. I got that one Yakuza game from the library. I actually rented it out of the library, the newest one.
Yeah, that's the one I just bought too. The one from during Hawaii.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I think it's that one. Yeah.
I couldn't find it, dude. That's what I was saying. On the third GameStop, I finally got it. And I think it's sad because then when I couldn't get Yakuza, then I was like, oh, this didn't Sandland come out? They're like, no, we don't have it. I'm like, dude, what? Come on, guys, get on the ball, man. I mean, they didn't have it at all. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, inventory. I'm like, dude, do you guys want to stay in business or not? Because you guys don't have inventory for people that want to buy it. I do both physical and digital, right? But for certain things, I want physical, man. And when I go to the store, it should be there, dude. I'm gonna end up having to order from Amazon, all my stuff from Amazon. Because I can't be wasting gas, running around, wasting time, trying to find a game at a specific GameStop. It's just not gonna work out. But yeah, Sega Man, did you have anything else you wanted to throw down for the podcast? Oh, Sega Man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, is there anything else you wanted to say? We could wrap it
up. Just looking forward. That we got a lot of great things coming, brother. We got a lot of great things coming to Xbox, man. We just do, and the new Xbox, it's going to be more of like in my opinion, it'll be like an Xbox PC or something like that, because it's the only way to go. You can't go no other way. You know what I mean? It's going to still be an Xbox, but it's going to have a lot of, I think, PC embedded into it. But it's going to be an Xbox. It's still going to be a video game system. You know what I mean? I think it's going to be really smooth, dude, and really cool. And yeah, it's right around the corner. Even though we didn't even break the power of the Series X out yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know you said that earlier on the podcast.
Yeah,
I think minutes, right? You talking about that?
Yeah, there's still a lot to see with this one.
Yeah, wasn't it?
I think
wasn't it like I know one of you guys was saying that like that's kind of the bad thing, right? These guys are not taking full power advantage of the power.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Unlimited. Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, you'll see it with Hellblade, Senua's Saga, but no, they haven't. They haven't really broken too much into it yet. You know what I mean?
It's kind of one of the things that Tim Dog was saying on Twitter, on X, about how these guys are choosing to go with Xbox because, like PlayStation has a bigger user base and stuff like that. And I'm like, dude, they don't buy. Number one, they don't buy games. Right? Number two, if you're worried about being successful or selling units and making money, you have to put it everywhere.
Yeah, you do.
The reality of it.
You do. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I know people like push back. They're like, "Oh yeah, but aren't you the ones that said that you don't want your games going on the system?" And it's just yeah, because content. We have an ecosystem over here.
Yeah.
An ecosystem that needs to be fed constantly. That's how it works out. It's not us just getting the money from you to buy just one game. It's us getting you to come into the ecosystem.
Right.
And still buy the game.
Yeah.
And still buy the game too. So, that's why I can't. A lot of these guys I can't take them seriously because that thought never crossed their mind.
Yeah.
What Microsoft is doing as a $3 trillion company, you don't think that they understand how the economics works? Now, whether it's successful or not, that's a whole other.
Right.
Ballgame.
Right.
You can, if you just do use a little common sense and look at the situation, right? And you'll be able to figure it out. In my opinion, because I can see it clear as day. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it will work. I mean,
Well, I like what you said, dude. I think it's interesting if it was a hybrid.
Yeah, man.
Because they're trying to the PC Game Pass, so.
Yeah, I think that's doing well. PC, I mean, if you play on your Xbox, you have a laptop, and you can't take your Xbox with you. You can use your laptop. It plays just as well.
I know you told me, right, that you take it with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really cool. It's it's not. Of course, it's not going to be like the Series X, but it plays very well. It plays games very well. I never had a problem. I've never had a problem, to be honest with you. Never did. When I play on it, I never had a problem. Plus, you can earn points by playing on that too. Every day, you can earn 20. I think it's 25 points a day if you play one game on your PC.
Yeah, I forgot what it was because I saw that they were showing that on my Bing.
Yeah.
I'm not much of a PC guy, but
Nope.
I use it more than I ever would because of what Microsoft has done.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you use it once a day, you gain those points. Those points add up.
Yeah.
You get points for playing on your phone, logging in on your phone. Also,
I think I got 260,000.
Wow.
I haven't been able to break the mold because I want to get to 300,000 by the end of the year. I think
you're up there.
I know I'm definitely going to top my record from last year. Our report card.
Yeah, yeah.
I should easily.
Yeah, you're definitely up there, man. I ain't near you at all. I keep using them.
Oh yeah, I mean, what I want to do is get to 500,000 eventually, and give myself a cushion. Right. Because we get so much games, you know what I mean? I mean, you always think kickbacks from Microsoft, which is impressive to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, method to the madness, right? They know what they're doing.
Oh yeah, definitely. They definitely know what they're doing, brother. They do. That's why they're big business. That's why they're where they're at.
Yeah.
They're big business. They know what they're doing. they really wanted to, they can destroy both those companies at the same time.
Yeah.
They really could. People, you're bullshitting. Yeah, you guys. I mean, nah, they could. Microsoft can destroy both of them at the same time. They really wanted to. They could. I know they could. They can put them out of business.
It's funny. Maybe Phil will wake up one day and have a Death Star moment.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm tired of this crap. That's it. It's over. What's it? Chart a course for Alderaan. Oh man, dude.
It reminds you of when we had Sega. Xbox is nothing but Xbox is really, honestly, it is Xbox and it is Microsoft's game system, but it's the next gen Sega console. That's what it was. That's what the first OG was. It was Dreamcast 2. It was. Basically, it was a Dreamcast 2. A lot of people seen it as that. You know what I mean?
In a lot of aspects, it's still Dreamcast. They still
innovate. Yeah.
What I love about Xbox, right? They're constantly innovating. So that spirit has never, left. It's never dissipated.
Nope.
I was like, oh, how can you rock out Xbox? I'm like, dude, where else am I gonna rock out as a Sega person?
Right.
Like the gay station? You want me to be over there? Screw that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nintendo? No, man. Aside from what Unlimited says, which is true, right? Been there, done that in a sense, and they have some great games over there.
Yeah.
It's just not my cup of tea anymore. And on top of that, dude, I can't play a Switch, man. I can't play mobile because of my neck now. I can't look down. Like, when you play games, you look down.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I can't do that anymore, dude.
You can't look down.
Because my like how anytime I use a phone or stuff like that, because sometimes when I'm using my phone, I'll put my head up.
Yeah.
My phone above my head and look up to it, or if I'm laying down, if I'm at home, I'll lay down and look at it if I have to. Because what happens is like I have pinched nerves and stuff. So.
Yeah.
That position's horrible. In fact, I saw the study where they're saying that there's a generation of kids growing up, they're going to have that crooked neck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they're constantly looking at their phones.
Oh, wow.
You ever seen like older people from the generation prior to us when they had the hunchback?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. So you're going to have a generation of kids that I think they're getting better. Everything is more ergo and they're trying to address the problem. Because I'd hate to see that happen,
Yeah. Yeah. Your eyesight, you said your eyesight is you have a pinched nerve. Is there something that they can do to fix that? The pinched nerve.
I go to therapy, but not really. If it gets really bad, then you have surgery you gotta deal with. I'm trying not to go.
Yeah.
So I have a chiropractor. I do specific exercises, and then I'm trying to build up the muscles around the problem areas that I have for better support. So yeah, dude, like the other day I was doing shoulder shrugs.
What's that?
I was doing shoulder shrugs the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing major, man. Just trying to stay. All I'm trying to do is stay functional, man. I gotta make it to the new Xbox. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. That's another thing, brother Sega Forever. I love my Xbox. I love Xbox gaming, but brother, they're making another console already, and that's fine. But I hope it doesn't come out too soon because we didn't get to see the power of what we saved and have for right now.
Yeah,
we really haven't, man. That's just they keep making these, and that's cool. Keep making the consoles, but give it a little bit more breathing room. The one you already have out, a couple more years. I mean, something. So we can just not see a couple games like Hellblade: Senua's Saga and Gear 6. I want to see more use the power of the Series X also.
I think
you can see it in Forza. I think you see it in some that got critiqued too. A lot of people try to criticize Forza Motorsport, saying that 7 is actually better than the new one. People are saying,
I saw E-Rock address that with him, and he realized that it was his settings. I think that's a problem with a lot of the people. You know, that's something that Microsoft needs to really look at, dude. You got to go LCD on this stuff, man. Lowest common denominator. The easier you make it for people, especially if you're trying to attract a general audience type of gamer with these games, which Forza can be. It has something for everybody. So what you should work on is trying to make it as simple as possible. I know a lot of times you're looking at it, well, like we let people to pick their own, um, make their own choices when it comes to stuff like that. But at the end of the day, man, mass market needs simplicity.
Yeah.
Right? It's just the way it works. So,
what happened to the realist? Have you been seeing him?
I haven't seen him in a while. I shot him a link.
Could be busy.
I might have that. I might not have his right account. That's the only problem. I was hoping he'd pop up in the comment section. I could send him something. I sent a link to everybody, actually, bro. Because a discussion I thought would be interesting to have, something I'd like to talk about. But, you know what I mean? So, yeah, my brother. But good times, dude. Good times. Yeah,
good times, man. Good things to look forward to.
Unlimited had a great podcast. You guys were all there, man. It was positive, man. It kind of lifted my spirits. Not that I was down, you know what I mean? But it was good to have a pace.
And to be honest with you, brother Sega Forever, that's why I haven't really been doing a lot of podcasts and stuff, because there's nothing really. I mean, I'm looking forward to. I'm playing a lot of games. I'm looking forward to the show and stuff. Like, I like to do the podcast because I know Tuck likes to do podcasts, and if I do it, it's mainly too also because Tuck might, he might want to rant a little bit, about the PlayStation dudes and stuff like that. But when it's time to game, brother, and there's nothing to talk about, I'm not going to keep doing podcasts, but there's nothing to talk about. I'm out gaming, And I think that's what Unlimited did too, because there's not much to talk about right now until when things start coming up, like this show. They're definitely going to critique that show. You'll see. You'll have these PlayStation trolls come out and, critique our show. That's coming, right?
Oh, 100%.
Regardless, they're going to critique it. Watch.
And we're just going to fire back up. But where's your show?
Yeah. Because they don't have nothing. Do they have anything coming? A show? Do they have something that's coming?
Not that I know of, dude, at all. And by now, I think they would have announced something, right?
Does Nintendo have anything coming?
They do the Treehouse thing, but I don't hear anything about anything.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if Microsoft turned it into like an actual E3, because they could do that.
They can. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. They can do that. You're right. Yep, they can.
Dude, I'm gonna be laughing so hard, dude. Anyway, it is what it is with these clowns. Oh my god! Not Microsoft. Talking about the ponies, right?
Yeah. It is what it is with them, bro. It is.
Because they'll sign, because if they do extend the showcase, dude, they'll be simultaneously watching it and complaining at the same time.
I think, yeah. Man, it'll be crazy if they show prototype of the new Xbox.
I want to put it past them. Hopefully they don't do, but I don't want them to do an Achilles stupid show.
Yeah, I'm sick of that dude, man.
Even watching clips of just clips that people share is irritating.
I don't watch the bias awards. I don't know why they always got to go to him. They don't need him, dude. They really don't. I don't know why they keep going back. You don't need Jeff. You don't need him.
When it comes to these type of things, I never can understand what Microsoft is thinking.
Yeah, no, that's why I call it the bias awards. He's nothing. He's just for Sony.
Oh yeah, dude, 100%. He's from that time. That's why he's a product of that time. He's a pony, dude.
Yeah, that dude is. I don't watch none of that bullshit. Oh, these guys run too. Some of these Xbox dudes run to that show, and then they start crying. Dude, these so-called Xbox dudes start crying about when he starts showing Sony stuff. You know,
I know. He's like,
they get worried every time.
These guys will never. Well, the guys like that, they'll never be happy, dude. So,
Nope.
what can we do, man? You know what I mean?
If you want to go over there, just go. Stop whining and crying. If you want to be on the wrong side, go over to the PlayStation.
Well, like I said, we lost one, man. We lost one. We lost one Tim Dog.
Yeah. Yep.
Not surprising, but still. I'm like, bro, you
Tim Dog, man. Wow.
How can you be a hardcore Xbox guy and go over? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Nope.
Yeah, it just tells me you weren't truly green.
He ain't even gonna play that shit. He ain't gonna play no fucking PlayStation.
Dude, man, he's
just mad. He'll have one.
He's giving out his PSN network. All these dudes are messaging him. He's talking about it on Twitter, on X, and I'm laughing because I'm like, dude, can you not read the room here? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who's to really say that Tim Dog's really gonna play? He ain't gonna play that fucking PlayStation. He might, but I don't know. I think he's mad and upset.
Oh yeah, he's been that way. That's why again I'm just like, okay, well you do you, bro. You know what I mean? I couldn't do that, dude. I couldn't be a part of something that I was against, whether console war or the way they have anti-consumer issues and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So stick by, you still, you know what I mean? It doesn't track with me, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's just like if you have a girl that you never could stand, and then all of a sudden you propose to her. You know what I mean? It's like it's just, I don't know. That's probably a bad comparison, but that's just that kind of came off the top of my head because that's what it means. Like, how can you get a console that you worked vehemently against, and understand like how that console is everything that's wrong with gaming right now, And yes, I'm talking about the PlayStation. And knowing that and being on the other side and being smarter than what you purport yourself to be, and still do those, and still go ahead and do it. No respect.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what goes on, brother, because it's our time right now, man. They did this. I keep saying this over and over, and even the brothers bring it up. They did this to themselves, brother. All this clowning and making up stuff, and for years, just saying Xbox got no games for years. Look what they turned Xbox into, bro. They have so many games that they're begging now for our game. It's really funny. It's funny because they started that. Xbox got no games. It was everywhere. Everywhere. And people started to believe it.
Yeah.
They believed it. How can you believe a lie? The system always had games.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's how they are. Deceptive to the core.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, segment. We're at the 5-hour mark, man.
What's that, man?
We are at the 5-hour mark.
Holy crap, brother! You got a record here going.
Nothing can top Realist and Dead, though. That 10-hour one, dude, that was a beast.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
10 hours.
It started off early, people jump in and out, and then we got to the point where I think it was Unlimited Me, Dead, and Realist. And we also
10 hours?
Yeah.
Wow.
I want to say the last 4 or 5 hours was.
Brother Sega Forever, you hold the record, man.
Yeah.
10 hours. That's a good long. That's long, man. That's good. That's long.
I feel bad because it's just like I know people come and go, but normally when I start it, I'm it's
I wouldn't feel bad. I wouldn't feel bad.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody coming on.
I wouldn't feel bad. I think that's cool, man. Some people, they like, oh man, that's crazy, man. 10 hours, that's crazy. I mean, hey, you're talking about gaming, you know? I mean, 10 hours. There's people that probably actually there's probably people out there that do longer around the time like you have 10 hours. You never know. Never know.
But we'll see. We'll see moving forward, man. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to change.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, like you said, they're going to always be out there. Look, they have been kind of quiet. They have. They kind of been quiet lately. You're not hearing too much stuff, but you still hear a little bit of stuff like they trying to bring back the digital foundry thing and stuff like that. But for the most part, I think they've been kind of quiet.
Yeah, I guess the funniest thing for me is when they announced that other game going to PC and those dudes lost their minds.
Yep.
It's wonderful, man. Because I'm like, yeah, this is what happens when you don't pay attention to your own crap.
Yeah.
And trying to get out on the rest of us.
The games are good. When the games go to PC, if you don't understand business, I don't know what else to tell you. When games go to PC, it's to make more money. It's like E-Rock said, remember?
Yeah.
Xbox games, period, are expensive. They're more expensive. They're becoming more expensive to make than movies.
Well, that's what I mean by like talking about earlier about painting yourself into a corner. That's what Sony did. Because Sony relied on that formula, hell or high water. And again, I don't think they've been profitable for a while when it came to this kind of stuff. So, but they couldn't course correct, they couldn't change, and then the economy went bad, and people started, they don't have that same purchasing power, and they find where they are, and it couldn't happen to a nicer company, and to a nicer fan base than the Tonys, Evil Empire, because they did that to themselves, like you said, right? They talked all that guff instead of focusing on what was really going on with their console, right? They got consumed by everything Xbox, So I have no sympathy for these people, personally.
Yeah. We shall see, brother Sega, forever.
It's gonna be a loaded 2 months or 3 months actually. Yeah, I'll be here for it, bro.
There's always a surprise that comes from Xbox headquarters, rather it be in Game Pass, a game drop in there you didn't expect. Or Sarah Bond is amazing, does amazing tweets. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? I'm excited for this. She's always interacting with the fan base. That's what you need to do. They don't interact with their fan base at all. Do you see them out there tweeting? They're not doing anything.
Taylor, man, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I think I got some dinner on my thing.
They don't communicate with their fan base. They don't.
And even if they did, their fan base is hard-headed, won't even listen to them.
Yeah.
Because you see, right? How they turned on, how sometimes they'll get all like what's happening with the PC stuff, right? And these dudes go psychotic.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the nerve to say that we're the psycho fan base. I'm like, no, dude, you guys have that on lockdown.
They do. Yes, they do. They do. You're right.
You guys MVP, man. You got the big contract. It's all you.
Oh yeah.
We can't touch you guys at a 10-foot pole. You guys are absolutely off your meds, off your rockers. Dude. And that's the thing too, man. Like, after we're done with this, I'm probably gonna go to bed. But,
yeah.
We always have something to play. Like you said, like E-Rock said, you should patent that, bro, because you always said it. We eating good over here. And we have nothing. We have nothing that we're not wanting for anything on the Xbox side.
Nope, we're not.
Even if they don't come out with anything for the rest of the year, we'll be fine, man. There's just like so many games, dude.
The last momentum they had was talking about Helldivers. That's it.
Yeah.
That's our last momentum. Where's this Wolverine game at?
They have a Wolverine game?
I think they have a game.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, where's this game at? They were shouting to the rooftops about.
That's premature. big time. Get a little teaser with probably some unfinished video, and you hang your hopes and dreams on that. I'm like, yeah, good luck with that, dude. Over on this side, we don't do that on this side, dude. You gotta make your own way.
Yeah.
You have a lot of choices and options.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I forgot about that. Man, dude. That's how long ago it was, right? Or was it just last year? I don't know, dude. It was
What's
funny.
up?
Saw that Blade in the background ready to launch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you got Wolverine. Here's ours. Was it Blade or no?
The new Blade?
Yeah, the new Blade, yeah. It was Blade.
Man, that's gonna be sweet.
Yeah, it looks awesome. Even Indiana Jones, man, I can't wait to play that. It seems like they caught the classic character in. So we'll definitely see how that plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother, we could wrap it up, dude. We're 5 hours.
All right. Let's wrap it up, bro.
Shout yourself out, bro.
Well, man, it's your boy Sega Man 101. You can always come and check me out on my channel with the Xbox Warriors podcast, and always with my brother Sega Forever, the Wrecking Crew podcast, and with Brother Unlimited with the Unlimited Truth. And we're gonna get E-Rock back out here in the ring. I'm working on it. You heard him when we were talking. You know, like he said, he's been busy and all. But I'm gonna talk to him. I say, man, you really need to get back on YouTube. You need to bring your channel back. I can't do it, man. I don't have the time. I was gonna try to do it for him where he can just come on and I host it, but the way things are going, I can't, man. You know, he needs to come back out. We need to get him out in the ring.
Yeah,
we need to start this over because his numbers will come right back. I know they will. You know, I mean, even if he wants to just do it once every other week because he's busy, he should. But I think the Exile needs to come back. So we're going to work on it. We're going to talk about it and get him back out here in the ring because he's needed out here.
Yeah, especially now, dude. There need to be some. There needs to be some anchors, man, in this community. We don't have any.
None. Yeah.
So,
He-Bot when he can do it, but He-Bot is so busy. He's very busy, man. He's trying to get a house. He's trying to do a lot of things. He's busy.
Yeah.
He's always driving. Always driving.
Yeah.
Always doing something like that, Brother Sega Forever. But was a great show, man. And like I said, we're gonna get E-Rock out of retirement, bro. We're gonna start it again. Got to bring it back. You still got 100 out there doing things.
Oh,
new legal. You know, there's a few Xbox podcasts, the real one, the true Xbox podcast, as you know. But yeah, we gotta get him back out, man.
So you think possibly this Sunday something might go down?
Yeah, maybe. Yep.
Okay, I'll be looking.
Oh yeah.
Eyes peeled, bro. I still got part of your one from earlier.
Oh yeah, yeah. I did that before I went to work. You know.
Yeah. And then Unlimited said you put out something, so I gotta check that out too.
Unlimited, he did.
Yeah, like an hour or by 3 hours.
I was on the show with him the day before.
Yeah, he said he dropped it before he came on the show.
Yeah.
This show. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it was good. It was good with Dea.
Yeah.
I call her the first lady of X because she's really knowledgeable, brother. Very knowledgeable woman in gaming. That's what we need. You know, somebody that's very knowledgeable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, somebody that doesn't sugarcoat anything. You know.
Yeah, dude, that's why. You know what I mean? It's a good group that we have, dude. I really enjoy the conversations we had, the conversation I get to listen to, the topics we discuss, all of that stuff, dude. It's good. But yeah, I'll shout myself out too. Yeah, this is Xbox All In Channel, host Sega Forever, man. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate everybody in the chat. NWO Prime, Zobi70, Mr. Kima, Toolman, of course, Mike Johnson. Thank you for being here. Pepe Le Pew. You know, really appreciate it. Thanks for your commentary. We're kind of moving at a fast pace because of the amount of people we had and the topics we were discussing. But much love and respect to all you guys, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the commentary as well, man. It's always good to get you guys' perspective. But yeah, we'll be doing this every other. All in PopCast is a predominantly pop culture podcast. We'll be doing this every other week. But tune in next week, man, for the Wrecking Crew podcast. We'll be talking about video games, more specifically the Xbox. Okay, so I'm your host, Sega Forever. Sega Man, thanks for being here, brother.
No problem, brother.
And we're out.
Peace, guys.